Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is, of course, Brandon Kane. You know the time, you know the place. It's game day, baby. If you aren't ready for this one, if you aren't prepped, then you better get your pulse checked. We've got ourselves biggest game of the year, maybe an NFL game of the year type candidate, at least as far as from anticipation. You don't have to be a Hawk fan or a Ram fan. Everybody across the land wants to check out this game and see who's who and where's what and how's this pecking order going as we've crossed that halfway mark of this season, and we're trying to see who's going to separate from whom, where the cream of the crop rises. And this has been a place we've seen for many years, our team facing up against some of these really top-end teams that we've not always done our best against. We have certainly gotten better and better and more improved here the last couple of years, and we seem ready. And now seems about the right time to go. But it'll be a fun one to watch today, as I'm just looking forward to what is going to be a hell of a matchup between two teams that have a lot of similarities in how they go about their business, but two teams that are also looked upon as not merely maybe just two of the best teams in the NFC, but two of the best teams maybe in the NFL. We'll learn a lot about that today. A game like this definitely will give us a little bit of a peek into these teams, where they're at. Injuries for both squads is kind of there, maybe a little bit more for Seattle. Down Love in this game, down Jaron Reed in this game, down Jalen Sundle in this game. So you've got a little bit more on the injury front maybe than the Rams. Devontae Adams is coming into this with a little bit of a back tweak issue, oblique thing, not back, but oblique, I guess, thing. So he's going to tough it out through that and see if he can make it go. I thank everybody for watching today. I hope everyone's having a great day. We got a couple of donos out the gate, so let me address those really quickly. Baha, Jay Gundy. It's good to see you in the house. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. And you guys, as always, so very kind. I thank you so much for all you guys have been doing. Just, we had an unbelievable sports channel this year. Mark included in that. 45 is gone, but will always be remembered. Shooting stars are brief and light up the sky. The enforcer will be missed. Rest in peace, Kenny Easley. Indeed, we got sad news of Kenny Easley's passing yesterday, and definitely a rest in peace and, a salute. And, all you can kind of say with a guy like this when he passes like this and prior generations back is that, this may have gone where you're back all this way back. Nobody remember. Well, we will remember you. We will remember your greatness. We will remember that you stack up with any generation of player. And with Kenny Easley, he was a guy that, was ahead of his time in the type of safety he was. He was every bit as good as a Ronnie Lott at the time. He just wasn't playing on the San Francisco 49ers. He's playing on the Seattle Seahawks. And sadly, injuries cut him down a little bit, shorter on his career than it should have gone. Man should have had another 4 or 5 years at least, and that would have, I think, had him more in the discussion for all-time best safeties if he had been able to do that, Mark. But all that being said, still Hall of Famer, defensive player of the year guy, as a guy that could both play free safety and strong safety in an era when you did one or the other. We're still in an era where, for the most part, you still kind of do one or the other. But back then it was you really do one or the other. You're a strong safety, you're a free safety. He could do them both. He could return punts. Brilliant athlete. Just what you'd want from a safety in the respect of he can give you the ball skills on one side, but he can be a hard hitter on the other side. He gave it both ways on that. Tremendous player, and very sad news, but will never be forgotten here on this channel. I rep that Easley shirt all the time, and he was unique. And as I say, there's few players you can always say in any generation they could have played amongst 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2020s. Any generation, you put that guy in there. I maintain you put a Barry Sanders out on a football field, he can play in any generation. Walter Jones can probably block just about a young Walter Jones, pep in his step, probably could block just about anybody. That's one of the reasons he's looked at as one of the best, if not the best, and easily right in with that bunch. But sad news there, Mark. Thanks for putting that out there on a note, because I did want to give him a definitely shout out at the start of this show today, as that was definitely sad news. Grew up on Kenny Easley. I did. Thank you, Mark. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation. If we could have a Super Bowl redemption game, who would you rather be against, the Steelers or Patriots? Ooh. Wow, that's a fantastic question. Probably the Patriots. I mean, the Steelers thing, as much as I kind of do hate the Steelers, it's like, well, it's not their fault. The officials win the bag for them. They were just going out there trying to get it. It's not like they did something specifically to draw the ire. So probably I would lean to the Patriots on that because that just feels like you got to like Marshawn Lynch once said, you've got unfinished business. I feel like there's some unfinished business there with the Patriots. That would be very nice to be able to knock them down and make them take another L in the Super Bowl. And let's face it, Jay Gundy, we'd have the country with us as well. Who can beat that? About to get this thing kicked off soon. Please hit that like button as you walk in the door today, folks. I would really appreciate it. Adam Baum, thank you for the $5 donation. Adam, very kind of you. What's more crucial for the game today? Pressure on Stafford or winning the turnover battle? Appreciate the content, B. Well, thank you for that, Adam, and thank you for the fiver. Appreciate you, man. Very kind of you. I've come down to 2 points for my main 2 distilled keys to this football game. And one of the points was that I think who wins the run, who comes out of this with the most rushing yards, or you could even say with the most rushing attempts, is the team that probably wins this game. But I think even as much lockstep with that, or maybe even more superseding that, Adam, I think the turnover has been the thing that would stand out to me in this game where, there's games we have not won the turnover battle this year. We've been able to win the games nonetheless. And this is going to be one of those games where you're going to have to win the turnover battle or at least have it be a stalemate at 0-1-1. Otherwise, I think that that's a pathway to a loss. Opening kickoff here is going to go to the Rams, who will receive a short kick, but the Hawks coverage unit's pretty well on it. Nice job by winning them to kind of squirt forward at the end of the run there and get himself to the 31. So I think it's going to be very hard getting pressure on Stafford. We tend to be a slow boil pressure. And that means that we need a quarterback that's going to hold the ball a little bit on the longer side. Stafford tends to hold the ball a little bit on the shorter side. And I just think that that's not going to lend itself well to us being able to really get a lot of pressure on him today. So that's why I do come back to the turnover instead of the pressure on Stafford necessarily. First down, out of shotgun, play action pass. Stafford looking. That ball is going to be tipped. Great job there. It looked like he had a man open in the middle of the field kind of late on that play. But I think that was Uchenna Nwosu who got his hands up, closing in on Stafford off the play fake. Stafford's going to run tempo here. Again, he's going to go into shotgun. Seahawks kind of late to get the guys into the right spot there. The catch is going to be made. Falling down is Smith, and he'll get tackled right there. Short of the first down, we do have a flag on the play. Hawks were scrambling to get Josh Jobe out on the field in time there. And I wonder if maybe they got 12 men on the field there. Not sure about that catch. It is going to be on Seattle. Automatic first down. Are they saying that that's like a 15-yard penalty thing? Wow. So they're putting a 15-yarder on. We got to run up the right side here. Kyron Williams is loose down the field to the 20-yard line off an off-tackle run. I guess they're calling a very strange penalty here on Woolen that was a 15-yarder for him coming over and tackling the guy on the turf. What a very strange call there. Seattle comes back here. They run it right up the middle there. Ernest Jones just can't quite get to the right spot on that gap, and Kyron Williams busts it. First down and 10. Rams have an opening drive. Boy, that 15-yard penalty was a strange one. I didn't understand the call. It was like, where's the flag for? What? Oh, okay. Whew. Hand off inside to Kyron Williams off the egg gap. He's going to run it for about a 3-yard gain there. I do not like that call from the officials early on. Ugh. Ernest Jones out there with that big contraption on his knee here. Second and 6. Quick moving first drive here for the Rams. Drop back to pass here. Knocked away by Eamon on Kyren Williams. Showing his length there. Good job by Nick getting out there quick into space. Third down and 6. 12:48 to go here in the first quarter. Stafford, empty look, shotgun. Seahawks showing a blitz. They bring 4. Off his back foot, he completes it. Boy, another nice tackle there. Wow, what a tackle by Nick Eamon. The ball's caught out into the flat by Kyren Williams. He looks like he's going to turn upfield and get the first down. And Nick Eamon is able to catch him up around kind of not the neck, but the shoulder, and then flip him, literally flip him. And in flipping him, stopping the forward progress, and then flipping him back behind the first down marker. What a play. I think your Rams might challenge this, though, as he does look like he's got the first down. And no, they're not. 4th and 1 here. Rams going with the fly sweep to Puka. And I think that probably he did challenge it. Yes, he did. Okay, so he saw it late, challenged the play. There's a very nice angle here that does show that he gets the first down. So a good challenge by Sean McVay. Very good. Megan, good to see you in the house. Thank you for the $5. Still not feeling confident about the game, but having my Charles Cross jersey on is helping. Well, I'm going to try to call upon this with my Largent jersey, the power of the Largent jersey. Hopefully that can carry something here too. But this is going to be a tough one, Megan. We're going to have to earn this game. It ain't going to be easy. We ain't going to get the nice 2-touchdown lead third quarter stuff I don't think that we've been dealing with here recently that's been so nice. We're going to have to actually kind of brace ourselves for this one a little bit. White knuckle a little bit. Brock Townsend, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, barnyard time. Release the chickens. Ooh. I don't know what that was. That was a cuckoo. Yeah, let's get the barnyard out today. One of the more effective 3rd and short, 4th and short, tush push formations we see. I'm with it, Brock. Let's go. Thank you for the donation. Release the chickens. Mark, thank you for another $2 donation. Says, I feel great about today. Hawks are great on the road. Yeah, what do we got? 10, 11 straight on the road, I think. Something like that, Mark. I like to keep this up, keep this momentum going. Pretty incredible start, too, for Mike McDonald as a head coach. One of the little things we don't talk a lot about with head coaches is preparing your team for the playing on the road and how to get them up and how to get them ready and how to get them prepared right. Because playing home, you got the energy of the crowd that can help. You're at home itself. You're just going out to basically the stadium. You know, it's a lot different from having to travel and hotel rooms and how you time everything up. But Mike has done a great job with it. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. She says, damn it, B, you didn't tell me it was a poor Jersey game. I know. It was a last minute thought. And this is all braced out of the fact that, like you said, didn't have a lot of confidence coming into this one. So I was like, we're not a lot of confidence, but I was like, man, it's going to be a fight. We need everything we can get. And that ended up, as I was looking through the closet today, picking through the jerseys, I was like, which one? Which is going to be the one? I was like, all right, maybe it is kind of a larger jersey. We do kind of need this game. So it was a late addition. It was an 11th hour decision on that one, Megan. Thank you for the 5. Ardelavi, thank you for another $5 donation. Let's go Hawks. B2A, those traitorous Rams. Belt to ass, those traitorous Rams indeed. Let's get to these guys. Come on. They're going through the review here. See how it goes. Well, yes, sir. Let's go Hawks here today. Let's get this to Levy. Let's get this game. All right, we got 4th and 1. Does not get overturned, surprisingly enough here. We got a tight end going in motion prior to the snap. Play action pass. Stafford rolling out. He's going to dirt it down the ground, and the Seahawks defense gets a stand, no flags. Wow, I can't believe that's kind of overturned. It looked like on the one angle he might have been right there, but the incredible play by Nick Emanwari to be able to flip that man out of bounds from the angle he did. And how about here? Oh, looks like one was initially looking like he might have gotten beat there, but Stafford had his eyes the whole way over to Higbee. Was never looking to Devontae. And that's got to pump that defense up with an early stop like that. Suck it, officials. Suck it, officials. Kind of went both ways, though. We got the benefit. I'd have to go back and see that mark again to see, but looked like it was right on the line there. I'm surprised it went the other way. Of course, you got one shot of it. They showed you one slow motion replay and one commercial. All right, Seahawks are backed up, though, now on their 9-yard line. Sam in shotgun. He's going to drop back to pass. He's going to find Jackson Smith and Jigba, that man, for a short little in-cutting route, about 7 yards or so. You always like the quick passing attack right out the jump. You always like that. Two tight end look here for the Seahawks. Condensed split. Sam's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage here. Moves everybody over to the right side. Handoff inside here to Walker. Walker dancing through traffic. Falls forward for a gain of about 5 yards and a first down. Well, it's just what you'd like to see today. First down, get a little chunk of yardage. Second down, run the ball, go get the first. Keep it moving. Sam under center here. Two tight ends. Balanced kind of look. Sam, play action pass. Drops back. Falling back off his back foot, throws an interception. Oh, man, Sam. There's got to be times where I think he's got to decide to break the pocket and just take a 4 or 5 yard run. You're trying to throw this in late, and you're falling off your back foot trying to throw it in late. It's just that's the kind of play we got to avoid in this game. Ball at the goal line here. Blake Corum able to get 2 yards before he's cut down right at the goal line. That is a brutal interception by Sam, man. Come on, man. Coming into this, you got to protect the ball. You got a first down play. Why are we just go scramble or throw it away? Second down and goal. Ball at the 1 yard line here. Puka Nacua goes in motion. Handoff to Corum. He is right at the goal line, wrapped up and drugged back. He will be short. Nice play by the defense. Very good job. Very well done there. I was Kubiak right now. I'd be in Sam's ear and I'd be like, look, I need you to on the play in this game. Just break the pocket, go take 6 yards, slide down. Just remember that that's in your back pocket is a thing that you can do. You don't have to throw everything there. Third and goal. Handoff inside. Uchenna Nwosu is there, and he is able to get him. Great stop by the Seahawks defense. What a job on Uchenna's part. He breaks back into the backfield there, wraps him right up, and does not let go. Marcus Lawrence there. Eric Thomas there. Defense holding up here early. And 4th and goal. Again, the Rams are going to go for it here. Come on, D. Come on, D. Stafford, under center. He's going to call timeout. Maybe trying to see if they could get it a little closer, perhaps. It's the second timeout for the Rams here early on. Be an interesting call. You could understand it, I think, from McVay's perspective on some of this with the 4th downs down this areas. It's as much as not just trying to steal touchdowns, as much as also that you're putting Seattle on the long field if you do that. Ski Nation, thank you for the $20 donation, Ski Nation. I appreciate you for that, man. Very, very kind of you. My applause, man. Let's see if this is a well-timed one. Hold on one sec. They're coming back from the timeout here. 8:41 in the first quarter. Shotgun look here for Stafford. Trips to the far side of the football field. They're trying to spread him out here on the Seahawks and then run it inside, which is what they do here. It's a great play call. Touchdown. Kyron's there. So they've been going heavy on the runs. They go spread here, then come back to Kyron with the light numbered box. And it does indeed work. Our Ski Nation, thank you for the $20 donation. Says, let's have it go. Got to dethrone the champs sooner or later. I paid to watch this game from home. I couldn't help it. Let's effing go, dude. Go Hawks. We built a juggernaut for a juggernaut. Mike needs to land a knockout punch today. Hashtag RIP 45. RIP 45 indeed. The extra point will be up and through, so the Rams will take an early 7-0 lead. I love the energy. I love the juice, Ski Nation, and they didn't quite able to answer on that. Still love the defensive effort there. They got put into a hell of a pickle there. Sam's got to eliminate this stuff from his game. The turnovers are getting to be too much here now. We're getting to a line now where I like him playing brave and I like him playing ballsy, but some of these throws you can control on. There's the throws that get picked you can't control where you're trying to hit something on a timing route. There's throws like that where you've got a moment to process and think about what you're doing. And in the back of your mind, falling off my back foot, throwing late, not more middle-ish to the middle-ish of the point of the field. It's not a great idea. Sam's got to put that stuff in his back pocket and get a little more careful with the ball here. Let's go though, man. Thank you for the $20 donation. And I agree, man. I think we are building up that juggernaut. And we're going to see, like you said, we got to take on down. We got to throw the champ sooner or later. Back 10 years ago, I called it knocking the bully block down. You know, that guy that's been owning the block and bully and everybody, the Debo, everybody's, super worried about the guy. And they're like, don't mess with him. Nobody challenges him. Nobody stands up to him. It's like, well, you're finally ready to do it. You feel like, here we go, toe to toe. It ain't going to be easy. It's not going to be a cakewalk. It's not going to be simple. Thank you, though, for the $20 donation, Ski. Appreciate you for that. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5. It's good to see you in the house, too, Garth. Says, here we go, folks. Rest in peace, Enforcer. Yeah, one of the great nicknames, too, the Enforcer. Kenny Easley, rest in peace. One of the truly, truly great Seahawks. Has as much of an argument just about as anybody as being the best of his position for being a Hall of Famer as anybody out there, right along with the Largents and the Walter Jones, because he was that dude at safety. Indeed, Garth. Sad day yesterday on that. But let's go, man. Let's get this. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Appreciate the double don't know. Proudly repping the Lynch jersey in my AZ neighborhood. Suck it. No, there's going to be some angry looking Cardinal fans if they see you in that, man. I'll tell you what. Nothing gets those Cardinal fans more mad than looking at a Seahawks jersey in Arizona. I can attest to that because I did it once. I did it. Let's go, though, man. Ski's got his lucky jersey on. We got to pull out all the luck today, folks. Whatever token you have, whatever item of luck, rabbit's foot, marble, jersey, hat. You walk around the house twice and drink a bit. Whatever you got to do, okay? Whatever's required to you pull it in today. We're going to need it here. We are going to need it. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay Gundy. If we were to go 1-1 with the Rams this year, would you rather win this one and lose the one at home? We're going 2-0 though. Also, rest in peace, Kenny. Rest in peace, Kenny. And this kickoff will go into the end zone. So Seattle's going to get this to the 35-yard line. Rams not trusting, I guess, their special teams unit to that point. And Sam and company will come out for their second drive here. Hopefully better up the next one. 1-1. If we had to win one, lose one, yeah, I guess I'd probably take the home one, because then ideally you are winning one and sort of theoretically having momentum going. Hopefully it's being won within the stack of wins at that time down the home stretch of the season. And if that was the case, then, I think you're feeling, you got to pick a loss somewhere, I suppose, at that point, right, Jay? And plus, there's a part of me who wants to get our home field advantage and dominance back in order. 1st and 10 here, ball at the 35-yard line, 2 tight end look here for the Seahawks. They're going to play action pass. Sam coming out, going to whip it back around here to JSN. He'll be pulled down at the 49-yard line. Sam throwing it with some authority there. I like the thought, though. He's like, it's not going to matter, though. I'm just asking for the sake of exercise. We're going 2-0. So it doesn't. Let's go. Let's go, Gundy. Let's go, man. I love it. 1st and 10 for the Hawks. Kind of an I formation look with receivers to one side. Back out to JSN once again. JSN keeping his feet, putting a nasty little stiff arm on the cornerback. Was that the Slim Reaper there? And able to get it upfield for, yes, it was. No, that was the other dude, I think. Nice play. 3 catches out the gate here with JSN. Off to a hot start, but we've been saying that about JSN in every single one of these games to start things off. 7:37 to go here in the first quarter. He'll go get a little bit of a breath over on the sideline. Pitch play out wide here to Rashid Shaheed. Landman tracks it well in space and takes him down for a short gains. That's kind of that pitch play they did last week to Rashid. It's like the San Francisco 49ers have gone up 14-0 on the Arizona Cardinals. 2nd down and 8. Sam looks like he's changing something up at the line of scrimmage here. He's got a little bit of a light box he's dealing with. Drops back to throw. Slings it back a little bit outside of Rashid Shaheed's grip there. He's trying to throw it away from the safety closing in on Shaheed there on the other side. 3rd down and 8. In-cutting route there. Rams got a lot of guys kind of drifting around the line of scrimmage, not actually on the line of scrimmage. They're bringing the blitz from the other side. Seattle seems to have it picked up pretty well. Low throw into Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp's back up with it, and he runs into the end zone. I don't know if this play's dead or not. The players are looking around at each other, unsure of whether it was dead, and it's a touchdown. Seahawks is the ruling on the field. Oh, no. That ball bounced. That ball bounced. That will be an incomplete pass. Low throw there, and Cooper Kupp, it's not his fault on the play. The ball just bounces kind of up in front of him there. So that'll bring us to 4th down. Long field goal attempt try here, potentially. 57-yarder here for Jason Myers. He's 17 of 21 on the air at an 80% rate, 81% to be exact. The snap, hold down, good. Kick is drifting right. Holds inside of the upright, just to the right side of that left upright. Woo! It's close, but the Seahawks do get on the board, which is good to see. 7-3. Nice hold there by Dixon. He had that thing held like it was freeze framed. Got it down fast. That's the thing of that kick, man. You want that hold, I'm sure, down as quick as possible as a kicker to get your target zone in. And he was able to do so. DeLevy, thank you for another $5 donation. Says refs couldn't even go 2 plays before throwing the game to LA. Come on. Yeah, I don't like the flag on Witherspoon there. The first down marker's right in front of Witherspoon. So he's not coming up there to lay a hit on the guy to just try to injure him. He's trying to cease his forward progress from getting to the first down marker. That's what you want your defenders to do. And it's not like he was launching himself like a torpedo with his head into the guy. He was going in doing what you've seen guys do so often in those plays when you know that the receiver is going to try to roll to the first. So it's bad call. Hopefully it's not one of many on this one to Levy, but yeah, frustrating to watch nonetheless. Cooper Gay follows up on that with a $2 dono, says, LA refs already on that BS. Yeah, that was a call that does stick in your craw just a little bit on that one. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Falcons down with a minute, top 5 pick loading. Oh, hits just keep on coming, huh? It looked like Penix got injured today, Jordan, which was a part of my formula with all in that was that I didn't know how you're going to be able to keep Penix up for a whole season when you were taking hits to your offensive line and then just going defensive heavy a little bit with your approach. But yeah, let's see what happened there on that score. Got a tie game. They're in OT right now. Falcons currently sitting on a 3-6 record. Jordan. Oh. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the 10 is now on. Did think of it as well. Yeah, it was one of those in the moment things, Megan, where I was just like, got up early this morning, couldn't sleep. You're sitting there, you're nervous for the game already. You're like, all right, what are we gonna? Yeah, it's kind of like one of those movies, like something out of a movie, where you like take the thing out. Well, if this thing's got anything left in it, got any luck left in this sucker? Let's put it on and see what we can do. So hopefully so. Hopefully so. Sanchez in the house celebrating over 3 years as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, Sanchez. I wish someone would call out the officiating at the press conference. I know there's fines, but it would be good to hear. Indeed, they throw a hefty charge at those guys for daring to put an utterance out there towards the officiating. But, those kind of calls are just ones you got to. This is going to be a tough game. This is going to be a physical game. Let him play. Ooh, nice hit in the open field. Tyrese Knight. Boy, he might have concussed himself on that play. He came up and just delivered a hell of a lick. Oh, my God. Oh. He definitely concussed the other guy. That's helmet to helmet right there. Woo. Oh. Oh. He just drilled him. The guy never saw him coming. And he just drilled him. 1st and 10. Ball at the 26-yard line here. Rams start with Stafford under center. Hand off. Kyron Williams stretches it, comes back inside. Still keeping his feet. Bad tackling. We got a flag on the play. Eamon able to finally bring Kyron down after a big gain. Holding Rams. There we go. Okay. The lip of this referee who does the calls on the flags, there's something about his lip that bothers me. It's just when he talks, it's like his lip is pressed to his top lip. They got Colby Parkinson there. I don't know, it didn't look like a bad block there by Parkinson. I guess they're calling it probably blindsided. All right, 1st and 20. Stafford back in shotgun. They're going 3 wide here. Stafford back to pass, sidearms it on a little screen route out to Higbee. Higbee moving out in space, and he's going to be brought down to the ground. Finally by Ernest Jones, but not before first down. Rams are finding some holes here in the Seahawks defense early on. McVay is dialing it up. First and 10, handoff inside. Kyron bounces back off the initial hold to get himself at least a 2-yard gain. Byron Murphy on the tackle. I'll give him a 3 yards on that. 5:01 left to go here in the first quarter. Seahawks down 7-3. Second and 7 here for the Rams. Handoff into Kyron, trying to attack the light box on Seattle. They do a good job of defending it there. It will be another short gain of 2 to 3 yards, bringing us up to a third and short. DeLevy, thank you for the $5 donation. This is the pick caused by a blatant uncalled DPI. F these garbage refs. Yeah, he did drag on his jersey on the backside. I'm trying not to complain too much about it, but when Cup was coming back on the comeback route, definitely the guy was tugging on the old jersey. Hopefully they call that both ways this game. 3rd and 4. Quick throw, quick catch. Seattle just leaving Puka Nacua wide open on the play. Everybody dropped back into zone coverage, and nobody actually gravitated towards Puka Nacua, and he just set down right at the sticks for the first down. Witherspoon playing off coverage, and then, my goodness. Why don't you just hand him the first down? It's going to be a long day at the office if you're not going to cover Puka Nacua on 3rd down. But yeah, DeLevy, that definitely. Let's make sure they're playing the call it both ways. You're going to let them get handsy, let us get handsy. Then on this other side, right? We'll see. 1st and 10. Another screenplay catching Seattle blitzing here. It's good timing on the catch of them blitz because they're able to have all our guys going upfield. Get Parkinson on the other side. He goes up for a 9-yard gain. McVay is ahead of McDonald right now in the play calling. He's kind of ahead of him here. He's got McDonald feeling like kind of chasing him a bit. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Jesse's licking his chops to poo-poo Sam. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he fist pumped him somewhere when he sees that. But 2nd and 3 here, handoff inside. Kyron Williams does what he does, which is he's going to go get himself that 3 yards in a cloud of dust. That's just kind of his thing. This will be very close to the first down. They'll call it just a little bit short. This will be 3rd and 1. They don't get a lot of the negative plays in the run game, do the Rams. They're going to get you that 3 yards and then the 3 yards, and they can kind of always get themselves into sort of that 3rd and 4 territory of things. It's just much more makeable than the 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9s, especially against this defense. 3rd down and 1. 13 personnel here from the Rams. Stafford dropping back to pass. And incomplete to Adams. Awkward looking play there. I don't know if Adams ran the wrong route or not. I think Stafford thought he was going to be somewhere a little bit in a different location than where he was off the play action. No, just kind of a Stafford kind of throws it low and away from him just a little bit, maybe, rather than just on him. 4th and 1 here. Another 4th down attempt for the Rams. It's the 3rd one of the game for them. Stafford under center. Handoff here. And they're going to get it. And this thing might be a tutty. Down to the 1-yard line, Kyron Williams. Fade route here. Great job defensively by Woolen on Devontae Adams. That's a route he's caught 1,000 times over in his career. Woolen able to get his arm up in there late and dislodge things. Very nice job. Second down and goal. Stafford and company are going to have to call another timeout here. Looks like there was some confusion on the sideline between him and McVay. That'll be the last timeout of this half here for the Rams. Keon Lund, thank you for another $2 donation. Says, sounds like a home game. Let's go. I can't hear the volume here on my end, but that's good to hear. I know we definitely are filling up the house in there, which is good. Good to see. Good to see. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Sam's Geno arc incoming. I hope not, Sanchez. That was a very Geno-like last year Geno throw. That was one of those. That was definitely. I was getting PTSD. You probably saw me twitch a little bit. I was definitely coming off that one like that was Geno like a little bit. Sam, Sanchez. I was definitely feeling the same thing. Ski Nation, thank you for another $5 donation. This is great. I paid to watch us get blasted. Not yet. We're in this, man. We're in this. We gotta weather this storm. We're in the middle of a tornado right now, and houses are being thrown around. I just saw a cow flying upside down. We just gotta weather this storm, brother. Weather the storm. Second and goal here. Another little in throwing. There we go. Yeah, they go back the other way on Mullen. We got to do a flag on the play though. So that time they went inside. Woolen's all ready for that fade ball again to the outside shoulder. And this time they just have Devontae give him a little bit of the juke at the line and cut it inside for a little slant inside. It's easy touchdown. There's no inside help there. So the Rams will go up 13-0 here with potential 14-0. Sorry, Ski. I'm sorry, man. Hopefully we can come back in this one and settle this ship a little bit. Woolen just completely juked out of his shoes at the line of scrimmage there. Tough look on the defense here in the opening couple drives. Got the initial sort of stop fourth down on the first one, but the next two drives have been pretty easy money here from the Rams. Extra point is up and good. 14-3 is the score. Dylan Chamberlain, thank you for becoming a new member. Dylan, members of the channel, keep an eye on your community post. That's where I do post the benefits for members over there. We'll be doing, I believe, Thursday Night Football next week here, and we'll have a call-in show here in another yeah, I think it's next Saturday. We'll do a call-in show too as well, Dylan. So if you're a member of the channel, please do keep an eye on that community post. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. Not to be, Joshua Carlisle says, and thank you for the $5 donation. He says, not to be too much of a downer, but if we don't at least split with the Rams this year, I'm worried about McDonald's ability to beat them long term. Well, I do think that in this right now, Joshua, there's always those where you at from a standpoint of your team and your where you're trying to get to, and are you in a developmental standpoint? Are you in the middle of a Super Bowl window? And it's just my perspective on this, Joshua. And I don't think it's being a downer at all. I get where you're coming from because again, I think as I said coming into this game at the start of this, we need to take this kind of final step to know that we are ready to be one of the elite in the NFL landscape. And we think we're there. We know we are close, but we need these kind of games and as a test to really say, okay, you're there. You have truly arrived at that spot. But the thing with that is the Rams are already there. They've been there. They've been in the playoffs past couple of years. They've been winning through the playoffs in the last few years. We've got the third youngest roster in the NFL. So these are a lot of young guys. And that means that I would just say, and not to try to turn the other way of this to be, positive Paul on this, but you are in that rising stage. The Rams are in the stage of potentially as much anything, especially with Stafford, seeing a little bit of a closure there and having to, kind of hit the reset button on some things on this. Devontae Adams is not a long-term guy there for them. These are things for in the now moment. And so, I definitely think that this is eventually a mountain that we're going to have to scale and reach the peak of, and there's no way around that. But at the same point in time, I still think that we've gotten a lot of evidence on this one, Joshua, with McDonald, that he is that guy, and that give him more of the personnel around him that fits to what he wants and what he's looking for and all that. And that it, should only continue to get better and improve here with time. Thanks for the donation though. Appreciate you for that. Rodney Presho, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, blitz when they do the screen pass, fail. Yeah, that's both times they've run the screen and you don't blitz a lot, but they've seemed to I don't know if it's an indicator when they feel the blitz is coming or they're just timing it right. That's kind of that Radney McVay being a little bit ahead of McDonald right now in some of the play calling, and that's the worst time to be running a blitz is when you've got a screenplay on for the offensive side. That's what they want you to do in those kind of plays. Hopefully McDonald can turn around to the other side of this. Rams are again going to knock this in the back of the end zone and have Seattle take this out at the 35-yard line. Thank you for the $2 donation and agreed very much so on that. Garth Knight, thank you for 35 months as a Hawks Nest member. Almost 3 years of that. Appreciate you, Garth. How did Devontae Adams end up on the Rams? Free agent signing? Yes. It was a free agent signing with him going over there. So they definitely wanted to get themselves a pure X over there, Garth, and he was going to give them that. You see, he's a still very good player. 1st and 10, ball 35. Sam coming out in a 3 wide receiver look. No tight ends. Looking one way, looking back the other way. Rams covering things up on the back end well. They're not leaving a lot of holes open there for Sam to get into here. Not a lot of separation from the Hawks receiver outside of Jackson Smith right now. 3-yard gain. But yeah, he was their kind of marquee free agent signing, him and Puna. They had just a little bit of money to work with. 2nd down and 7, 31 seconds to go. This might be the last play here of this first quarter. Sam in shotgun, 3 wide. Rams threading a blitz. They're going to bring it. Seahawks running right into the run blitz. Ugh. Boy, both sides of the ball right now. The play calling for both sides of the ball just feels like both the play callers are kind of getting out punched here on this one a little bit. Like the Rams almost were they like psychically, do they know the plays are coming? Like where we blitz, they got us with a screen. We run, they run a run blitz right into where we're running the ball. Yeah, I don't know why Walker's not getting touches, Jamora. I'm same way through here a little bit. Odd play calling to begin things out here. Walker with 1 carry and 5 yards. Strange. A little strange. Rodney Presho, thank you for another $5 donation. It's like, do these guys watch tape? Numbers show what they do, and it's like we do the opposite. Mike's D has not played a good team of value until now. Well, thanks for that, Fiver, man. And I don't, not sure if conceptually so far out the gate defensively what we're really trying to do against the Rams here a little bit on that. Wouldn't have come into this game like you say, thinking let's blitz Stafford and the boys. Yeah, that'd be a little bit of against where I'd be going with this one. But they're doing what they want so far. 6 of 11, 55 yards passing and 10 carries and 79 yards rushing the ball. And if you can't even take away one thing of what they do offensively, it will be a long day at the office here. And I think you got to just double back around to let's get this run game figured out and stop this thing up first, and then we'll get the passing aspect of things buttoned down maybe a little bit better. Find something we can kind of put a flagpole in here to begin things and then work off of that. But it's been a rough opening here on both sides of the ball a little bit, just because you do feel like play calling wise, you're not they're a little step ahead of you just a bit. But there's time. Keep the faith, folks. I know it's a rough start, but 3/4 of this football game, we get the ball back at halftime. Momentum is a hell of a thing in football. You think it's for sure going one direction all the way, it's all the way over here, and then things can slide a different way. Or you can just fall under the avalanche. Third and 5. Empty look here for Seattle. Rams showing a blitz. A lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage. 6 to be exact. Most of it falls out. Sam dropping back to throw. Gets it into Zach Charbonnet. I think he made the catch. Very good catch there by Charbonnet, and he's going to get the first down. Seahawks haven't featured the running backs out of the backfield a lot this year. Good news here, too, by the way, is that if there is a play that's called on the field that works in our favor, the Rams cannot challenge the play in this half. They have no more timeouts remaining. First down and 10. 2 wide look. 3-4 look here from the Rams. Hand off to Zach Charbonnet. And he runs over a man and is able to fall forward, running over Poona Ford there. Give himself another 3 yards on the play. Give him 4 or 5 yard gain. Nice strong run there by Zach. I wonder if maybe there's something wrong here with Walk. Second down and 6. Please do, folks, hit that like button if you get a chance in here. We'll really appreciate it. 2 tight ends now. 2 wide. Pitch play out here to Charbonnet. He's got a little room to work with here on the pitch. Nice play. First down. There we go. A little bit of controlling the clock here. Give the defense a chance to try to figure some things out on the sideline. Not to mention another kind of drive working here. People were calling for the chat to get back to the run. That's what he's done here. Nice pin block there by Kupp on the safety there. Saw that on tape of Kupp last week. He does a good job of getting in there, and he can pin even a defensive end. Did to Sweat last week. Josh Sweat off the edge. You can get your receiver to pin that block. That just gives you an extra guy out in space. First and 10. Ball at the 45 into Rams territory. Handoff here to Walker. Walker runs right into Landman, and Landman sends him backwards. This will be a very short gain. 1 yard on the play. Walker might have been able to take that to the left. Second down 9. 3 wide from Seattle. Blitz look here from the Rams. They're bringing it. Get rid of it, Sam. And he just essentially, we got a flag here, maybe a hold on the Rams. Rams are grabbing their secondary, man. I'll tell you that. They definitely do some tugging. I don't know if they're getting him at the line there or where they're getting him at on that. Oh, Forbes got him up around the head there on a jig, but whatever. It's 5 yards and a first down. I'll take it. Under center here, 39-yard line. 3 tight end look here from Seattle. Play action pass by Sam. Dumps it out there into space to Barner. Barner running hard upfield. Nowhere to really go. Keeping his feet. Barner wanted to keep going. It's like, let me go. Let me go. Short completion. You like this aspect of things from the offense here. Whether it be a 4-yard run or 4-yard completion, it's much of what the Rams do on their side of it is just finding good consistent yards each down, getting you into third makeable situations. Sam under center, dropping back to pass, drops back to throw quickly, hits into Barner again, first down. Quick decision making there by Sam. Nice throw, good catch. 11:29 to go in the second quarter. Seattle down 14-3 here to the Rams. 3 wide. Looks like we got a flag here. Maybe an illegal formation from Seattle on the play. It's a fly sweep back to Rashid that'll go only for a yard. But I think the alignment might have been a little bit messed up from Seattle there. Looked a little bit wonky. Maybe they didn't have enough guys on the line of scrimmage. Oh, no. The Rams lined up offsides. Yeah, Poona Ford had his head over the ball. Usually the officials warn those guys a couple times before they actually call that. Or sorry, I threw Ward over. I guess they're calling Stewart for it. He's a rookie. They don't warn rookies. Rookies got to know better. Sometimes they'll warn like, hey, get your helmet back. You're getting close. 1st and 5 for Seattle. Whole playbook at your disposal here from Kubiak's standpoint. Play action pass. Nice job. Rolling out to his left is Sam. Good ball action there by Sam. He throws it out to JSN. Great play fake. How you sell that play fake is everything because they can buy you that extra couple of steps rolling back to your left to make the better assessment of what's going on down the field. Nice route there by JSN, swerving in and out. And a very good throw. Seattle has a nice drive working here. Ball at the 19-yard line. 2 tight end look to one side. Shaheed goes in motion. Hand off in here to, I think that's Walker. He disappeared in the pile of bodies. Nope, that's Olani. That's why I couldn't tell if it was Sharps or Walker. Like Walker size, but 2-yard gain for Holani up the middle there. We got a throw over the top here to JSN. Trying to get into the back of the end zone there and fit into a tight spot over the top. Manuel Forbes in good coverage out there. Working him off a little bit of a fade route there. Yeah, there's no chance there on the throw there. Sam being careful with it. Seahawks got a 3rd and 8 now. Sam dropping back to throw. He's looking. He's going to have to get rid of this thing. He throws it through the back of the end zone. Nobody open. Yeah. Field goal attempt here for Jason Myers. He made his first one. This is a little easier with a 30-yard attempt. The hold is down. The kick is up, and it is good. So Seattle gets himself hanging in here in this game, down 14-6, 6-14. However you'd like to say it on that one. Jeffrey A. Thistle, thank you for 42 months as a Hawks Nest member. Game has not been remotely close so far. Let's see what we're made of. We are a fringe playoff team, or are we a Super Bowl contender? It's part of the assessment we are figuring out with this team. We know that they're good. We know they're getting better. We know that the talent is rising more and more. team seems like it's making progress, but this is that final step we talk about that we're all looking for. We all are. And I think it's a valid one to be looking for at this point. We're at that spot of the crossroads. And maybe it will be just a team this year that's just a really good, solid playoff team. That's the reality of what we say about them. Just a really good, they go out there, maybe go win a playoff game. There's certainly, though, we see, the signs within this team of them being something more than that. That it is right there, almost just beneath the surface a little bit. But a long game left here. Still more than half this game left to go. Long time for the story to be told. Fire Poet, thank you for the $2 donation. Second half will show if Hawks can adjust and flip. Definitely going to be looking for some adjustments to the second half, especially offensively. The Rams continue to find the headway that they've found so far, whether they want to run or pass, kind of doing what they want to do. I think offensively, you're finding some things that you can lean upon answer-wise. You're running the ball with some relative success. Jackson's finding some openings here. They're leaving still those one-on-ones with him. Sam, the interception's bad, but 7 to 12, 50 yards, not horrible on the other sides. You can pass with relative functionality. I would say leaning into the run game is not a bad thing, though, here. Yeah, now we see the adjustments here. Cal in the house. Good to see you, Cal. Thank you for the $1 donos. Appreciate you for all that. Very kind of you. Hope you're having a good one. Rodney Presho. Thank you for the $2 donation. I want a spot on the call-in. For sure, Rodney. It's just it's a members call-in show. So part of the benefits, I'm just trying to get the members benefits for putting money every month on the channel and that. So if you're a member of the channel, I will be posting out to the a link into the spot on that one, man. For sure. Thank you again, Cal, for all the donos. Very kind of you. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation, Mumbles. Going back to week 1 with short passes only. Seems like we want to limit the offensive drives of the Rams, or we don't trust our pass block. Either or. Yeah, I think it's probably a bit of a combination going on there, I would say, between the two. Seahawks weren't able to get this ball landed. Jason Myers was trying to roll this and didn't quite work. So the ball will be set at the 35-yard line here, I think, on this one because of that. He tried to do the little – he's been a master of that kick where he kicks it and rolls it a little bit, a squibber. But you got to land it just past a certain yard marker there for it to click in, and he was not able to do so on that. We got 9:04 Rams taken back over. I think some of it is that this week you're dealing with Mumbles a little bit less of the complete stack box look you've dealt with in the past. More guys drop into coverage. I think some of the openings to the deep throws here in these games have been because teams have been so willing to keep things lean on the back end. 1st and 10 play action pass here. Stafford under pressure. He's going to flip this ball out to his back, but Byron Murphy is all over that one at Blake Corum and takes him down the backfield for a 5-yard loss. Nice job by Byron Murphy being smart and aware in space there about what was going on. Stafford just trying to throw the ball, basically avoid the sack as much as anything. Ends up taking a 5-yard loss. Be great to see the defense get this ball back to the offense here quick. Find a little bit of some footing here. This is good opportunities you've had, as Rams have had a lot of second down makeables going on. Back in shotgun is Stafford. 3 wide. Handoff inside here to Kyron. He's going to be cut down there for about a 5, maybe 6-yard gain. Yeah, give him 6 on the play. So 3rd down and 9 here for the Rams. They're going to go hurry up. Trips to the far side of the field. They're going to hurry this one up. Witherspoon blitzing. They're going to throw this over the top. And that's going to be incomplete. Let's go defense. Hell of a job. Stafford and company trying to catch the defense kind of off guard, pants down. And Seattle brings kind of a live wire blitz on display here, which was really cool on this play call because it just must be a read that they had, like a look with me or check with me. Because Stafford's probably thinking, okay, we can go to the 3rd and 9. And I'll talk a little bit about this play in a second if we go to a commercial break. Punt goes to Shaheed. We're going to get a flag here on the play. So let's see what the call is. holding on Seattle. So this will back them up and give them a long field to work with here to start out this drive. So what you're trying to do from Stafford's standpoint is the place that you want to avoid. And what you're trying to get out of here is these 3rd and 9s. As I said, you haven't had these down and distances that have been really well set up for you to be able to bring up the blitz or to make Matt uncomfortable with that stuff a little bit. That is part of what Mike likes to do in his bag is I'm not going to blitz on much as 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, but if I get you 3rd and 9, now it comes out. So Stafford's aware of this. The Rams are aware of this. So you get down that 2nd down, goes for a couple yard gain. He comes out and runs the hurry up, hoping McDonald's defense is just going to stay with the 4-man fronts because it's a hurry up and they're just having to kind of figure it out on the call. Instead, like I said, there's almost like a check with me there from the Seahawks standpoint of if they try to do this to us on a 3rd and 9, okay, we're going to blitz from this side because here comes Witherspoon. Here comes another man off the edge there. And it did completely throw off Stafford there. It didn't just have to throw the ball away. So love that dialed up moment there from the Hawks defensively because you're countering their counter to what you do. It's like you do this, we do that, we do this. It's a really cool little one tit for tat there. But yeah, Mumbles, back to your point on this one again. I think some of this is just coming back from, some of this is just how they're playing us defensively, and that I think that they're willing, as we've seen with some of the ground game, finding some success here at times. That they'll allow you to run the ball in them a little bit with the lighter boxes like us. They're probably maybe one of the more recent teams we've dealt with on our schedule that's willing to run into those light boxes or keep their light boxes. And again, this stuff from a quarterback standpoint, pre-snap wise, is not going to tend to tell you to try to take your shots deep. You're going to tend to see the 2 safeties on the back end with depth. You're probably not getting as much single high safety looks. These are all guesses to what's probably Sam seeing on that back end, but it also aligns up with what we know about how the Rams tend to like to run their system and scheme. Thank you for the donation, man. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 dono. I'd like to see Sam get a few more bootlegs. Me too. I think moving out in space with Sam isn't the worst thing in the world at all. And play action works with him. He does it really well. So well said, man. I think that'd be a great thing to continue to lean on in this game, especially the fact you are having a little bit of success in running the ball. Should do all that much more to keeping those linebackers pulled up and having to commit to stopping the run at the forefront a bit. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for a $5 donation, Jeffrey. I knew that Sam Ball was going to be picked when I saw him lean back on the release. GG's. Not over yet, brother. But yeah, that was not a great throw. That's one where there's throws you make from a Sam's perspective that might get picked where you go, hey, okay, look, that's going to happen over the course of a season and price of doing business sometimes. But yeah, that's one where you got to be a little smarter in those moments from Sam's perspective, especially because he talked about coming into this game, Jeffrey, of how important that was going to be. Now from under center here, we got a pitch play out to Zach Charbonnet. He's got a little bit of something going here and able to fight hard there to turn it into a nice grindy kind of 6-yard run. Looked like he might have actually some nice real space there for a second. But they did a good job of pursuit to hold that down to a 6-yard carry. So yeah, it's the interceptions that are going to occur here and there, tip passes, ball goes off a helmet. That stuff's going to randomly happen. But the ones where you've had time to process on a play, the pressure's around you, you have an escape to get out of the pocket and at least just go run for 3 or 4 yards or just go throw it away. You got to take that option. Game like this. 2nd down and 4. Sam. Ball to Walker here. Walker. Got some room to work with. Walker in the open field. Walker making it hard on him down the field. Nice run by Walker. He finds some space, jets himself up the sideline there for a nice big gain right around midfield. Seahawks get both their tight ends to one side there, and both the tight ends led the way there. Great job of blocking out there. They busted a hole open there on that left side of the Rams defense. I think this is what you got to do here more than the passing of Sam is continue to punish this Rams team in the run game. 1st down and 1, or 1st down and 10. Ball, sorry, not in midfield, I guess 39-yard line. I thought that was a little closer up and not right. Back again to Walker, the same pitch play there. This is only going to go for about a 2 or 3 yard run there. Love the commitment to staying with the run here from the Seahawks perspective, though. Not to mention, get a little bit of control of the time of possession in this game. But this is also where you can go after these Rams, because if you're going to go to the light box like the Rams have attacked us today in this way, if you're going to have a defense that's going to decide to keep it a little bit lighter up there, get downhill on that defense. Don't try to pass into all those bodies on the back end. Get down on the defense. Run the rock on them. 2nd down and 8. Shotgun look here for Seattle. 3 wide plus Arroyo. Sam dropping back to throw. He's going to go up over the top here to Cooper Kupp with an amazing catch down the field. The most easy-going, smoothest one-handed reception you ever going to see. Right up over the top. He just sticks that one arm out. Oh, right here. Oh, right here. Like it wasn't even a high-effort play for the guy. 1st and 10. Walker bouncing around. He's making moves. Creatively works his ass off to get himself about 2.5 yards. Beautiful throw by Sam, too. But what a catch there by Jackson. I mean, just one hand, just like it was nothing. Barely an inconvenience. 2nd down and 8. 4:52 to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks down 6-14 here against this Los Angeles Rams team. Rams starting to bring bodies down on the run game. Walker runs into the pile again. Hard run there by Walker to just sort of carve himself out a 2 or 3 yard gain. Rams starting to take some pre-snap steps to the line of scrimmage, though, from a linebacker standpoint. Safety's coming up a little bit more now than maybe earlier in the game on this. Or maybe they're feeling on this drive, okay, the commitment of the run game, we've got to start to pay attention to a little bit of this now. You can't just drop guys into the back end. So 3rd and 5. Ball at the 27-yard line. Sam dropping back, finds Barner, completed for a 1st down. Big conversion right there. And he's hit him a couple times in the middle of the field. This is where you can attack a Landman who's a real hammer in the run game, but you can get after him as far as in coverage. And you could see there Landman a step slow to get back to Barner in his zone drop. 1st down and 10. I formation look here with a slightly condensed split. Hand off here to Holani. Nice little cut inside. He gets spun around after a gain of about 4 yards. Seahawks would love nothing more than to bleed this clock down and go get a score at the same time if they could do so. Rams have no timeouts here. So that's why this is also a factor on this, as you have a potential from a Kubiak standpoint. It's a tricky game because you want to get the score, but you're also thinking a little bit about that too with this as well. 2nd and 7. Sam going to change the play here. Oots goes in motion prior to the snap. Give is to Charbonnet. Charbonnet tracked from behind there. Poona Ford did a great job of tracking him down from behind. And it will be a very short game, but this will take us to the 2-minute warning. 3rd down and 6. As I would imagine here, Seattle, you got to let this thing run out. Going to have to start in this game, I feel like, with Charbonnet. I think a lot of Charbonnet's runs here, you're thinking you're running inside a lot more here in this game against this Rams lighter front. But, 5 carries, 18 yards. He's averaging 3.6 here. I know Walker's 737 is the 25-yarder, really amps that one, his numbers up there. But might be a game where I run a little bit more with Walker here as we move forward just a bit. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, whatever happens in this game, nothing beats the nearly 4-hour convo between you and Jake last week. Couple of sharp reps of their team. Well, thank you for that, Garth. I love doing what I get to do with Jake and at the roundtable every week. It's a lot of fun over there. We feel like we really got a great chemistry, and those guys are just good dudes on top of it. But it was amazing, man. Yeah, we talked this last week, and a 4-hour conversation goes like this, man. Your eyes blink, and you go, but what? We had 3.5 hours go by, and we could have gone 7, like Jake said, Garth, We could have gone for much longer than that at that point with it. So it was cool. Yeah, very much liked it. But appreciate you, Garth. Thank you for the donations. And we're going to struggle this week, unfortunately, Garth. I can't get a Titans behind any lines guy. I've reached out to a few different channels, and I am not able to get one so far. So it's going to come down to the last hour on that one to see if I can figure out if any Titans channels care anymore. Maybe they've just all checked out for the winter. They're in the holiday season or something, Garth. But thank you, man. I appreciate you. It's good to see you in the house. And yeah, I always love having a chance to chop it up with Jake. Looking forward to we'll get back after it again in a couple of weeks when we do another behind enemy line session when we're playing the Rams at home over on that side. But you're very kind. Very kind, Garth. We got the 2-minute warning coming back to their side. You got 2 minutes. You'd love to get the first and then take this clock all the way down and go get a touchdown. It's probably not going to work out that way, but you would love to be able to pull at that if you could. Jeffrey, thank you for another $2 donation, bro. Appreciate you for all the support so much. When Sam don't set his feet, mistakes always happen. Yeah, him off his back foot is a no-go. I don't really want as much Sam off your back foot. I need he needs to be mechanically, to your point, correct to be getting the ball where it needs to go. And sometimes those feet with pressure can get a little sloppy there on the release because he thinks he can get it pulled off when you can't with that. It's a good point. Shotgun 3rd and 6. Cooper Kupp going in motion here, 3 wide. Hand off into Charbonnet here. Charbonnet is going to be taken down very close to a first down, but this might be barnyard time. Let's see what Seattle does. Well, from Mike's perspective, I can see what he's kind of doing here too, because if you don't get it, you can always. They're going to go for this with Sam in why not do the barnyard here? They're doing the barnyard here. Looks like they got it. Barnyard doors open. Hey, we're going to go get a first down. The barnyard remains open for business. And look at that, Oots. Oots pushing the barnyard doors open, huh? Come on, Oots. Oots, 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 Oots. Let's go. First down, Seahawks. That's a big, big, big get right there. 46 seconds to go in this football game. Sam, up the line of scrimmage. Seattle has all 3 timeouts. Let it run. Let it run. Hand off here to Charbonnet. He bounces around behind the line of scrimmage. Nowhere to go. This play will go in nowhere. And Seattle will need to be calling their first timeout if they let this tick down to probably about 25 seconds. Timeout, 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 timeout. Thank you. Thank you. So bring up 2nd down and goal now. A little chippiness after the play between the Rams and the Seahawks. Seattle, just their first time out of this half. Thank you again, Jeffrey, for all you do on the channel here, man. Appreciate you. Richard Stewardson, thank you for 12 months as a member. It didn't put any note on there, Richard, but thank you for a year of support to the channel. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate it. DeLevy, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel, as well as all of your donations today. You dropped a couple dono drops, but you've done that many times before. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, so 2 plays here. You got everything in your bag if you want to go to it from a Kubiak standpoint. You've really made headway, run the ball in this drive in a major way. You can come out and attack with that. You could just come back with 2 pass plays here as a potential. A lot in the arsenal here for Kubiak to go to. Ball at the 7-yard line. Play action pass. Going to throw this out to JSN. This will be completed for a gain of about 3 yards. And this will bring you down. Timeout, 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 timeout. Getting cute with the clock here, Mike. Get a little key with the clock. All right. One timeout remaining here now. You got yourself a couple yards closer here to get this into almost like about a 3rd and goal from the 3 is where you're going to find this one at. DeLevy, you're awesome though, man. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Richard, thank you for the $5 donation. Says just came back from the restaurant. Nice spicy food. Shocked to see we are losing. We're finding some fight here. I'll say that. Definitely tough opening start here, Richard, but we are finding some fight. 3rd down and goal now. Sam in shotgun. Drops back to throw. He's looking. He's got time. He breaks the pocket. He's still looking. He just throws this away. That's what you got to do, my guy. And you want to find somebody, but nobody was open. Seattle throws it away, and they're going to have to try to take another field goal attempt here. Nice job by the pass protection unit of the Seahawks today here. There's nobody really breaking open there for him. Jason Myers comes out for his 3rd attempt. This will be a 22-yarder. Snap down, kick up, kick good. 9-14. So Richard, yep. I mean, it's we are losing, but there is some fight here from the Seahawks team today, and they're bringing it. They're coming back into this a little bit. Maybe defense able to find a little bit of footing, and I'll tell you what you do like about in this half is that you come out of this half with 18 minutes and 13 seconds of time of possession in the Seattle Seahawks' favor, as opposed to 11 minutes and 47 seconds for the Los Angeles Rams in this game. And that's with the Rams having the ball at the start of the half. So something to pay attention to this, and something Seattle can maybe lean on with this as we go through this game is can you come back and keep your defense fresh, and can you start to maybe tap into this Rams defense a little bit and start getting after them a little bit as far as more runs. 18 runs in that first half, 79 yards, 4.4 yard per carry average, and everybody's kind of chipping in to help out there. So there's some things definitely to build off of this first half. And I know a lot of fans in the chat probably saying we need to get getting touchdowns. But like, look, if you stay pace with this team, you're on the road against a great team. You want to, ideally you'd love to be able to get up on them. You love to, but that's not realistic. What you'd realistically love to do is that you stay close with the team and you get this into the 3rd quarter within 1 score. And right now, Seattle gets the ball after halftime, 9-14. You've put some consistent drives together. You've found balance offensively. The interception by Sam is a tough one, but it's not a backbreaker at this point. You've done enough in this to get yourself in the right position to still, pull this back through. But we knew this was going to be a dogfight on the road. We knew this is a great team in the Rams. Nothing about this was going to be simple or easy. Nothing. Thank you, though, Richard. He also adds with another $2 donation. Richard says, "Come on, Hawks." Appreciate you, man. Come on, Hawks, Richard. Let's get this. Come on. Let's get this thing. Fun first half, man. Not some painful moments there, but we're standing with this team right now. Defenses, we found some answers there. Slobby1, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel. Welcome aboard. Appreciate you, Slobby. I know you've been a member before. Thank you for that support. Jeff Jennings, thank you for the $5 donation. Run game will open up even more in the second half. Yeah, felt like once we kind of found the commitment to it on that drive there, I bet that's going to light bulb a little bit of something for Kubiak. And especially then when you get the counter to what the Rams weren't doing at first on the run game, which is you weren't getting the linebacker steps coming to the line of scrimmage prior to the snap. Started to see that in the run game into that drive there where you're starting to make some headway. And you wonder if maybe the Rams are going to start doing a little bit of that where you amp up a little bit of, we got to defend this run. We got to get after this run. And then now that'll open up more of the stuff on the back end a bit. But I do agree. You found room in this running game. It's been legitimate. You're finding some holes. You're able to move this Rams defense around a little bit, which we knew about. And that this does help us to keep down the passing attempts and their ability and their times to be able to get after us as pass rushers. You're going to force them to not be able to pin their ears back, for instance. It's going to be a big difference in this game from even the game last year when we played with the Rams, especially that first game when they were actually playing all their starters and everything. Yeah, well said, Jeff. I agree with you. I think we're going to definitely be able to, as long as we can stay with the commitment to it here in the second half, we should be able to find some more yards there. And especially you get in the depths of the third quarter and you're able to take control of this time of possession and you're able to get these rushing attempts up to 35, 40 in this game. I really feel like that's going to take us a long way to going and getting this win because it means a lot of other cascading things down from it. They're not able to get as much after the pass rush. You're getting first down conversions. You're moving the chains. I think if you do that, you can come out of this with the dub. JRD 243, thank you for 8 months as a Hawks Nest member. Just need better tackling. Offense get rolling. We have a path to victory. Just play smart. Indeed. Yeah, you need some better tackling in this game. A couple of spots there, especially the big run that was given up to Kyron Williams, a 34-yard run that he had. You got to get the tackling a little bit in better toe, and that'll go a long way. I think Mike get a little round on the play calling too in this one. First half, I think open up the game there. Rams offensively really had some answers for you defensively. We'll see what Mike might have in the second half to kind of adjust to that a little bit. Certainly, this is a big part of the helping hand of the offense in this half of controlling the ball and getting some drives moving, even if it's not touchdowns, of giving the defense more time there to kind of, okay, let's turn this over. How do we got to get this fixed up with what they're doing and how they're attacking us? Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation, Garth. Appreciate you for that, brother. Says you got to get someone to pretend to be a Titans content creator. Mark Sanchez could wear a Titans hat and complain about Vrabel being fired for an HR. HR violation. I might have to recruit one of my fellow Seahawks nesters out there to come in the chat and be my behind enemy lines guy for the Titans because that fan base is checked out. They're like, yeah, we're good. Maybe next year. We don't even have a coach yet. We don't even have a coach. What do you want us to do? Good thinking, Garth. I'm going to have to get creative with this one, man. Keon Lund, thank you for another $5, man. Appreciate all of your support. No matter how this drive ends up, that was a big boy drive. Amen. I would love to get the touchdown there. No doubt about that. But it's also, hey, control the clock. You pulled all of the time away. You basically punished the Rams for having used their timeouts there, where you were able to steal away a possession there in that moment by also getting those 3 points. That's a big, big part of that, of not just doing one thing, but the other thing there with it. And then you took control at the line of scrimmage a little bit on that drive. Yeah, I really liked what I was seeing from the team there. Seems like Sam's settling down a little bit as well. Love Sam even on the roll out there at the end where it's third down. You don't force it. Throw it away, take the 3 points, manage this game a little bit. This is an okay game to operate from a little bit more of that mode and approach at times. Agreed. Love the optimism here too as well. DeLevy, thank you for another $5. Man, let's go, DeLevy. Says me sitting here looking sadly at my untouched six-pack. Common Hawks. Come on, Hawks, get in the end zone so I can crack a brew. Oh man, field goals don't get it done, huh? You should be at least able to take a sip for a field goal. Maybe not a full gulp, but kind of like like one of those. That feels like that's allowed for a field goal, at least, to Levy. Let's get a tutty right off the halftime rip, huh? Let's set the tone here off the halftime with a nice 13 play, 9 rushes. Just downhill 4 yards every play kind of drive, take a stranglehold of this time of possession. That working for everybody else? Bet. Thank you for that, DeLevy. Appreciate you, man. Jeff Jennings, thanks for the $5. Rams are a good team. Hawks have to learn to win the big ones. Have some faith. That's right, man. These are things that you, as a young team, third youngest team in the NFL, it's not an excuse, and that's maybe how it kind of comes off as it is that, you don't win, and you're just giving an excuse that they shouldn't have done it. No, it's about where you're at from a team standpoint. Where are the Niners at? The window's just about shutting this year, right? The Super Bowl window, the 7-8 year run they've had, just about shutting. Are the Rams in the beginning of a run, or are they kind of nearing into that end of that run too as well from a team concept? They brought some decent young players in, like your Jared Verses through the last couple of years, and some good offensive linemen, Avilia. But at the same point in time, this is also I think, more of an aged roster, especially in more important positions, quarterback, wide receiver. Um, so we're getting to that stage of things, and it is a developmental path for a team. It's a developmental path for a coaching staff. It's a learning process to get there and figure out how to do it, how to reach that rarefied air. And few teams get there, which just goes to show you how hard it is to get there. It's not just a matter of want and will to do it, but that you got to work at it and keep chipping away, and then hopefully you do break through. Got to have the faith, like you say, Jeff. I agree. Well said on your part, man. Catch, thank you for the $2 donation. Let me get my thing back up here. Catch says, just didn't look prepared or awake. Still time, though. Definitely a little bit off, got caught a little bit off guard. It felt like they were a little bit, I don't know if it was ready to play. It just kind of felt like to me that they had a little bit of your number on both sides of the ball there to start off. Like they had a little bit of anticipation about what you were going to do, and that's what you did. And now you made some adjustments around that then from both sides of the ball a little bit. But yeah, it did kind of feel a little bit about that. But long NFL game, plenty of time on this one. Plenty of time. Ski Nation, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, we are keeping the ball out of Stafford's hands. That's right. Stafford, 13 attempts in that first half. And that's not because they ran the ball 25 times. They only had 11 rushing attempts. They only had 24 total plays in that first half. So you're doing this is part of the page of what you want to do with this football team, and you want to make sure that we're, limiting how much their offense is out there doing us damage. We're going to control the clock. We're going to control the flow of the game. I think there is a little bit of that in this half where you were able to do that despite not necessarily coming out of it with the lead. Charles Harrison, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, why don't you think they've used Shaheed yet? Well, he's got one target attempt in this game. And it was thrown a little bit behind him. So he didn't have as much of a chance to go get it. He's got one rushing attempt for 2 yards in the first half. Outside of that, you have 15 passing attempts in that first half. So I think some of this is that we come back to it being a little bit of, again, that low volume passing approach at the forefront of this. Is not the end all be all explanation, Charles, but it's a big chunk of it, to where you're just not throwing the ball enough to give a lot of guys a lot of targets and touches. Puka Nakua's got one catch for 10 yards in this first half of the Rams, partly because they only have 13 targets with 13 attempts with Matt Stafford. So, when kind of like the last couple of games, you're throwing at a low volume attempt, and then you have one particular receiver taking up a pretty big target share of those passing volume attempts. It's not going to leave a lot of other meat on the bone for other players. And then there's the other aspect of this just being Charles. He's new to the team, still kind of picking up all the nuances of this offense. He's familiar with the playbook, but chemistry with Sam Darnold, like we saw in that one throw where the timing just wasn't quite in sync yet. I think if you have that guy like Shaheed through all training camp or whatnot, you probably complete that kind of pass. It's just that you're just still kind of learning from Sam's perspective how he runs that route and the timing of when he's going to arrive at a certain spot. So you have 16 attempts in the first half. One of those goes to Shaheed. Then you've got 6 of the targets go to JSN. That only leaves Charles 9 targets left at that point. From even for a half, you basically controlled the ball and had it for a lot of it. So it's just kind of what goes on here with it. And I do think Shaheed's going to make his impact, but I don't think it's a game-by-game situation, as it's more of a moment-by-moment or a game here, and then a couple games later, a game here. You feel really that big impact coming in. It's going to be more, I think, kind of peppered in more than it's going to be something that's just leaned into wholly. Slobby1, thank you for the $2 donation. Guys, he's getting Taylor Lewan on the show, laughing out loud. Yeah, maybe that's who I should reach out to. I bet he'd at least respond. It's tough, man. I've reached out a couple. It's crickets out there, and most places will respond. Most of these channels are good at responding. Thank you, though, Slobby. Richard Stewartson, thanks for the $2 donation. Where is Pumpkin Lucky Cat? Pumpkin Lucky Cat is she's been out free flowing around. She's been harder to pin down lately on the live streams. She's just been running about the house, enjoying herself. So I don't know. I got to get a different cat tree too, I think, Richard. She's not liking this tree. I got this new one somewhat recently, and it's been kind of a fail for both of them. So I think I'm gonna have to get like a big one or something that fits more to her liking, I suppose. We'll get her on the stream today at some point. We gotta get that orange cat luck brought into play. Megan, thank you for another $5 donation. Time to break out the Hawks Nest coffee mugs as I feel a migraine coming on. Ooh, yeah. Hawks Nest coffee mugs. You can find them right now in my store. They actually allegedly alleviate migraines. Something about the power of the cup and fandom mixed together. I don't know. It's science. It's science. Appreciate you, Megan. Hope that headache subdues. Jeff, thank you for the $2 donation. Olu's been a bit meh. Bummed about that. Yeah, it's always hard for me on that, Jeff, with doing the play-by-play. Because I'm just right on the ball. I can't as much concentrate into the line and see what's going down in there. But I mean, at least I think from the standpoint, look, you ran I can't speak to Olu on this, but from an offensive line standpoint, first half, no quarterback hits, no quarterback sacks on 16 dropbacks against this very, very, very good pass rush of the Rams. I think that's a hell of a day. But I can't speak to whether that's Olu or we'll have to see with him on the film with that. Second half kickoff here. We'll go back into the end zone where the Seattle will down it. So Rams want no part of Shaheed. They're just going to allow us to have the ball at the 35-yard line in this game, seemingly all game, which is a very nice feather in the cap, the Seahawks, and what that brings to them. So I'll have to take a look at that. But that's disappointing to hear. If that's what you're kind of seeing, Jeff, I'll definitely take your word for it too. But you like the performance of the first half of the line. Feel good about them. I mean, if you had that first half where you eliminate that interception, you just punt, and we may very well have had the lead in that first half, all things being considered. So run the ball well, keeping Sam clean, liking that part. All right, Sam comes out here in an empty look on 1st and 10 now. Thank you, Jeff, for all your donos today, bro. I appreciate you. Dropping back to pass. Sam looking. It's going to throw this kind of away there. Play looked a little bit gross there right from the jump. Okay, come right out with a pass here, huh? Walker in the backfield. 2 tight end look. Rams look like they're loading up for it. Walker able to run around. He's got Sam out in front. Sam tries to lay a block. Doesn't really work. Walker able to magnificently run for 1 yard. Play calling now. Oh, Jared Verse is down here for the Rams. He's up and limping off the field here. He looks like he's going to be okay. Third and 9. Kind of predictable come back that run there on 2nd down from a Hawk perspective. Come on, Sam. 3 wide here. Dropping back to throw. Hit as he throws. This ball's going to be picked off. Ball's interception on a comeback route. And the play calling was ass on that drive. Horrible throw by Sam, but he's also got a guy right in his face running a stunt because Bradford can't pick up a stunt for his life. Well, this is not good. Play calling coming out of the half was just dumb as hell, man. Seems like the offense has nobody else to go to other than Jackson Smith. Throw out here to the flat. Stafford will just dirt this. Just doesn't seem like he's staring down receivers today. We're getting kind of the not the best of Darnold here. They're staring receivers down and he's getting hyper fixated over onto JSN. So you got Barner with a couple catches, but otherwise, like Kupp's got 2 targets. He doesn't seem to have any faith in him or Shaheed in this to even try to even go their way with it. It's hard to just live to one receiver, you know. Second down 10. Stafford and shotgun. 4 wide. 5 men up in the line of scrimmage for the Seahawks. They drop out of it into 4. Pressure mounting here. Completes it to Puka Nacua. Pakua. Fumble! Ball picked up by Drake Thomas. Drake Thomas is up with it, and he's running. He's finally cut down. That's the way defense. Big play, big moment. Kobe Bryant coming in there. Rips it free with a Peanut Tillman punch from Puka Nacua, clean as it gets. Drake Thomas able to pick it up and run it back. Wow. Let's go. Big time play by Kobe Bryant. Came in with that. He did it in his rookie year. If you guys remember, rookie season, Kobe, I think he had 5 forced fumbles where he's really mastered that. It's a very hard deal for most players to master that knockout punch. You know, it's a timing, it's accuracy, and you got to hit the receiver at times, or the player with the ball carrier who doesn't see it coming, so they're kind of looking the other way, and then you just come the other side and knock it out. But a brilliant play there by Kobe. That was going to be a 3rd and short, 3rd and very makeable for the Rams, not to mention the chance for them to go up by 2 scores in this football game. $13:56 to go here. Seahawks down 9-14. Sam throws an interception to start out the half. You get a fumble back on the next possession back on the 49ers. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. It says the leader mug helps deal with migraine due to the 6-shot espresso. Yeah, I do the same thing at times, Megan. I do too much coffee, not enough water. I always got to remember the water factor. I'll go coffee deep, and I forget you got to balance that thing off. That headache's a coming. 6-shot espresso. That's my speed right there. That's definitely my speed, Megan. Let's go. Thank you. Appreciate you. Garth, thank you as well. Another $5. Very kind, man. Says maybe try Jeff Fisher for a Titan stream. Mostly talk Houston Oilers though. Jeff would be a fun get. You know, he's got some stories, Garth. You know, that man's got some things loaded up in the hopper. He could tell. Jeff would be fun. He'd be a good get. I'm going to have to figure something out with this Titans thing. I don't know what I'm going to do. It's a guessing game right now. Charles Harrison, thank you for the $2 donation. No note in there, just the don't know. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Kobe almost popped that out and grabbed the fumble in his hand at the same time. That was badass. Sam under center here now, 1st and 10. Boots goes in motion here. Hand off to Walker. See, this is more like it. That's what I would have liked to see on the first down coming out of half. Like, ground game got going that first half. Let's keep that going. 3-yard run, but positive play. It's the kind of stuff that gets you out of the freaking 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9s. Which is just where you do not want to be with this defense. Thank you, Richard, for the $1.50 super sticker, man. Very kind of you. Sam, back under center here, 2nd down and 7. 3 wide look here. Play action by Sam. Stops his rollout, comes back underneath here. Finds Rashid Shaheed. Let's go. That away. 1st down to Shaheed. Nice intermediate route down there. We're talking the first half. The rollouts with Sam are pretty nice. We like those. Got a nice little space there in the zone coverage of the Rams. 1st down and 10. Sam back in shotgun here. Dropping back to throw. Under pressure. Under pressure. He's got it to Barner. Barner keeps his feet, falls forward for a nice gain. Boy, was I nervous there. Able to escape danger was Darnold. And then get out, break outside the pocket, and find Barner free. He had Walker out there in space, too. Could have picked his poison. Charles Cross doing a good job there. Zabel, nice staying with it. Zabel looked like he was going to give up a pressure there, but just stayed with it. And rode him out of the pocket to allow Sam to be able to find Barner out in space. 1st and 10. Seattle down to the 29-yard line into Rams territory. Hand off here to Walker. Running outside zone here. He gets tripped up. Still, another nice 3-yard gain here. I know first down runs are very hyper conservative and hyper predictable at times, but it does feel like it's more of that the Rams get into that. We're bringing down the extra guys when you get into the 2nd and 10, like they're anticipating more of the run into those moments. And maybe you can kind of force them to play a little more straight up when you get them into kind of the 2nd and 7 sort of situations. Second down and 8. Sam in shotgun. Hand off to Walker. Walker bouncing through traffic, able to dive forward a couple yards short of the first down, but a nice little carry there. This may very well be 2-down territory. I got to feel like probably the analytics here tell you field goal takes you to 12. Maybe you still go with field goal here to kind of just keep chipping away. But I wonder if Mike's thinking here and telling Kubiak here, you got 2 downs, brother. 10:37 to go in third quarter. Seahawks down 9-14. 2 of 7 on third down conversions today. Sam up at the line of scrimmage. Heavy front from the Rams. They're anticipating run. Run is what it will be. Walker, space to work with. Bodies down the ground. First down, Seahawks. Nice hole opened up there for Walker. Tight ends and Oots down there. Oots did just enough on his block. Curl slid off it, but slid to the inside, so he had to kind of work to get back out to Walker, and Walker was already through the hole by the time that he did. Sometimes you don't have to land the block for a long time, just for enough time. First down and 10. Ball at the 15-yard line here. 2 tight end look here for the Seahawks. Hand off again to Walker. Walker bounces it outside here. Bounces it back inside. Gets to the edge, and we've got ourselves a flag, but a touchdown. Damn it. Holding on Seattle. Collar up the tight end is who they're going to hit here. Yep. Good call. Good call. Hands are up on the shoulder. Running back breaks past him. You keep your hands pulled up on the shoulder. That's a hold. You can't. That literally is what's freeing him up to go get the touchdown. First down and 10. Empty look. Sam drops back to pass. He's looking to go up over the top. Oh, Forbes able to knock it away just at the last second. He had Shaheed in the back of the end zone. Sam made a good throw here. If he put a little more out in front, the ball just gets a little bit back to him here. If he puts it a little more out in front, he's got him there. It just gets back, a little bit too far back there by Sam. Allows Forbes to just get up and put a little paw on that. Forbes, good length. You want that in the back of the end zone if you can from a Sam perspective on that throw. Second down and 20. Shaheed, orbit motion prior to the snap. Play action pass. Sam comes back to Barner on a screenplay. Barner, a little bit of space to work with. Able to get his way up the field a little bit here. Probably about an 8-yard gain. So this will still bring up third and very long. They'll give him 9. You got to be careful in this situation from a Darnold perspective. 3rd and 11. There's a real drive here to just go make a play. Kind of no matter what, go make a play. But yeah, I think you got to be careful here. 3rd and 11. 3 wide receiver look. 2 safety high look from the Rams. Just a 4-man front. They're going to drop everybody into coverage. Sam drops back to throw here. Throws it out to Barnard. Barnard pulled down on the ground there for a short gain. You're kind of caught in the pickle there on being just in a 3rd and long there as far as not a lot of options, not a lot of space to work with. Got to take what you can get there. Make it a little bit of an easier kick. Fourth and 6 here. Seahawks will set up for a field goal attempt. 29-yarder here for Jason Myers. He is 3 of 3 on the day so far. Snap, hold down, kick up, right through the middle of the uprights. Seahawks inch closer. Clawing and scratching. You claw and you scratch and you fight. Every inch. But another nice drive by the Seahawks offense, albeit missing a touchdown on the other end of it. You still do come out of this with more points. You still get a little closer on this. We're right in this thing. Right in this thing. Thank you again, Richard, for the $1.50 donation. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation. Is it me, or does anybody else get mad, irritated listening to Greg Olsen while I watch the Seahawks play? No, it's not just you, DJ. There's a few fans that have definitely mentioned to me that they don't love Greg Olsen's play-by-play. There's some that kind of do, I guess, a little bit too. I've always wondered if he has a little bit of he's always had some kind of, at times, weird bone. He seems to be quasi-picking with the Hawks organization with kind of his time there, but I can't say that for sure with him. He does tend to be polarizing. There are people who really like him, and those that don't are, really out on him, DJ. Thank you for the donation, though, man. Appreciate you. Richard said, thank you for the $2 dono. Says, love the Hawks. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Love them Hawks. Let's go, Richard. Thank you for the $2 dono. Keon Lund, thank you for all of your support today, man. I appreciate you. Dropping a $5. Says, same. Have given the team, Saman has given the ball at the 40 or, okay. Sam has given teams the ball at the 40 or less 5 times in just over 4 quarters. I think you're saying Sam. I think you're saying Sam. Given the ball as I've given. I'm not totally sure what you might be saying there, Keon. Something got chopped up, man, on it. Sam. I think you were saying Sam has given the teams the ball at the 40 or less 5 times in just over 4 quarters. Oh, so he's been given the short field on the defense too many times, Keon, I think is what you're saying. Yeah, way too often. And these interceptions are kind of getting a little bit worse with time, to be quite honest with you. These kind of picks are tough to kind of excuse. He knew coming into this, and Sam talked about it coming into this, that protecting the ball, taking care of the ball, being aware of when he's got to kind of throw it away at times here. You got to have that a little bit more at your forefront. You want that spirit of a guy to be a playmaker and try to fit things in. And he's a guy that has the arm talent to fit tight throws in. But you also have to be careful with this team in this kind of game, because it can be the difference in winning or losing. And so far in this game, as you're down 12-14, I've lost that turnover battle a little bit. And that does kind of loom over the top of this game so far, down 2-1 as it is. Maybe the defense can kind of even this up and make it all null and void there, Keon, but great point on your part. All right, here's the kickoff now. This will go back to the 1-yard line, where it'll be taken up by Blake Corum. He comes up and he's going to be captured by Cody White and dropped to the ground there at the 22-yard line. Nice job by Cody. Fire Poet, thank you for the $2 donation. Can't protect Sam. He will get picked. He will get picked to go Rams. Can't protect for Sam. He will get picked. Go Rams. Oh, go Rams. Sorry, Fire Power. You're saying go Rams. Yeah, I mean, he's getting protection today, too. That's where you can't even, to me, come back and fall upon the fact he hasn't. The Byron Young one was the one time they've got the one quarterback hit in this game, and he flicked an interception, but you drop back 20, 22 times in a game. One quarterback hits pretty good from your offensive line. You're going to have to kind of deal with that as a QB. 1st and 10, pressure-based look here from the Seahawks. They come right after Sam here on 1st down, and he throws it over to Puka for a short little 7 or 8 yard gain, a little stop route. Puka there with the ball skills again, just able to drape. Josh Job's out on the field for the Hawks right now. Witherspoon out there, so Woolen not on the field here at the moment. More pressure down the face. Did he catch that? They're saying Puka Nacua caught that ball. Fade ball down the other side of the end zone, going to Josh Jobe again, and they hit it there to Puka. Beautiful catch by Puka Nacua. It's legit. Great grab. First down and 10. Rams quickly almost up to midfield here. Going out with their 13 personnel. 3 tight ends. Seattle counters the lighter box here. They're going to run here. Seattle's all over that. Boy, Mafe off the edge. Nicely done. Seattle sensed the Rams are going to attack that lighter box. And those guys amped it up for that run game there. Boy, Mafe just cat quick. Jumped on. He got right around. They tried a crackback block there with Higbee, and Mafe jumped right around to go make the play. Second down, 13. Seahawks showing a 5-man blitz, drop out of it. Stafford throws it kind of wonky and late to his left, and he ends up just kind of dirting it up over there. Marcus Lawrence bringing the pressure on that play, and you've got the Rams in a very key 3rd and 13 here now. Come on, defense. Let's see if Mike McDonald dials something up here. You don't want to blitz Stafford. But at the same point in time, this is bread and butter city, usually what Mike will do on these. And he is showing a 5-man look here. Ernest Jones standing in the B gap. Drake's going to blitz, it looks like. He's coming. Pressure's mounting. Stafford back shoulder throw. Finds Devontae Adams, but the ball is dropped by Devontae Adams. Wow. Second big drop of the game for Devontae Adams. Stafford made a very nice throw, it looked like. He takes a hit from Leonard Williams. Stands in there tall. Excuse me. This will be a punt by the Rams. I think this is their first punt of the day. Oh, shit. Did we just knock down the punter? Oh, I don't see it being called. Shaheed brings this back on a nice little return. Stafford couldn't make a perfect throw because Leonard Williams was coming bearing down on him, but all the same on that play, even as he was bearing down on him, he put a pretty good throw up there for Devontae. Devontae had to climb the ladder to go get it, and it's a little bit behind Devontae, but we've seen him make that catch many times before in his career. You do wonder on a couple of these uncustomary drops for Adams if maybe that oblique, you can fight through it, you can be tough, maybe even got a little bit of the shot, a little bit of that Toradol goodiness, but if he hasn't, you're trying to reach up at times, and that oblique's probably catching. It's hard not to have it impact you a little bit, even if you are super tough about it. But defense with a big stop there, gets the ball back to the offense, and I'll be right back. 1 second. Got ourselves a game, folks. Got ourselves a game here. As advertised, huh? JRD, thank you for the $5 donation. This is exactly how we lost week 1 to the 49ers. JSN, only guy on the field, it seems. Yeah, you can't get hyper concentrating on that, right? You're right. I think that someone else mentioned that there were some shades in this game of kind of the Niners game to start things out too. And you love how JSN's gone off and he's having another good day here today, but yeah, you've got to work the other elements of this offense. And Barner, 7 targets, 7 catches in this game, 50 yards. You continue to go after these inside linebackers and attack them in coverage. Landman is not a good coverage guy. He can tackle. He's got 5 tackles today. He's good in the run game, but I think you get after him there. And, which is good that last drive. I think that's nice, JRDs. I think we're seeing some of that adjustment in there. That wasn't as much of a drive concentrate on JSN. You have Shaheed with the 1 catch to the one side, Barner with a couple of catches. You got the attempt to try to throw down the sideline to Shaheed on the 9 route in the back of the end zone. So maybe they're starting to kind of recognize some of this a little bit on that and see we're getting a little bit too fixated here. Let's move this around, especially in Sam's ear in that way. Well said, though, JRD. First and 10 for Sam and company here. 2 tight end look from the Seahawks. Charbonnet in the backfield. Play action pass. Sam. A little bit of pressure. Back that man, Barner. Another catch. A little bit of a fumble. He's able to grab it, reel it back in. It'll be a nice play on his hands. 5:36 to go here in the third quarter. Things starting to get nervous. Seattle Seahawks have taken a pretty good command of this time of possession and something to maybe monitor and track here if they can especially get a nice another consistent drive here is the potential of starting to maybe wear down a little bit of this Rams defense if they can. 2nd down and 3. Sam under center again. Hand off here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet runs into a wall of defenders, and he might be just a little bit short of the first down. 3rd and 1. And then we got Barnyard time. Open them barnyard doors up. All right, barnyard in there. It's a long yard he's got to get here. It's a long barnyard. I don't know if he got it, folks. I think he's a little short. On that one. A little too far to go. He might have actually almost lost a half yard there on that play. Why were our guys running routes? Interesting. Damn. Great defensive stop. Defense is stepping up here a bit in the second half. You're going to have to punt it here. You're in your own possession. You'd love to go for it on 4th down. If you're on the other side of the 50, you'd probably go for it here, but it's a little too risky here. Dixon will try to flip field possession here for Seattle. This punt will go all the way to the 13-yard line where it'll be fair caught there by Kyron Williams, and the Rams will take over with the long field and the lead 14-12. Charles Harrison, thank you for the $5 donation. Charles, he says, why are there so many Sam haters on this podcast? I'm sure they're just frustrated with a couple of the bad throws in this game that stand out for people, Charles. So it's maybe a little bit there. I don't know. Most of the time, the folks on my channel in the chat, for the most part, have been loving Sam this year so far. So it's not this is probably, one of the tougher games that he's had. He's playing against one of the tougher defenses in the sport. That's going to happen against a really, really good defense. And, I think those two turnovers and understanding, I think in this game too, that just so much of this game comes down to you protecting the ball as much as you being successful offensively and getting the job done. And, putting offenses like the Rams on short fields and giving those opportunities is, something coming into this game you want to almost avoid at all costs. So to have it happen kind of 2 times over in a big game like this is tough. But I think for the most part, people are pretty pro Sam in the fandom on that side. This was a big game though, and how he was going to perform against this particular team that was going to, I think, whether it's fair or not, was, going to weigh in on their mind a little bit more bigger. But at the end of the day, it's one game. It's not, and I don't think the Rams necessarily just have his number or anything. Just a couple of bad decisions in the moment there that you'd like to have back, that's for sure. Thank you, though, Charles. Probably just seems more louder on game day with that type of stuff, People are in their emotions and whatnot. They're just talking stuff a lot of times. Yeah, thank you for the $2 donation. Rams D is wearing down. Well, indeed, when you look at the time of possession right now, you got 27 minutes and 12 seconds for the Seattle Seahawks in time of possession to 14 minutes and 16 seconds for the Los Angeles Rams. So there is a bit of a disparity here. And would have been nice to get a couple first downs there to keep that going on that front. But with the Rams right now, they would love nothing more here than to take back control of this clock a bit and give their defense a little bit of that blow here with a long field to go. So let's see if we can find some answers here again on this Rams offense, and so the D can continue to kind of work some things here, Jeff. But yeah, I feel like you kind of got them a little bit close. They're maybe not quite there, but you've got them maybe on the edge of being able to break through there. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation. Thank God Jason Myers has been on point with his kicks. We need him in this game. Indeed, this one might come down to one final Myers kick before it's all said and done, huh, DJ? Go Hawks, man. And yeah, good job on him, especially that 57-yarder. That's no easy kick. 13 personnel here for the Rams to start this out, 1st and 10. Hand off into Kyron. He'll be cut down after a gain of about 3 yards there, 3 or 4 yards. We'll give him 4. Rams have gotten a little bit more pass happy into the second half. Let's see if they start to go back to a little bit more of the running game. Usually they're a team that stays pretty solidly with their 2 feet on the ground when it comes to staying committed to running the ball. But Kyron with only 7 rushes in this game so far to the 19 passing attempts to Stafford. 2nd down and 6. False start there by the Rams. Colby Parkinson. But thank God for DJ. Thank God for Jason Myers. He's having a hell of a day here so far, and that 57-yarder might loom really, really large in this game when we get down the home stretch, especially. Every point will count in this one, I have a feeling. Appreciate you. We got 1,300 people in the chat here tonight. Please, if you guys could for me, hit that like button. Sub on up if you get a chance here to the Hawks Nest. It is free, and I do sincerely appreciate it. 2nd down and 11. 2:37 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Hawks down 14-12. Rams with a quick snap. And another conversion there to Puka Nacua. Puka and Stafford connection starting to heat up. First and 10. Stafford dropping back to pass. Nice coverage by Josh Jobe. He is all over Puka Nacua. Gets his hand in there and knocks that free. Nice anticipation defensively there. They got on top of that route. Second down 10. Eamon threatening a blitz off the edge here. He's coming. Davante Adams wants a penalty. He's looking for it. He's not going to get it. Seahawks completely destroyed that play. Stafford wanted to go to one spot there, and everything just got annihilated there at the line. And this way he tried to come back to Davante Adams late on a drag. He's trying to hit his tight end here, but Eamon eliminates the tight end with a chuck. He kind of holds up the tight end, legally speaking. 3rd down and 10 here. Come on, Hawks. 6-man pressure look here. Stafford checking his play call here. He's going to bring his tight end in. And we got double zeros. That should be a delay of game call, but I guess they're going to call a timeout. Ernest Jones was freaking out over there screaming for the delay of game call. They're going to give the Rams their first time out here. All right, so Seattle gets a little bit of time to think about what they're going to do here. Let's see if they come back with that same stacked box, or if you see maybe Mike here go, all right, I showed him the stacked box on 3rd and 10. Now they're going to anticipate in the play calling. We're coming back with that same stacked box. Now I'm going to come back with a 4-man front. So it kind of looks like a 4-man frontish here at the front here. Like Jones is maybe going to be down there as kind of a 5th guy, but it's a little bit of a different look than the prior one. Stafford, a quick snap here, and we're going to get another flag. Looks like maybe a false start by the Rams offense. Now we'll drive them back another 5 yards here. Let's go. Rob Havenstein with a false start. Third and 15. Seahawks showing a blitz. They're bringing the blitz. They throw it out on a bubble screen here. And he stopped just short. Whew, that was close. They almost got that converted with Puka. We do have a flag on the play, though. They might go for this. Man, you gave up too many yards on that 3rd down and 15. God, 14 yards. You just can't get him tackled, man. He had about a 5-yard leap there where you had him down. You could have made this into a 4th and 6. Oh, they're going to punt. Thank God. Watch for the fake. Watch for the fake. Watch for the fake. Watch for the fake. All right. There we go. Wow. I thought McVay was going to go for that there. This kick's going to go out of bounds. Looked like they were thinking about it. Boy. Great stop by the defense, though. What a job they've done in the second half. Not a single point given up as we've got a couple possessions of the Rams here. The offense getting 3 points here to start off, but what a job, defensively speaking, here today by this D. It started out a little bit rocky, but they have righted the ship. Righted it. I want to give a shout out to the sponsor of this show, if I may, and that is going to be Sleeper. Sleeper is the #1 app running in the game right now. Got to be utilizing this app, I'm telling you. It's got more picks, just more variety of picks than you tend to see on these other apps, more options and stuff that you can go through. And I love it because I'm the over-under guy, but you can get into the daily fantasy, weekly fantasy. You can mix your basketball and baseball picks. You know, you think you got that extra knowledge and you think you know game, you think you know sports. Well, go put that knowledge to use. Go make yourself some money out there using the Sleeper app today. Because right now they'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. So $100 from me to you when you use my code NEST. That's Nest. But wait, there's more. Because you can also get a $20, no deposit needed, no code needed. Just create a login and they will give you $20 into your hip pocket, into the account, just for creating a login today. But please do utilize Sleeper. As you can see, here were my picks here before the game. I had Cooper Kupp at 29.5 yards. That one's not looking great. But I had Tyler Higbee over 20.5 yards. We've got him beating that one out. Kyron Williams over 59.5 yards. He's getting that one too. So I'm looking okay today here on this one. If Kupp can just come in with a couple of catches, we'll bring this one in down the home stretch. But a big shout out to Sleeper. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details and use my code today. It is now opening up in the state of Washington and being able to be utilized in that way. I know there's been some limitations in the past on that, but now it is opening up for full use. So please do utilize Sleeper today and get yourself a little bit of some freebie money in your pocket on that. Earn yourself some money on top of it. All right. Let's see how this thing goes down. We got 1 minute and 22 seconds in the third quarter. Seattle with decent field possession. We're not super deep into the back of our own end zone kind of thing. We're in an okay spot. War Chief, thank you for the $5 donation, War Chief. It's good to see you in the house, brother. Says, aloha, Hawks Nest. Aloha, brother. Says, over here at the homestead on the beach, watching the game with my dad and my little girls. It's close. We got this. Go Hawks. It's close. We're where we want to be. I said, get into the fourth quarter, have an opportunity. You're seemingly kind of set up for this chance here right now. Sam under center. 1st and 10. 2 tight end look here for Seattle. Play action pass. Sam dropping back. Got to get rid of it. Pressure bearing down upon him. Out to Cooper Kupp. Kind of was trying to throw Kupp open on that one. We got a flag on the play. He sort of threw it to the outside shoulder of Kupp. Kupp was almost looking like he was expecting it to the inside shoulder deep. And this is going to be another hold on Seattle here, offensive line-wise. Looks like Anthony Bradford's going to get hit here. Looks like he's matched up on Braden Fisk on this play. I mean, that's ticky-tack as hell. That's very ticky-tack on Bradford right there. He just threw him to the ground, and that's him just being bigger and badder than Fisk than anything else. All right, Sam dropping back to throw. Another interception. Oh. 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 First and 10 for the Rams all the way down at the 25-yard line. Play action pass. Opened up here to winning him. Short gain for him. Thank you, War Chief, for the $5, man. I hope you and the girls and dad are having a good day out on the beach. Appreciate you. Second down and 1 for the Rams at the 16-yard line here. Hand off to Kyron. Kyron captured up there, and he will be brought down. Good job by Leonard Williams, Drake Thomas, to bring him down short of the first down. Jeff Jennings says, keep beating G on this D. They will break. Odd a little bit again, too, coming down first down passing again from a Seahawks perspective. They've almost been at times a little bit. I don't understand the pass happy nature and approach to what they're doing at times here today when the run game does really feel like it is kind of working a bit. I know it's not like lighting the world on fire, and that will be the last play of the third quarter, by the way. That'll take us to the fourth quarter. So we'll bring up a third and very short for the Rams. But yeah, Jeff, we're on the same page. I think you and me on this one today coming this game. I would have had a lot more of a run-heavy approach to this game, especially all the games this year that we were run-heavy. I don't know that this would have been the game against the Rams. I would have looked to have passed so often and that's the methodology of approach. They're dropping guys into coverage. They're going with the lighter box. The way you want to deal with that is to run into that light box. The way to not deal with that is to throw it into the teeth of the coverage. But that seems to be a bit of our approach today, offensively speaking, which has been odd to see and hard to explain. JRD, thank you for the $2 donation. Every time AJ has a good game, he fumbles once. He definitely works hard after the catch like those tight ends will tend to do, and that can sometimes lead to those guys ripping and tearing at it and getting it pulled free versus kind of sometimes getting to the ground. That's for sure. Luckily, he does tend to get him back, I feel like. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation. Peter, fought like hell to open up a night shift for my crew on this job site. Now I'm missing the game. You're all I got, Hawks Nest. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for that, Peter. Sorry you were, if I had opened up a night shift from a crew on this job site and I'm missing the game, I'm sorry for that, man. That sucks. Well, hopefully, or at least you're getting paid well. If you got to miss the game to be on a job site today, hopefully you're getting a little bit of something in your back pocket for it. But go Hawks, bro. And I will try to keep you in on the action here as we head down this home stretch of this fourth quarter and see what our Seahawks can or can't do here. Appreciate you, Peter. Thank you for the $5, man. Very kind of you. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $5 donation. 63 defensive plays. That's all we need from the Rams D. That's the famous number of how many a D can play before it's being too much. Go Hawks. You're on the pathway to getting there. 50 plays right now, and you probably get close to that mark. The thing is, last two drives especially, you just offense has gone very cold, and the play calling has gone very weird by Kubiak here. So yeah, I'm. That's definitely a place where I think you're giving the Rams a little bit of chance to catch back their breath here, defensively speaking, a bit on the last couple of drives, just with some of the struggles there. All right, 3rd down and 1 for the Rams. Stafford under center here. Outside zone run to Kyron Williams. He's going to get the first down and more. Jones able to bring him down to the ground finally, but not before he gets a nice gain. Thank you, Michael, for the $5 donation. Another $2 donation with Michael. Says, they will not kick to 22. I love it. Yeah, indeed, all day, Rashid Shaheed. The Rams have just decided we'll let you have it at the 35-yard line because we are scared to death of you having what you got with Shaheed back there. And that's been pretty cool. Hopefully you can put more of the fear of them teams in that way as we go through the rest of the season like that, Michael. All right, 1st and goal from the 5. Roll out here. This ball is going to be completed. Horrible job in tackling. Then lets him goes and gets the touchdown for Parkinson. So they make it stick this time. Defense is held up well. Awful job out in space. Think that was Job, and then Woolen just came over there and olayed him, allowing him on in there. But can't throw 3 interceptions on the road against the Rams, man. You're not going to win the games doing this from a Darnold perspective on this one. I guess, sorry, that wasn't Job. It was Tayakato, the first guy on the missed tackle there. And then Woolen just, I don't know, I think Woolen was just wanted to make it look like he was going to come over there and tackle. Rams take a commanding 21-12 lead here in this one. Seahawks have their work cut out for them. Michael Bicknell, thank you again for the, sorry, a little late on this, their $2 donation. Says, Lambs haven't scored since the first. Let's go D. They finally got in there. But again, you put them on those short fields like that, Michael, it's going to be hard to stop great offenses. It's hard to stop them anyway for a whole day, but it's especially hard to stop them if you're going to consistently have your offense putting them on short fields, giving them prime opportunity to go make some headway. That is for show. But thank you, Michael. I appreciate the all the donations and support, man. Very kind of you. Oh, my goodness me. Let's go. Woo. Me coming in with $100 donation. Thank you so much for that, me. That is very, very kind of you. But you've done this many times before on this channel. I'm always, of course, appreciative, though. Thank you so much. You are the best. Appreciate you. Can we get an effing tutty? I don't care how. Get it done, Hawks. Hold steady, 12s. Hey, hold steady out there, 12s. I know we're a little nervous right now. They ain't out of this yet. This thing ain't over yet. Hang in there. I know we got an uphill battle here left ahead of this in this game, but let's remain strong, like me says. And yeah, we need to get a touchdown now. Field goals are out the gate here now. Now it's touchdown time. It's going to take a touchdown drive here. Sam needs to lock this thing in. He needs to lock it in. So, agreed, man. Let hold steady, 12s, and me. You are the best. Thank you for that $100 donation. Just couldn't quite get in the touchdown today. It's what the Rams want to do, where we'll let you do the field goals. We won't get you the tutties. Just have not been able to get in there. There's been a couple reasons for it. You got the holding penalty and boy, when this team gets behind the sticks, it is trouble town for us. We get even a 1st and 20 like we had with Sam on that interception. This team is not built to be playing from that far behind the sticks. That is for sure. But let's see if this is your answer drive. You still got time. You got your timeouts. But you need to now go down there and get a score here. Enough messing around, enough messing about. You got to go get a touchdown. Me. To your point. Get it done, Hawks. Me, I really thank you, though. You are awesome. So awesome for all this big time support. And I hope you know I do thank you and appreciate it for you. You were amazing. Amazing. Let's go, me. Martin Lawrence, thank you for a $5 donation. Says, I know that the Rams defense is good, but our offense has been weird today as well. They have been weird today as well. I'm not sure that I understand completely the approach here from Kubiak. This would not have been the game that I say we want to dial this up necessarily 50-50 split in balance. So it would have been a game where I'm leaning on the run game. I mean, we've had games where we've been 3-1 in our run to pass rate at times. And if it's working, it's working. And look, you're not finding that headway in the passing attack today here. It doesn't feel like. It kind of feels like it's really uphill and tough sledding. And some of this has to do with that light box to heavy box to dropping more guys in coverage versus not. And they've been dropping more guys into coverage. And with that, it has been Sam now trying to throw into these very, very tight windows with very little separation from receivers at times in this football game. I mean, that's the other thing about this is I feel like Jackson and Barner are the only guys I'm consistently seeing with any kind of separation on the football field here. But that's not to say this is a receiver problem today. This is Sam throwing 3-pick problem as much as anything. I wouldn't go to Kubiak as the problem, though. Like you say, it's been weird on the play calling. It's you got to be better with the ball. This just isn't. You can't have 3 interceptions in a big game like this. It's too much. Thank you, though, Martin. I appreciate you, man. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. Ball at the 30-yard line. 3 wide receiver look to start things off. Hand off here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet will wind this inside and run hard for a gain of about 5. Second down and 5. Play action pass. Sam dropping back. Off his back foot, finds Walker. Walker bounces off the first tackle, can't get through the second tackle. Be a gain of about 4. Bringing us up to 3rd and short. Just everything's tough offensively right now. It's good defense by the Rams. They're showing it today. Nothing has been made to be very simple or easy today. 3 of 10 are Seattle on 3rd downs. Sam dropping back to pass. Out in the flat here to Walker. Walker quickly up the field here. Great job by Walker getting up the field fast there to really extend that, give himself another 10 yards there on the play. 1st down and 10. Clock continues to roll. 12:41 to go here in this football game. Hand off here to Walker. Walker. Bounce inside there for a gain of about 4 yards, 3 or 4 yards. We'll give him 3. 2nd and 7. Second down and 7. Ball at the 40-yard line. Hand off here to Walker. Walker dancing through traffic in the hole and able to sidestep a little bit to make something out of that run for about 3. That'll bring us up with a 3rd and 3 here. Got to feel like this is probably 2 down territory from a Seahawks perspective on this one at this point. Well over 1,300 people in the chat today. If you can, hit that like button, sub on up. I would really appreciate it. 3 wide receiver look from the Hawks. 3rd down and 3. Sam drops back to throw. Sam has got some time. Oh, God, Lee. Another interception from Sam Darnold. Oh. I don't have any words right now, folks. I know I'm supposed to have a lot of words on this. He jumped up and threw a jump pass. Nobody was open. Rams, I guess, have everybody on coverage lockdown today because Sam keeps looking down the field and seeing nothing and then throwing it late into a Rams player. So Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, Olsen thinks Arroyo had a choice route and expected him to cut an in route on that interception. I wish we knew the call on that one. Definitely looked like if it was an option route, the option would have been to take it inside if you got safety help over the top. So that would be interesting to hear if that is the case, that he was supposed to round that inside. If he's got the safety he reads up here, you cut it inside. Could definitely see that being the case. They showed you a good angle on the all 22 shot, Michael, that was definitely where there was an in cutting there, if that's where the route's to take him on that. So hard to say, like you say, you never really know the play call for sure. So it's hard to say, when it comes to that one, Michael. Kevin Kirby, thank you for another $5 donation. Kevin, appreciate you for that. I don't like me when they're 2-run happy and people wanted to get rid of Geno. Sam throws picks too. Indeed, the interception thing has become a problem here. I think Sam has played really great this year, but last couple games in football is always about the whole process of the season and not just a couple games here, a couple games there. But this is something that's got to get cleaned up in his game. Goodness. When Jackson was wide open on that play. Whew. I don't like when we're 2-run happy. People want to. Second down 6 here for the Rams. Onto the Seahawks side of the football field. Handoff here to Kyron Williams. He'll be stuck around and then finally taken down to the ground by Leonard Williams for a negative play. Sam definitely throws picks too, man. And it's been a thing that's, I think, the last couple of weeks is really coming up, Kevin. That didn't really as much start out this way through most of this year and how it was going. But the last couple of weeks, this has been problematic. It's becoming more and more of an issue. Michael, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, if we win with 3 interceptions, I believe we can win any game. Yeah, that would have been I know I'm a little late on the dono. Sorry about that. We got 3rd down and 6 here for Stafford in shotgun. 4 wide here. Dropping back to pass. He's going to loop this ball up over the top. Witherspoon wants a call for offensive pass interference from Devontae Adams, but he's not going to get it. 4th down for the Rams. I think it's a good call not to call that. They're just running into each other there. I know why Witherspoon felt like that was the case. Good job by Derek Hall to supply some pressure on the play. Well, Michael, if it was true with 3 interceptions, then it absolutely is true, definitely true with 4 interceptions, huh? And that ball will be kicked out of bounds. 9:30 to go. A long way to go in this football game still. But Hawks better start figuring stuff out offensively here pretty damn quick. So thank you though, Michael. Appreciate the donation. And yeah, if you can do this, then yeah, you can run with anybody. That's for sure. Jeffrey, thank you for the $5 donation. Starting to believe high leverage big game Sam being bad is a real thing. Every single one of these throws off the back foot. Oh well. We'll see with him. We'll definitely see. It's not a great look for Sam, especially with the narrative, to your point, that's hanging over him coming into this game. The narrative that's hanging over him coming into this game about, how he plays against specifically this Rams team as much as any team. And he is certainly not taking the steps in this game to tear that narrative down, is he, Jeff? So we'll see with time with this one. That is for sure. But not the game you were hoping to see in this, big game that we were hoping, okay, we step up and look, defense has stepped up, I feel like, and running game, you're finding some holes, and the passing game is kind of sinking things for us here, which was not the way I thought that this was going to, roll out. Didn't expect necessarily we throw for 300 yards, but the 4 picks didn't see this coming at all. That's for sure. Keon, thank you for the $5 donation. This defense is just getting shafted with the short fields. I think this is what Jesse sees. Do it when it counts. Sam refuses to show up. Go Hawks. Like I say, and this is a little bit in tandem on Jeffrey's donation above you, Keon. Thank you for the donation. This is on, much like it's on the Hawks to prove that they can stand with the big teams and the big teams on the block, and that means everybody. It's on right now. Sam to disprove a little bit of this, thinking of what's out there as far as the narrative out there that's following him. So, it's not going away after this game, Keon. I mean, unless you go get this win, and I even got the win, they'd still be like, well, he's got the 4 interceptions. But, yeah, I think it's all very fair points on your guys' part with this. I think it's fair criticism of Sam on this. Absolutely. Go Hawks, Keon. Go Hawks. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, frankly, I think the Hawks can still pull this off. Granted, I'm on 100 milligrams of fentanyl and a liter of whiskey. I think everybody's going to be heading for that stage here at this point. Many of us will be heading down that road, Garth. Drink a lot of water. A lot of water, Garth. Thanks for the dono, though, man. And hey, still time. Long field to go, though. Seahawks on the 13-yard line. Sam Darnold under center. Handoff here to Charbonnet. Handing the ball off. That's a choice here. They'll go get about 3 or 4 yards. Appreciate you, Garth. Second down and 7. Shotgun look here for Seattle. Another handoff for 3 yards. Boy, the play calling has been so freaking weird in this half. Like, you don't run when you think they should run. Then they should be passing, and then they run. Like, what? Oh, boy. A couple people in this game that offensively decided to have kind of their worst approaches today. Quarterback and OC both, I feel like, having their worst games of the year by far. Clock just rolling away. Seattle taking their time to get up in a line. 3rd and 3. Sam hit as he throws. Ball will be incomplete. Are they calling this a fumble? Fourth and 3, and Seattle's going to go ahead and punt. Michael, thank you for another $5 donation. Michael, appreciate all of your support today. Thank you for that. He says, the beauty of having a bad O day in week 11, plenty of timer to get it fixed. Go Hawks. Indeed, it's one game at the end of the day. So, it'll be a rough game, and there'll be a lot of ultimate big takeaways here from people nationally and locally on this one for sure. That's not going to be of the most positive order, but it is one game. And got to always put that a little bit in perspective on them, Michael. It's a good point. And a lot of things to correct. And I think that there are things that in this game are kind of correctable in certain ways. Sam being more careful with the ball is correctable. Kubiak finding more commitment to running the ball, which I can't believe I've got to say that in a game like this. But that does not include the last drive, by the way. But yeah. There's plenty of time to get it fixed, Michael. It is one game on this. Run for 2 yards by the Rams. Clock will continue to roll at 7:36 to go here. Thank you for all of your support today, Michael. Go Hawks, brother. Shotgun. Quick completion here. Over to Puka Nacua. So bring up 3rd down and 2. This might be game just about right here. 6:53 to go in this football game. 3rd down and 2. Stafford under center. 3 wide. Jordan Wyndham goes in motion. Handoff here to Kyron. Kyron stopped at first. Chenna's got him. Chenna holding on. Good job by the defense. Tell you what, man, they've done their job today. I don't know if there's a couple drives to begin this off with Stafford the Rams. They took a little bit of time to kind of figure themselves out and find themselves, but the defense has stepped up tall in this football game. No doubt about that. This is a hell of a job on their part today. Wish the offense could have done a lot more for them in this game, and you have this thing won. Here comes the kick now. Shaheed back to receive this. He's going to fair catch this at the 16-yard line. War Chief says, well, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I need 4 beers. What's going on with Sam? I don't really know, to be honest with you. I mean, I think that there's certainly the interception stuff has ramped up in recent weeks here. But he's jumpy back there. He looks kind of like the worst of Sam a little bit back there. He's pressing, I think. He's just not in the flow state that he's been at times in some of the games this season. It's like he's really searching for it. It's like if he's a pitcher, it's like he's aiming it rather than just letting it rip. And I don't know if the Rams are in his head. I don't know if he's just not seeing the defense clearly. I think there's probably a variety of things going on here with him today on some of these throws and some of the decision making. But the bottom line is that this is a miserable performance on his part today. I mean, this is absolutely just completely the opposite of what you need to get from the quarterback position. All right, Walker with the catch out in space. Walker still on his feet up to the 40-yard line, and you got to run hurry up now. We can't really mess around with a lot of BS here now. Can't just get up the line and let's go. Thank you, War Chief, for the donation. First down and 10. Quick snap. Drops back to throw here. Gets it out to Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp will be knocked out of bounds there. Clock will stop. Second down and short. You got to get down and you got to get quickly scored here. They're going to go under center here now. First and 10. Hand off here to Walker. Walker stretches the edge here and he'll get outside. First down. Shotgun, ball at the 49-yard line into Ram territory. Sam drops back to throw. Lets it rip outside, finds Cooper Kupp for a 6 or 7 yard gain. Second down and 3. Shotgun look, pressure-based look here from the Rams. Got to find somebody here. He's got it out to JSN. JSN keeps his feet down. He'll be cut down at the 33-yard line. Clock continues to roll. Quick snap. Sam, under pressure. Just run with it, buddy. Just run with it. Goes down and slides down after a gain of about 7 or 8 yards. Like the decision making there. Hand off here to Walker. Walker just cannot get out of the tackle of Young. So bring up third down and short. Man, to run the ball there. Come on, stop with the running. You can't burn the clock down here. Oh, the play calling today. Sam will push this forward for a first down on a keeper. Clock will continue to tick, tick, tick away here, though. 3:12 to go in the fourth quarter. Got to eventually push this thing down here a little bit. 8-play, 62-yard drive. Sam, back out to JSN. JSN's got a little bit of space to work with. Gets out of bounds after a nice gain. And a first down. Clock will stop at 2:56 to go in this football game. Ball at the 8-yard line in Rams territory. Shotgun. Trips to the short side of the field. Sam dropping back to throw. Sam breaks the pocket. He's still looking. He throws it late to Cooper Kupp. Cooper makes the catch down to the half-yard line. Clock continues to roll here. Second down, goal from the half. Kupp did a good job of staying alive there. Second down and goal. See, I was going to try to run this to Walker. Walker, touchdown. Seahawks get the touchdown to Walker. So you do get the score and you get it ahead of the 2-minute warning here. And Zabel's down for the Seattle Seahawks after the play. I can't see what's going on with Zabel, really. Oh, maybe his back left ankle. Oh no, he's on his knee. Damn. Looks like an ACL. Eli Cash, thank you for the $5 donation, Eli Cash. And Semper Fi says Darnold is who everyone thought he was. Trash quarterback. I don't think he's a trash quarterback, Eli. I think if this was who he was, I think that this is what we would have seen of who he was throughout a lot more of this season. I think he's been a really good quarterback for you this year, and he's been a lot of the MVP discussion, up until here this last 2 weeks where things have gone sideways a bit. That's for sure. It's a really great defense he's playing up against too, should be considered here. I'm not trying to excuse his performance, but I think that one game doesn't make it the man. One play against one team doesn't make it. But I will say to this, Eli, there'll be a lot of people that are echoing your sentiments on this throughout this week when it comes to Sam, fair or not, and maybe it is fair. But there will be plenty of people that will, have that outlook. Good to see. It looks like Zabel's walking off with help, but boy, I feel not good about the way that he was reacting with that knee on the turf after he went down with the injury. It did not look good. Extra point attempt here for the Seattle Seahawks to try to get this to 21-19. Hold is up. Kick is up. Kick is just barely through. That was scarier than it needed to be. Duquan Quack, thank you for 47 months as a Hawks Nest member. Let's go. Almost clicking through 50 months as a Hawks Nest member. Sam got replaced with his doppelganger. Damn Sarnold. That's what happened here. I want a close up of his face. It's going to be some 45-year-old dude with a double chin. Where's Sam go? Where's Sam? Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation, Keon. And appreciate all your support today. Dropped tons of donations in here. What sucks is Stafford didn't do anything today what sucks is Stafford didn't do anything today unless he was gifted 25-yard drives. Indeed, to your point, you look at Darnold's day on this as far as a bottom line, or Stafford's day, 15 to 27, 130 yards, 2 touchdowns, averaging 4.8 yards per attempt. He wasn't doing a whole lot today. Wasn't a lot there in the bag on that. Yeah, agreed with you there. You definitely gifted him a lot of easier drives to go out there and make the points happen. That's for sure. It's really comes down. The offense just didn't give, the defense as much opportunity today. And defense has a chance right now to do something, heroic here. Short kick by Myers, fielded at about the 9-yard line. He'll be taken back to the 29-yard line. Good job on the kick coverage unit by the Hawks. We'll see if the defense can get a stand. You got 4 stoppages of the clock left remaining in this football game. Pretty much can't really allow a first down here. But well said, Keon. Stafford didn't do anything yesterday really that was any major note. We let him off the hook a little bit, and really let him off the hook by how many turnovers you had offensively speaking. Defense did their job. All right, first down and 10. Rams coming out here. Heavy look. Ugh. Hand off here for a first down to Puka Nacua on a fly sweep. Not what you want. Woo! First down. That'll take us down to the 2-minute warning here. I know. Seattle's going to probably call a timeout, I guess. Seattle wasn't expecting that. Michael, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I know interceptions are a quarterback stat, but I don't like the calls today. Yeah, there'll be a lot of a drive, I think, to put this on Sam's back, and I think Kubiak's gonna get excused on a lot of this stuff from today, Michael. And I don't think that, to your point, I don't think that'd be a fair way of outlook of this, where I think there's much more of this of where you can certainly lop some blame into Kubiak's standpoint of this and how he put what play calls he put together today and the adjustments you made along the game, which went kind of in the bad direction of things, in my opinion. Kind of was just both guys to me at the office today, both kind of laid an egg. It's kind of what you had. Maybe not, some little moments here and there, but otherwise it was kind of that. All right, 1st and 10. No more room for error for the Seattle Seahawks here. They're going to hand the ball off here to Kyron. He'll get a short carry here. And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning. So Seattle has 2 more stoppages of the clock after this, but boy, you're going to put your offense in a long field with no timeouts even after that. It's going to be hard. But yeah, Michael, thank you for all of your support today. And I agree. It is a quarterback stat, but there's definitely plenty of here to look at the offensive coordinator and to pick apart a little bit of some of this play calling here today. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay. Our defense has done everything to beat this offense. It ain't done. Indeed, they have. And they've got an opportunity here to still give their offense one more chance. And I'm not shading defense in any way in this game for how they played today. I think that they did their job. Even if you give a first down up here, I feel like you had done more than enough to allow yourself to win this football game. Offense cannot have 4 interceptions. You're not going to pick off Stafford 4 times the other way. You gotta play a cleaner game offensively speaking. But agreed, it ain't over yet. We still got a chance here, folks. It ain't over yet. Be calm. Thank you for the $2 donation. What's wrong with it monitor from DC Comics? I don't know. I don't know the it monitor from DC Comics. I'm not sure. I'm not as well acquainted with that one. Be calm. Sorry on that one. It's an impossible superhero to beat. I'll make that guess on it. Nate W., thank you for the $2 donation. Feels like the Hawks are waving the white flag. A little bit of run-centric there at the end there on that last drive, maybe giving your defense a little bit more time back onto it. But at least they got the touchdown and made this a little bit interesting down the stretch, right, Nate? So I do like that part of it. But, again, that the timing of when they ran today versus when they passed just seemed to be a bit of in the wrong position. And they felt like in the first half there was a time where they were realizing, especially that real good drive there, kind of at the end of the half, where you're realizing you're starting to take control at the line of scrimmage. You're starting to be able to run the ball with pretty good success. And they just kind of felt like they started to sort of drift away from that into the second half and got a little bit too pass happy. And too pass happy, it seemed like, at the back of trying to work the ball down the field too much. Way too much of, we're going to go into the teeth of the defense of the coverage. See if they can stand up here. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. National media is going to eat us alive for this. They're going to definitely be all over the offense. They're going to be all over Sam Darnold. I don't know if they're going to knock a lot of necessarily the defensive performance in this one, but Sam's going to take the brunt of it. That is for sure coming off the back of this. And look, you throw 4 interceptions in a big game like this, you kind of have it, like it or not. It's gonna be the reality of it a little bit. All right, 2nd down and 10. Back to the fly sweep of Puka Nacua. Come on. Nice job by Kobe Bryant. Great tackle in space there. That looked like it might be trouble for a second there. Able to clean it up. 3rd and 10. Seattle calls the timeout. Do the Rams dare to try to throw this ball on 3rd and 10? Boy, Uchenna Nwosu got held like a mofo by Colby Parkinson, and it didn't go called. He's looking for the call and doesn't get it. Great play. But Kobe Bryant's played a really good game. Really good game. 3rd and 10, defense. Come on. Come on, defense. Come on. Come on. Come on. McVay can get gutsy in these situations, He's a guy willing to call a pass play. Almost got 1,500 people in the chat. Please hit that like button if you get a chance, folks. 3rd down and 10. Ball is snapped. They're going to throw it, and that will be incomplete. Seattle defensively will get the ball back. What a job, defense. What a job today. back against the wall, constantly put on short fields, constantly put in somewhat of no-win predicaments, yet finding a way to succeed nonetheless. Good anticipation there with the coverages and knowing that they might try to go to the pass play and get a freebie here. So we get the punt. The offense is going to get a chance. This ain't over yet. Here comes the punt. Driven back to Shaheed. What a kick. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He put it at the 1 yard line on a bounce with the game on the line. He put that punt there. Oh my God. Oh, that took the most Rams bounce you've ever seen in your freaking life. Oh, God. I can't believe that bounce. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh. Seahawks will take over 99 yards. They don't need 99, but we've seen this team has struggled at times in its own end zone. Sam dropping back to pass. Got to get rid of the ball quick. Gets it out here to Barner. Barner can't quite get out of bounds. Clock will continue to tick. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. 2nd down and 6. You don't have 2 play calls already chambered? Let's go. Sam drops back to throw. Got to get rid of it. Ball knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Boone Ford got his hand on it. 3rd and 6. This is 2 down territory. Oh my God. He saw where that throw was going from a mile away. Poona just had his arm up for about 5 seconds there, just knowing where that was going. Third down and 6. Christian Haynes out at left guard for the Seattle Seahawks right now. Sam dropping back to throw. Finds Barner. Barner, 1st down. Get back up now. Come on. Get up. 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 1st down. Let's go. Sam, come on now. Got to work it down the field a little bit, buddy. Going to have to let things develop and work something down the field a little bit here. 54 seconds to go. Clock ticking. Sam, got a good pocket. Got time. Oh, he's trying to find Kupp. Couldn't quite get it there to him. 2nd and 10. 47 seconds. Myers is hit from 57 in this game. You're going to need about 40 yards here to get this here. No, you need more than that. Yeah, about 50. You need about 50 yards here. Even get this into a place to try. 2nd and 10 for Sam. Pressure mounting. Gets it out to Charbonnet for a short reception of about 3 yards. These short passes are eventually not going to do it. I know they're dropping to depth and coverage, but you're going to have to try to take something even into the middle of the field here if you can, just to spike it. You do have 1 timeout left from a Seahawks perspective on this one. 3rd down and 6. Gets it to JSN, 1st down. Ball up to the 27-yard line. Clock rolling at 33 seconds. Quick snap. Got to get a quick snap here. Ball 26 seconds, 25 seconds. Sam dropping back to throw here. Got to take a shot, buddy. Gets it to JSN, out of bounds with 17 seconds to go. Nice play up the field a little bit. Got a little bit of some yards there, a little bit at least. Mm. Boy, still at the 38-yard line. I mean, you're going to need, and the Rams will call a timeout. You're still needing a good 30 yards here to get this down the field. This is going to be a high degree of difficulty to try to get this. A lot of time just to get up to the 39-yard line here for your Hawks. A lot of time. Talt, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, got to call it what it is. Sam Darnold played hot garbage today. It's one game, I get it. But man, Sam needs to work on his turnovers. He is being very sloppy. I think these are all very fair criticisms. Fair criticisms. And I wouldn't push back against him in the least. I think you own it for what it is, and you go, look, you got to correct this. And that's the part I come back to is I don't think it's something inherently broken in Sam's game. I do think he's got to be a little more careful at times and just gets too loose with the ball. He needs to get loose with the ball here. I'll tell you that. First down and 10. Sam in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. He's got some time here. Come on, buddy. Nobody open there on that one. We're down to just about the last shot here where you got to make something happen. Like maybe it's a hook and ladder play or something like that. You're going to have to do something creative here. Jackson Smith was wanting a hold out on the edge, and he has a good case to be made that he was indeed held. There you go. Sam dropping back. We got a flag on the play here. Throw, try to hit out to JSN, and they're going to call it a flag on this play. Hitting JSN on the out route, and again, tugging. Forbes has been getting away with this, and again, the tug was there. They showed the prior play, he was tugging as well. So he's been doing a lot of the tug job out there. They may not call this pass interference, though, which could make a bit of a difference on this if it's on the tug. It's only going to be a 5-yarder, I think, then rather than the 15-yarder or where it would be at if they placed it as a spot foul. First and 10 for the Seattle Seahawks. Actually, they did place it as a spot foul, so it's over on to right at the 50-yard line now of the Rams here. You're going to have to do a quick play here if you're Sam and get down. They get a catch to Shaheed in a timeout. A Shaheed catch in a timeout. So Sam got about 4 or 5 closer. This is going to be a remarkably long field goal for Jason Myers. But you did at least put this into like somewhat range. Ball is going to be at the 43-yard line. So 50, 43, 50, another 57-ish yard attempt here, 58-yard attempt. 61-yard attempt. I'm sorry. 61-yard attempt from Jason Myers. That is his career long. 1 second on the clock. The Seattle Seahawks are down 19-21. The Rams will call a timeout here. You want to make sure you block this correctly. You got to put this on a low line drive from Myers' standpoint on this. So you got to block it up correctly and not let him get the hands up. "61-yard field goal attempt. Kick is up. I don't think he even had the distance. Missed it to the right in addition to it. And that'll finish it up. Seahawks fall 19-21 to the Rams. They got that final just about close enough. Spent a little bit too much time there on that first drive there, not that last drive there, and just kind of picking away back. There were short passes. You're in the hard. It's an amazing punt there by the punter to pin you back like that. Really make you work from that long field with so much short time. But you lose the game, and it is what it is, like Toll talks about on this one. You throw 4 interceptions on the road against a great team like the Los Angeles Rams, you are not going to win point blank. Your defense can play great. Your special teams can do a good job, run the ball pretty well like we did for the most part today, but it kind of all becomes not mattering much at that point. It all gets down to the great equalizer when it comes down to you can't throw 4 interceptions. You just can't do it. And it's a part, as he's talked about, it is what it is. It's hot garbage. It's good to see that he was able to reclaim a little bit of life there at the end of that, not just completely pull himself into a shell, get a touchdown and get him driven down a little bit there at the end. But he's got to work on these turnovers. And you're facing this Rams team down the line once again in the season. And, if you play like this again, they're going to take you down once again. It's kind of tough on that part. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donations. Is the one time their punter kicks good. BS. I know, man. Just even at the 10-yard line there, the difference of that, if that's at the 10-yard versus the 1-yard line, and what that makes is an easier kick for Myers. Instead of 61, it's 51. Much easier kick for him to be able to have to make at that point. And that punter, you talk about a money punt at the time when you need it. I mean, the guys didn't even down it. He literally knocked it down at the 1 and then bounced it out of bounds. You shake your head and you go, geez, really? After a day like this, you just go, man, really? He's going to do that too? Tough game. Tough, frustrating game, because it does feel like you're ready to stand with this team. The defense is going to get lost a little bit in their performance in this one, but I thought that after that first couple of drives by the Rams where they were really finding some footing, your defense made some adjustments and they were able to play a really strong football game and give your offense so many chances in this game to find its footing as they were sort of scuttling and shuffling around throughout this day. And yet the offense couldn't make it stick, couldn't make it stand. That part's really tough there with that. But yeah, we'll turn over this game with you guys in the chat. See how long I'm willing to go along on this one today, as this is definitely a frustrating one. And I don't know if there's a whole lot that'll be there to talk about this game. It's going to be like, I'm only going to be able to turn over so much. Well, Sam Darnold played like crap, and it's like, well, is there something inherently there? Well, we don't know, and I don't think that there's something inherently there with Sam. I know the timing is awful. And I know that this is where the narrative is going to land on this one, moving through the rest of these next couple of games is, when he goes up against a team like the Rams, then he gets exposed for who he is. And there's nothing we can do about that. Same narrative is going to be posed to me on my roundtable show here this week by the cohorts in the roundtable. And people are going to say it. Nothing you can do about it. I don't think it's what the reality is of this. I think Sam isn't a bad quarterback. Just chose to have his worst game of the year at just an awful time. And I think Kubiak, the same thing. I think Kubiak's called some grade A games this year from a play caller standpoint. I thought the play calling today was really strange and really ran sort of counter to logically the way you think that you would attack this Rams defense and go after them. The trying to pass the ball down the field when this was going to be a Rams team. It's kind of felt like Seattle decided that the Rams defense was going to try to play them the way that all the other defenses have played them this year, rather than, take into account that that's not the way that the Rams play. They're not a stack the box type team. They are a light box type team. And Seattle countered that by seemingly trying to have Sam push the ball down the field at times in this game, right, as I said many times on the stream, right into the teeth of the defense. You're throwing right into that today. Is it bad decision making? Is it throws Sam should make in addition to that? Yes. But it's also from an attack-based standpoint, not making a lot of sense to me. Rams are going to cover up their deep stuff. They're going to have the extra bodies to the depth. So very strange, very, very strange, some of the play calling in addition to this. It doesn't let Sam fully off the hook by any measure, but I would say that that is a bit of a factor in this one too, as I look at it going, I don't quite understand that either. Now, Nathaniel Martin, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Bradford was actually horrible, more than normal. Yeah, he had a bad game. And this is coming off the game where he had a good game last week. And just, my man can't seem to find a consistent performance. And he was dealing with some tough guys up front. Kobe Turner's a good player up there. Puna Ford can provide a long day at the office for you too as well. He's very, very capable back there. Braden Fisk is a little bit of a quicker guy. I think the holding call in Bradford was an unfair call. I think that was one where I looked at it and I was like, I don't know about that call there. I thought that he was just throwing Fisk around because Fisk's a smaller guy and he's easier to throw around for a bigger dude like Bradford. But he didn't play a particularly good game. No. It might have been one of his worst games of the year too. And unfortunately as well, it looks like we might have lost Gray's Abel here, as he looked like he was going to be potentially done here for the season here with what he was with getting his leg rolled up on. Hopefully not. Hopefully just a high ankle sprain, but double dose of tough poison there on that one that we're having to deal with, huh? Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says we can beat that team. Well, indeed, we walked into this game with a lot of us having the hopes of this being a game that we start to, plant our flag into the sand and say, we're here, we've arrived, we are a force to be reckoned with. And I don't think you completely fell on your face all the way around. I don't think what quarterback maketh a team, and I don't think necessarily the rest of the team around Sam, aside from some guys like maybe a Bradford, were necessarily playing badly per se. You hung with this team, and certainly you showed defensively that you can take it to this offense of the Rams. You've got to find a way, as we see both of the two games here that stand out to me when we look at the last two times of really playing Stafford and the Rams running full strength at you. You at home, losing that game at the end down in OT, you losing this game on the road, right down at the end of the line. And both of these two games come down to turnovers and the offense not being clean with the football. Like Sam talked about this week, and it made me all the much more surprised that he was so kind of loose and free with the ball in this game. And that this is a big thing here. It's sometimes not about always the great dimes you're making and throws down the field. It's about the mistakes you're avoiding. Stafford avoided the mistakes today. 28 attempts, never once came close to putting it in the Seahawks defender's hands. Never once came close to putting it into peril. You gotta be aware of that as a quarterback in a game like this, that I got the great defense. I don't have to make every little tight throw in every little tight window. And Sam gets kind of pressed to feel like he's got to do that. And you like the instinct to make a play, you do, but you got to play clean games here, man. When these teams are this tight, this close, it becomes the separating factor between the two. Like Mark says, and thank you for the $2 donation, Mark, a great defensive outing wasted by turnovers. Yeah, you could have had this Rams team completely shut down. You could have had this to where no turnovers on this day. You're walking out of this with a 7 to 10 point lead, 7 to 10 point win. If you're able to eliminate from your process, Sam's got to lock this in and lock this in real quick. Because it is something that has showed up in his game, not only here in recent weeks, but even going into last year at times when things are getting a little tight and tough, he's going to start to try to kind of force some stuff through. That's got to go away. You got to eliminate that. Something that drove us crazy about Geno last year as well with it. It's like, look, defense is playing well, buddy. Take stock of the room. Read the room. Take the temperature within the room. You got your D balling out. You don't need to go out there and make every play on every possession. You need to sometimes a little bit manage the game when you're in those kind of circumstances, especially playing against a really top-notch defense like the Los Angeles Rams are. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation and all of your support today. The worst part of that loss is the Rams didn't even have to earn it. We handed it to them on a plate because of both our offense, both the quarterback and the offensive coordinator. Yeah, I see it the same way. You made this in some ways easy on them in this game because of what your QB and your OC did. And that's why this is such a cardinal sin. And we cannot replicate this as we go through the rest of this year. And it kind of boggles my mind a little bit in this game here, where it's like you're going into being pass happy into that second half. After you've had all these games this year so far, Martin, where you've been obsessed with running the ball at times. Like you can't stop running the ball at times. And here's a game where the running game is working well. And instead you're coming out on first down passes with Sam instead. And then he's dropping back and he's seeing no separation. And that's the part I don't get with Kubiak, is why you continue to start passing so heavily into that second half when it's obvious Sam's not seeing it clearly, when it's obvious you're not getting very much separation down on these routes, because Sam's looking at guys and making a determination, oh, it's not there, and then looking somewhere else. Oh, I don't see the separation. Got to go over here. And you, as an OC, you got to read that, especially when, again, the run play is working. When you're pushing guys off the line, you're getting movement up front. But that's also a little bit of sometimes we get Kubiak, where he can get a little bit weird sometimes. But thank you, Martin. Appreciate it. I do agree with you. C, thank you for the $2 donation. Could have had another 2 plays. O was not hustling. I think that there was a little bit of a lack of urgency on that other side of the 50, C. And I think you gotta get a little going, a little bit more urgency there with that amount of time. You got a long field there. You got to maximize that a little bit more, maybe trying at times to push the ball up the field a little bit more there than just taking a little 4-yard check down type play. So yeah, kind of a strange last drive there and sort of how they're sort of taking their time just a little bit. Also felt like the previous drive, a little bit too many runs at that point for where the game was at. You got to start throwing the ball and get this ball up the field and get the clock stopping from rolling a little bit more. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. The team was there to win. Defense dominated. Turnovers are what lost us the game. Sam takes a sack instead of that jump pass interception, and we win. That's it, man. I mean, one less turnover, you might have won this game, right, Jordan? I mean, when it comes down to this close, the margins, 2-point win, and you're a few yards away from kicking that field goal through, you're right. You might come down onto this to say, well, just don't throw that interception, take the sack there, and that's it. And I think Sam's going to have at times where you just do take a sack. I think there's also got to be times within Sam's game where he recognizes the fact that he's got to use his legs. That first interception, if you go back and watch it, there's pressure mounting on him, but he sidesteps the pressure and then he makes the determination here, I'm going to try to fit this ball in late off my back foot rather than just get yourself reset, run up there, go take a 3-yard run. Even if it's just a 3-yard play and you get down, just that's better than just trying to haphazardly whip that ball like that. Another place where this is controllable, you think in the future where it's like that thing starts clicking your back of your head. Oh, I'm falling off my back foot. Let's try to let this rip. You go, no. Instead, be safe with this a little bit. So yeah, Jordan, even just remove one of the 4 interceptions off the books of them and you maybe win this game. There's no excuses can be given back to Sam on this. There's some explanations around it, but he has got to clean this part of his game up. You will go nowhere if this is the way he's going to play in these kind of games. Keon, thank you for the $2 donation. Should Kubiak do more hurry up? Sam gets grooving. Maybe. Certainly maybe a little bit of up tempo when the offense is struggling a little bit and you're not quite finding the footing. I think some of that is also that they're looking to try to control the clock in a game like this and lean on him. And through a lot of the quarters of this game, it was working pretty good where you had the time of possession controlled and you were down by 2 points, but you had an opportunity with the ball and you could have kept controlling the clock. And this is why I'm kind of lamenting that second half. You didn't run the ball as much because you had the door kind of open to you to take this pathway to you. You ran the ball well in the second half. You're only down by 2 points. And instead we kind of came in that second half on a couple of those first few drives and we got a little bit into we're going to try to pass this now. We're going pass happy mode now. And it was not to our benefit in doing it. But yeah, if you're struggling offensively, certainly a little bit of up tempo can help those quarterbacks out. And they've done it at times here this year, a little bit here and there at Seattle. SoCal Ram, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, whose house? Well, it's the Rams' house today, man. You guys won it. No excuses given on our side, SoCal. Well done on your guys' part. Great defensive effort. Thank you for the donation. John Naylor, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you for that as well. He says, if we can get Sam to clean it up and Kubiak to review his play calls, I feel good for the next one. This will be 2 out of 3 with the Rams. I definitely could see us facing them again outside of even the second contest, to John's point, and down in the road in the playoffs, that you do come back around again at some point, somehow, some way. And you could beat this team. You got within 2 points of them on the road, and you did so even despite the fact your quarterback threw 4 interceptions. Yes, you can stand with this team. And the stuff that is there here, I think, can be cleaned up. I think the narrative you're going to hear about Sam is that this stuff is inherently in his DNA, that when the times get tough, when he plays a rough opponent, when the moment is big, he is going to shrink. That is the narrative. I don't think it's a fair narrative. It's not one that I agree with. That is the one that you're going to feel from coming out of this game. I don't think that's the way it is. I think that there's stuff here that can be cleaned up. You can play safer as a quarterback. As an offensive play caller, you can look back at this game, and I swear to God, Kubiak's going to look back at that second half play calling and should have come out with the first down runs there. I know I'm trying to pass on first down and be unpredictable, but just shouldn't have overthought that one. And when Kubiak goes wrong, like the Niners game in the first game of the year, it does feel like it's an overthinking. He knows I know he's going to do this, so I'm going to do that. And you get too far down you get too far down the line on that. At the end of the day, you're moving bodies off the line of scrimmage in that first half. You're finding headway in the ground. You may not be popping up 40, 50-yard runs, but you're getting good, consistent 4, 5, 6-yard carries. Stay with it. Stay with it. You're a running football team. That's what you do. I think we can fix it, John. I think we can stand with this team. And you get another opportunity to get back at him at home here in a couple weeks. Juan Adamain. Thank you for the $5 donation, Juan. This is the Darnold experience, but he did lead us back and gave us a chance at the end. I love that he didn't just shrink up and then just go, well, it's a bad day. I got nothing left in the tank. I guess that's it for me. He got back and got you a touchdown drive, got you back up with some good decision-making, even that nice throw to Shaheed there to get you to the 61-yarder and do it fast enough to get inside the time so time didn't run out. You like that he showed some resiliency there. And I think Sam's tough, and I think he'll bounce back. And I hope he will learn from the experience of this and what happened. And hopefully that it's not inherently, this is the full Darnold experience of what you get, that this is who he is. I just keep coming back to, I don't think it is. I don't believe that this is something where it's inherently, he's got a broken side of his game that can never be corrected or fixed. because I've seen quarterbacks fix this stuff before. I've seen quarterbacks who maybe get a little bit too loose and free with the ball, find a way to get it corrected to a degree, to where it doesn't have to be what we saw a bit today. But thank you, Juan. I appreciate you. Great point, man. Did give you a chance down there at the end a little bit at least. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Can we stop with the K9 Charbonnet sharing time? It's obvious that taking K9 out wields down his chances to hit chunk plays. To your point today, you've got 16 carries from Walker for 67 yards at a 4.2 yard per carry clip. Charbonnet with 11 carries and 37 yards at a 3.4 yard per carry average. So you're seeing this kind of more often than not, consistently week in, week out. There are times where Charbonnet seems to get to the other side of this a little bit, Mark, but overall, to your point, by and large, K9 is kind of outpacing him pretty well here as far as the yard per carry average goes. And like you say, much more of an ability to hit home runs with K9 than you get with Charbonnet. I think they were thinking with Charbonnet that there would be a little bit more of utilization inside in the run game today, because that's where teams tend to attack the Rams with the light box. It did seem like you were still trying to throw kind of more pitch plays and outside zone there with Charbonnet even when he was in the game. But I think they're committed to this balanced thing. I think as much as anything, Mark, it's not because of who's most successful at doing it. I think it's as much as anything because of the worry about Walker and the health thing. They're trying to keep him, fresh for the whole season, essentially, I think. I'm guessing that's a bit of what's the heart of it. But yeah, he does give you more there. There's no doubt about that. Keon Lund, thank you for another $2 donation. Could have got another playoff with more urgency. Yeah, they were kind of languid. They're kind of not. The play calling was a little bit of a check down city there. When you got a minute on the clock, you need to push the ball up the football field. It was a little bit laissez-faire to be on that last drive. I agree, Keon. Could have put a little bit more in there. JD, Pacific Northwest. I haven't listened to a word of the Sam and big game narrative. He's been good for us. But San Francisco, Tampa Bay, now LA. At some point, we have to consider it. Everything's always in consideration, and with more data that we get, as I always say, with the more data and the more information you get, the more educated you are on what you're seeing, and then that's going to, send you into the direction of, getting a better understanding of the situation for what it is or is not. Sam's been great for us. He really has. But yeah, this is unfortunately, you've stacked a few of these games up in against some of these teams, and it seems like when you've got to face, somewhat of a legitimate defense that you're not as well able to stand up in there and hold. I think it's going to be, I think that there's not a broken part to him in that, but I think that there's certainly a fairness in bringing this up at this point. I don't think I'm in the place of agreeing with it fully at this spot, because some of this comes back to last year and that Minnesota Viking offensive line completely collapsing at the end, which really was the big driving force there beyond Sam. I don't think the offensive line necessarily performed badly today. You've got 3 quarterback hits and no sacks on 44 drop back attempts for Sam. That's about as good as you're going to get from a quarterback as far as a clean pocket goes, but does also make his game look that much more worse, JD, to your point, and that the 4 interception play looks worse when it's not that he's under duress. You had, 32 pressures and 7 sacks and 12 quarterback hits. That's not the day you were dealing with. You had some clean pockets. You had opportunities to process through and make the right decision. The Byron Young play where he got hit on the throw on Jackson on the comeback route, that's different. He's got to jump on the one throw over the top, but both of those 2 throws, you could have made the right decision before those throws and going a different place with it. Or just take the sack in the case of the Murphy. If it means you're throwing it into harm's way, just take the bloody sack at that point. And that's the part of that correctable side of this, I think. Throw it away, take the sack. We've got to be much more at the forefront, avoid the turnover. But thank you, JD. I appreciate the $5 donation. Very kind of you. Got to consider it. I think it's going to be on the board there, until he can prove it at this point. It's going to be definitely from a national perspective what you're going to hear about it, JD, to your point. Thank you, man. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. Felt like Kubiak forgot we had a timeout on that final drive. With the loss against the Bucks and now the Rams, feels like we are still a year away. Indeed, when you've had to face the 49ers at more fuller strength than where they've been throughout most of the year, you fell. When you faced a Buccaneers team that wasn't even at their full strength, but a strong team, a good team in this NFC, you fell. When you faced the Rams team, and again, talking about the start of this game coming into it, this is not just something that we've dealt with this year. You've won more games than you lost for like 3 straight years. But when you look at those wins throughout the course of the year, when you look at the wins against those teams and how they did that year, you're more often than not stacking these wins up against kind of middle of the road to lesser competition is where you're getting these wins. And when you're facing up against the teams that are true tests, you're not standing tall against those tests. Defensively, I think you did. I think I would say that. Special teams, I think you did. I'd say that. But offense didn't in a major way. And it is a team effort, and the offense is part of the team. So, it still remains to be seen with this team when they're going to take that step forward. Like I've talked about, Cameron, you got to take down the big guys on the block. You got to prove that you're fully ready to arrive there. We got time. It's a long season left. Story's not told yet this year so far. So it's a tough loss and one we all wanted. But by no means are we done yet. And we may come to find that you are accurate in what you're saying on this, where it may be that we are still the year away. Keep coming back to my words this offseason was that you made a couple of moves. DK Metcalf, Geno Smith, Tyler Lockett, Draymond Jones. You had a lot of dead money kind of moving off some stuff that you knew weren't going to be part of the plan going into the future. And then you did so knowing, look, we're kind of taking the 2 steps back right now. We might get the 2 steps forward here. We're taking the 1 step back, sorry. We might take the 2 steps forward by halfway into the year next year. We may be 75% of the season, and then the second forward comes step. But by us taking this 1 step back, the 2 steps will come forward and come forward eventually because we're doing things right at that point. We're doing things smartly at that point. But as much as we want that 2 steps forward to happen in 2025, I want it to happen as much as all of you do. Like you're saying, Cameron, you might have to wait till into 2026. And it's not the reality yet. We don't know that that's reality yet. The team's done a lot here to say we can still make some noise this year right now. Let's go. But they're on the right path to getting there nonetheless, I believe. But until we can knock down one of the big bullies on the block, you're still kind of one of the people just swinging away here a little bit on this one. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate all the support today from you folks. Just amazing as ever. Says, our offense pretty much scored 33 points today. Theirs scored on 1 decent drive. Back to the lab, Kubiak. Yeah, back to the lab. And they didn't offensively do a ton in this game. You have a 34-yarder from Kyron Williams. Blake Corum, 8 carries, 10 yards. Didn't do anything there. 15 to 20, 130 yards passing. You didn't allow them to do anything really offensively speaking in this game. And that's maybe one of the good parts that we can really pull from this game is the defense is legitimate. And they are that good. They are that defense. They are that team. But Kubiak, back in the lab, the aggressiveness to attack down the field with the passing attack, you love. But when they're going to play to depth and take that away, you've got to be patient. You've got to take the shorter throws. You've got to take the rushing attack, having more rushing attempts than passes. You've got to recognize those kind of days for what they were. You could see that in a game like this coming into the Rams because they run one of the lighter boxes defensively in the sport. Light box, more guys covering at depth. Heavier box, less guys covering at depth. Seahawks have been averaging a high yard per attempt with their passing attack. Why? Because team after team is stacking the box, leaving the back end open. Sometimes football can be just sort of that simple with it. And for some reason today, Kubiak had them closing up the back end, yet he had Sam kind of attacking to the back end a little bit, which just didn't, you're running into the wind at that point, not with it. David, thank you for the $2 donation. Losing Zabel may be bigger than this loss. Good point, David. Good point. And that does cast a pall over this game a little bit as he does get helped off the field, not looking too well. And what an addition he has been to this team, how good he's been to this team. To lose him would be a very tough loss. Haynes seemed to accommodate himself okay going out there initially at left guard. And his coming back health maybe can help you here, but that one hurts, David. That one hurts. Hopefully it's just the high ankle sprain and not the dreaded ACL too, as you don't want to go him under the knife after his first year. SoCal Ram, thank you for the $5 donation. Darnold showed his true colors again. More disappointing, the Rams didn't capitalize on the 4 interceptions, laughing out loud. Well, you got the dub. And like I'm saying, man, SoCal Ram, thank you for the double dono. You will definitely be touching on what a narrative that's going to be on the roundtable, and you're going to hear it nationally coming out of this game about Darnold. As much as people were starting to grow up to, loving what they're seeing from him, I think you're going to see a lot of people bail into the other direction on this in that way because of it. And while I don't fully agree with it, and I can understand it, I'm not in that land, and I don't think that same thing with it. I can see how it aligns to looking like this. So can't blame somebody for thinking that that's the way that this is, Quinn, thank you for the $10 donation, Quinn. I appreciate that. Next game versus the Rams is absolutely 100% winnable. I'm going to be there. And the Hawks have never lost a game when I've been there. Go Hawks. Well, there we go. We got our good luck charm in the house on the next game with Quinn. Hopping on in the house there. And I love to hear that, man. I love to hear that. Look, you can stand with this team. They're not, they didn't blow you off the football field here. Offensively, it wasn't like you didn't get anything accomplished. You got stuff accomplished in this game. There's a lot to build on. For the negative that we might dwell upon in this game, there is a lot to build on. You can rush on this Rams light box. You can get after him in your rushing attack. You were able to pass protect really well against this Rams offense, despite having to throw 44 times. The Rams defense is supposed to be lethal in their pass rush. And then defensively speaking, you never really going to get after Stafford a lot because he's going to just try so hard to get the ball out of his hands. That's why Stafford only averaged 4.6 yards per attempt today. But you did a good enough job of getting pressured enough to make him uncomfortable. You took away the run game. You limited down Puka Nacua. You got a lot here that you can, work off of into the next game, to your point, Quinn. 100% winnable is right. Get your quarterback to play a clean game. Past 2 games against the Rams that have really mattered, because I don't count the last game against the Rams last season because they were playing all their backups. The last 2 games you played against this Rams team with Mike McDonald, the last 2, really, you've had those teams, and defensively, you've been able to take it to the Rams offense, but it's really that your offensive turnovers have caused you to lose these games. And you can eliminate that stuff. These aren't plays where it's just like the quarterbacks are making both Geno and Sam. If I go through these interceptions the past couple of years, it's bad decision-making all the way down the line, pretty much on all of these picks. It's Geno throwing a red zone interception last year in a tight game where just get the points there. That's fine. You'll take that. 100% winnable, Quinn. I agree. And thank you for the support, brother. We got you at the game, man. It's an instant dub. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $2 donation. Go undefeated, 1-1 with the Rams, and we are back in it. Indeed, this game is not the end of the world. Some will be drawing it up as the end of the world. They'll be saying, well, it's the end of the world because Sam Darnold is this and he can never be anything else other than that. I don't agree with that. They'll say, well, the Hawks aren't ready to break through. We got to wait a year with it, and there's no doubt about that. I don't agree with that. This was always going to be 2 games that dictated this. You wanted to go 2-0. You wanted to win this game now to make a statement. But we have just crossed the halfway portion of the season. It's a long year still left. And there's still plenty of time for us to get things corrected. And I don't think you got to correct 15 things across the board to take this Rams team down. It really comes down to some I think, fairly simple adjustments. Not much need to be done defensively. Nothing need to be done special teams wise. A little more commitment to running the ball and play a little safer with the passing attack. Be a little bit more shorter, quicker, get the ball out. Let Sam kind of back their process as much against this Rams team. And I think they'll make those adjustments, Michael. Love the optimism, brother. Let's go. Levi Sutcliffe, thank you for the $2 donation. We got Mike to beat the McVay off. San Francisco equals Sidious. LA equals Vader. So Mike's got Darth Sidious is going to be San Francisco and Lord Vader is the Rams. I could go with that. We got to take them down, man. Those Sith, they're working off that black magic, man, Levi. That dark Jedi energy, man. And we're trying to do it with the golden light way, with the pure way. But we've got Luke Skywalker in the form of Mike McDonald. So we've got the ultimate trump card. I love it, Levi. Let's go. Darth Sidious. I'd go with that. Sidious in San Francisco, Vader in LA. Yeah. Sidious is kind of like he's like the old, wrinkly, like used to be a badass. And then LA is more of hey, this is the badass right now. Michael Bicknell, thank you for another $2 donation. Gary will be in Clint's corner. We are not done. Hopefully Pop's called up his son and he's like, not to not be passing like that much. What are you doing? What did I teach you? I feel like you're not even my son right now. He's going to let him know, Michael. He's got some things he can help him out with, I bet. Good point there, brother. Sir Serums, thank you for the $5 donation. Serums, appreciate you. How did we lose by a field goal? Seattle's defense, how did we lose by only a field goal? Seattle's defense is incredible. Well, I think you captured it right there. Your defense absolutely stood tall today. And they Initially, Rams started to get things going offensively. McDonald is not just a guy that's a great game planner, but a great in-game adjuster. He seemed to find some certain adjustments to what the Rams were doing there to be able to counter some of that a bit. And your defense just stood tall today. Those guys played with emotion. They played hard. They got put into some incredible predicaments as far as short fields with the interceptions, and they never made it easy. I mean, even when the Rams came back and they scored the touchdown after I think it was the interception by Sam, you had that thing down to a fourth down attempt. The Rams had to go for it on fourth down to still go and get that touchdown in the back of the end zone. So, hell of an effort by the defense today. And it sucks because you'll get lost a little bit because you lost and because of Sam's performance. But they showed that they could certainly handle this Rams offense, that it's not too much for them. That's for sure, Serums. Very, very impressive by the defense. Just tough day with your quarterback doing what he did. And not only do we lose by a field goal, Serums, but we had a field goal attempt to potentially win it at the end of that game. Still had yourself in a position to go win the game at the end. It's pretty incredible. Michael McNell, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, sorry, Titans. We are mad. Oh, you're going to have a pissed off Hawk team next week, Tennessee. That's going to be a get right game right there for the offense. That's for sure. Kubiak's going to come out probably hopping mad. Sam's going to want to be driven, no doubt, to get this flushed. Good luck next week, Tennessee. We're going to cook them up by 21, man. I imagine this will be a team, as long as we don't overlook them, of course. But I have to feel like after a loss like this, you won't be overlooking much. Sorry, Titans. Mr. Kane celebrating 50 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that long-time support, my man. Man, I'm waiting 4 years as a Hawks Nest member. I really appreciate you, my brother from another mother. Not too concerned. A field goal away from winning a 4-interception game. Knew it was going to be a tough one. The fight of this team is championship caliber. HTL, go Hawks. I'm with it, man. There's a lot to take away from this that's good. We're all going to be a little dissuaded by the loss, and that hurts, but there's some good stuff to pull away from on this as well. And I struggle to get into just being super too negative on this one because, again, I think you've had a great year. I think Sam's played really good football. I don't think this is representative of who he is. Chose a bad day to have his worst game, that's for sure. But even despite that, the fact that you could still be in this game does represent to me that it's about the team, not about a QB. It's not about a single position. It's about the team. And the team showed you today that they got a lot of fight and resiliency to them. And I like that championship caliber. It's inside them and it's there, man. This is right there. We're waiting for it to come fully to the surface all the way around, but we can see it bubbling beneath the surface, Mr. Kane. That is for sure. Alex Martin, thank you for the $5 donation. Says Brando got his work cut out on Tuesday. Jesse licking his lips like a big back looking at a buffet after Darnold's game today. Laughing out loud. Great game, though. Indeed. It was a great game, man. Really fun game. We are very two tight teams. And yeah, Jesse's got every right to be licking his chops because he is sitting at the forefront of those that have been driving this Darnold narrative. So, he's not just getting onto it right now, but he's been a guy that's been, consistently in this mode and what he's doing. So, yeah, I think Jesse's got every right to be able to, say, see, this is what I thought I could do. And, all I can say back to is I don't think that this is who Sam is. But as well, I don't have the data to say, well, look at Sam stepping up in this big game against this big opponent. I've got instead some collection of games where, for lack of better word, he's wilted in the big moments. I don't think that's who he is. I think he's a guy that can stand tall. I still have faith in Sam Darnold. I think this just happened to be the game that it's the timing of it's awful because you have in people's mind what happened at the end of the playoffs last year. That's sitting so big at the forefront here a bit. But as others were speaking earlier on this too, it's also, it is also that San Francisco game at the first game of the year. It's the Buccaneers game at the end down there. It's, people kind of putting this all together and finding a little bit of a chain between this. And whether fair or not, it's one that's going to exist out there as a narrative until Sam dispels it. And he has not yet dispelled it. So people got a right to bring it up. That is for sure, Alex. Good to see you in the house, man. Hope you're having a good one and congrats on the win. El Prez Cat, thank you for the $2 donation. Good game for the fight. Darnold was in a Jets jersey. Indeed, he was reverting back to some bad Sam Darnold habits, man. Bad Sam Darnold habits. Just a little jumpy in there today. Little jumpy, not under control, just a little bit not feeling comfortable with what he was seeing from the Rams either. They had him a little bit confused in this one. But a good game. Hell of a fight, man. RD is legit. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. I'm bummed the D gets robbed in stats. Well, indeed, the offense has single-handedly brought up the D's average as far as the points per game go. Like we could probably be the number one team at points per game right now, if not for the fact that our offense is so often put our defense on short fields / hell, our offense has even given up a touchdown to that side of it as well. So it does kind of suck because it kind of skews statistically how really good this defense is truly versus what the stats are going to say, which people are just going to look at the stats and not really understand that it's better than what the stats indicate. Thank you, Sanchez. Appreciate the donation. Michael Bicknell, thank you for another $2 dono. Jake will agree with you on the round table. Rams sucked. They weren't good. But I mean, something I'll mention to him that I think is a big key in this game is that aside from the fumble by Puka Nacua, you kept this a clean game and you didn't turn the ball over. And Matt Stafford didn't throw the ball to us. And sometimes when you are playing an opponent that's going to make so many self-inflicted errors, then it all becomes all the much more of a realization of you offensively that, today will be about the errors that we don't make. This guy's made 1 interception, 2 interceptions, 3. I, as a quarterback, I think in Stafford, being a smart veteran quarterback, recognize this. When the other quarterback's going to kind of decide today he's going to puke up all over himself, I'm not going to match him for that. I'm going to play all that much more safer at that point, because if I can just play safer, much more of the likelihood we can just go get this win. I mean, we can just kind of squeeze it out a little bit. And that's, I think Stafford did a little bit of that. I think that also probably contributed a little bit to the Rams' lack of production offensively today, is that there was a little bit of a recognition of what was happening defensively to our offense and what they were able to do to Sam. And so they go, well, we can play this a little bit safer. I think if it was a game where your offense was able to do a little bit more, not have those turnovers, you would have forced the Rams offense to have to do a bit more than they did. But yeah, I'm sure he's not going to be hyping up the Rams offense after this one necessarily, Michael. Addis the Gamer, thank you for the $2 donation. Agree or disagree? We could have won today, 100%. 100%, Addis. 100%. When there's no disagreeing with that. You had an opportunity to win this game. You were in this game. They didn't blow you off the field. They didn't just take you apart. You had some chances in this one. You had your chances to get this one multiple times over, which is part of, rather than being discouraged, maybe encourages people more than it should be the way that this rolls. I don't think it will. People will take it as a loss and be more discouraged and say, we're still not ready and we might still be a year out. But I think you should take it as more encouragement than anything else at that point to say, hey, there's a lot to build on here. The stuff that went wrong, we can correct. It's not that they out-talented us. It's not that they're just the better team. It's that we got to not shoot ourselves in the foot. The decision-making and play calling with quarterbacking and how loose and free we're being with the ball versus being a little bit safer. And I think that that's where I'm going to come out of this with a little bit more optimism than I'm going to be out with pessimism, which might be more of what we see across the board. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I think it will get lost in the noise. Is Mike McDonald not going for it on 4th down at least once when we were in the red zone? I didn't like that. I might have thought about it on one of the other times in this game. I think that Mike's looking at this, and I always like it when coaches look at this, Barton, from a standpoint of rather than, you're deciding here or there, you're going to go for 4th down based on just purely analytics. I do like it when the coach is maybe taking analytics, but also taking into account what's happening in the game itself. How's the flow of the game going? How's my defense doing? I mean, that's a big part of this as well. If I'm going for it on 4th down offensively, I'm partly saying, well, we don't have as much faith or trust in our defense there. I think from Mike's standpoint and taking those field goals as he did, not going for 4th down in the red zone, was my defense is on it. We've got this Rams offense tightened up. We've got them closed down. If my offense can just eliminate the turnovers, we're going to put this thing to bed. So just getting points and continuing to get the points throughout the game will be fine for us. Yeah, you just don't turn the ball over. You'll keep getting some points. Our defense will keep this offense held down. But instead, your offense couldn't do that, of course. So I can kind of get where he's coming from by not going for it there, Martin, and that's what I want with my coach, to look at the situation and say, where's my defense out in the day on this too? That's got to be a bit of that driving force. Because I think sometimes with some coaches, Martin, it can be just, well, what do the analytics tell me? Go for it. Okay, I will go for it. No, I want to know too, where'd my confidence at on my defense that I need to do this? How important are points on a day like this? At the end of the day, 19-21, not a high scoring game, points were at a premium. I kind of feel like I'm okay with Mike doing that, in my opinion, on that one, based on all those kind of factors at play. But I can get, the modern outlook on this, Martin, the modern analytical approach on this, Martin, would be on one of those probably going for it. Kind of like we saw McVay do to the other side of it, right? On that drive after the turnover. But thank you, Martin. Appreciate the $5 donation. Kind of another part of it I thought that the Rams used in their back pocket with going on fourth down there too, is that if you don't get it, then you do put that offense on a really long field at that point. Elon Musk in the house. What's up, Elon? Thank you for the $5 donation. It's very kind of you. I really appreciate it, and glad you could check out the stream. Hope everything's going good in your tech world out there. Appreciate you. No note in there, Elon, just a don't know. So thank you. I salute you, sir. Very kind of you. Violet, thank you for the $2 donation. Were wide receivers getting open? Sam's performance shocked me. The story on this one will be completely told once I get a chance to Violet to take a look at the all-22 and really see what was going on back there, because Sam was doing a lot of dropping back, pre-snap read, head snaps over here. I don't like that read over here. Coming back over here. I don't like that read back over here. Oh God, I'm going to get kind of spastic in the pocket and kind of dance around in a circle here. That a lot of that played out in this game. So based on what I'm seeing from Sam and what he was looking at down the field, no, it didn't look like there was necessarily a lot of consistent separation out there. Or at least Sam wasn't seeing it clearly. It's one of the two. Either there wasn't a lot of separation, or Sam's pre-snap reads and where they were taking him was incorrect. And he was just getting flat fooled by the Rams defense in the back end and the coverages. I don't know if that was the case for sure, but I would reckon to guess that there just wasn't as much separation in what he was seeing. He was seeing guys kind of tight, everything kind of tight and close. I think he also got a little bit hyper fixated, a little bit on JSN, and then he went the other direction over course correcting through the back of the game, where there was even a play they showed where he got open on an out route and he was looking somewhere else. Because he kind of, I think the coaches were kind of in his ear going, man, you're really just trying to hyper target JSN here. There's other guys you can work in this passing attack too. Kind of a shocking performance, Violet. Not a great one. There was definitely some struggles across the board for Sam here in a couple different places, but bottom line point was bad performance. He was able to bring a little bit of it back at the end, which was cool to see, but he's got to correct some of this stuff. Even if the wide receivers aren't getting open, then that's no excuse to the quarterback to be throwing it late back across your body, throwing it late when you don't have really clarity on the route being open. Even you're just trying to, take the sack, throw it away. The worst result is not a throwaway. The worst result is not taking a sack. The worst result is a turnover and putting your defense on a short field. Sam's got to learn this lesson. Elon Musk, thank you for another $5. Appreciate the double donation, Elon. Not too mad about this game. Part 1 of 2. If Sam can clean it up, we will be fine. Defense was amazing. They were great. They were put into such tough pickles, and they got themselves out of it time and time again for the most part. And Sam can clean it up. This stuff is clean upable. There's things as a quarterback where he just can't see the field clearly. He's not understanding what he's seeing. I don't think that's the case with Sam. I think we see enough football to know that he can definitely see the field clearly. I think what he's doing is he's pressing and trying to do too much. That there's got to be times where you live to live another day, survive to live another day. And he's trying to just do too much on these individual plays rather than there's got to be plays where you go, okay, that play didn't work. I didn't have a separation. Oh, I got quick pressure. I've got to counter this with the right decision on how to deal with this going foobar on me on this play. And instead on him, sometimes plays go foobar, and he seems to try to extend himself out over the top of that foobar status. And it just doesn't work. He just makes it worse as a situation. So I'm not too mad about this game either, Elon. I'm going to be definitely just a little disappointed as you wanted it, but there is still plenty of time this season for this team to round into its best shape. We get this team to again down the line at home and an opportunity to make headway there. Let's see if we can answer the bell down the line on this. But defense was absolutely just great today. They did their job. Across the board, they were tight. A couple drives by the Rams, and then they cleaned everything up down the line to me. Including even giving them the offense at the end there, stopping the Rams and forcing the punt there at the end. Giving you still a chance to the offense even at that last time. What a job by the D today. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, Brandon, the best part about this loss is it proves to me that McDonald was the right hire. Defense is elite, and the team never gave up. Future is bright. Future is bright. I know it sounds like maybe a bit of a homer here on this channel when I speak about this, of having the faith in this team and telling you guys that I feel like organizationally they are on the really right path, that they're doing so many things so smartly that it just feels like a matter of time when you're doing this amount of stuff so correctly, when you're drafting well, spending money well, when you're getting right decisions left and right and in between, that eventually you get the culmination of that rearing itself into becoming an elite team. And I think that they were on the path to that future is bright. We cannot forget, as we were talking about earlier on this stream a little bit, that this is a team that is the third youngest team in the NFL. You got a lot of puppies out there, a lot of guys that are learning their way here, and they're getting that seasoning and they're getting better and better, and it's coming together bit by bit. But it does take that time. It's not a fast acting situation that just happens overnight because we want it to. It's one that you got to give it its time for it to play out and for it to develop. But we are on the right path. The future is bright. And if the season is not the season where we get to full contender mode and we're ready to make a run, which I'm not so sure that it's not still a season we can do that in, that it's by 2026, you will be at that spot. But we still have a long season here so far. We still have many more games left this year, many winnable games on the schedule. We're still got the playoffs right there in our sight line here. Anything can happen when you get into the playoffs. But by no means is the story of the Seattle Seahawks in 2025 told yet. But by all means, Cameron, to your point, the future is incredibly bright for this football team. There are so many good parts to this team, so many good things that they have built up and put together. Just a matter of time. CD Woods, thank you for the $5 donation. CD, I'll be encouraged if Zabel comes back soon. That's a bigger loss than actually losing this game, in my opinion. That one hurts. He has been a steady rock for you over there at the left guard position, and you don't necessarily feel like in-house you have a viable replacement necessarily. I mean, Christian Haynes is going to slide over there, but Christian Haynes is a guy that's really been looked at for the most part here as a guy that really is a pure left guard by and large, or a right guard by and large. So playing him over left guard might be a little bit out of position for him in this one. And you're doing it as much because you don't have as many readily available options there for your left guard and backups. So hopefully he can get back this year. It looked tough, CD. I mean, when he's being helped out with a guy under each arm off the field, it wasn't a full on getting carted off the field, but it was also like, yikes, and it looks serious. And we are down to the line at the end of the season where even a high ankle sprain, maybe you're not getting back a guy like Zabel, then potentially, even if that, maybe the first playoff game you play, maybe you can hope to get him back at the soonest at that point. And maybe even that's going to be a little bit tough. So I'm worried about the Zabel thing too. I would tend to believe that that's probably going to be an IR, and he's probably going to be out for the season at this point, based on how he looked, at least. Thank you, though, CD. I appreciate that donation, man, and well said on your part. Tall, thank you for another $2 dono. It sucks. Mike has been great on the road for us. Defense showed up on the road again today. If the offense was even a smidge better, one less interception, you win this game. You have a 3 interception performance and you win it. So, does suck. Defense was nails, and Mike had that defense ready to go win you the 11th straight game on the road today. But that's why it's hard to probably win 11, 12 straight games on the road, is eventually get a game like this from the offense in that kind of environment, I suppose. But it's a little bit like Cameron said above. Today did show in a lot of ways that McDonald's right higher. There was still even some wonder today on my chat initially when the Rams were getting a little bit of the offense going to start things off. Aren't we really I think we've been shown we got the right hire here. Just one of those reasons for that bright optimism in the future is that you got your right head coach here. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. So O-line remains a problem. I wonder why. Yeah, I mean a little bit. Look, Bradford didn't have a great game out there today, but I don't know. To me, this wasn't a bad offensive line performance, I don't think, by and large. You got 3 quarterback hits from the Rams today when you drop back 44 times to throw the football. 44 passing attempts, 3 quarterback hits, 0 sacks. I think that's about as good as you can ask for there. And then when you look at running the ball, Walker, 16 carries, 67 yards, 4.2 yard per carry average. Charbonnet, 11 carries, 37 yards, 3.4 yard per carry average. Jackson had 1 for 11. I mean, you ended up with basically 35 attempts, 135 yards, almost a 4 yard per carry average. You'd like to do a little bit better than that, I guess. But at the same point in time, you were able to run a little bit here in this game. kind of felt like they just kind of voluntarily went away from the running attack a bit. But Bradford didn't have his best. I think you're intimating a little bit about Bradford, and indeed, he didn't have his best game out there today. That was a struggle show with him out there a bit. Vulture, thank you for the $5 donation, Vulture. The only thing I'm worried about is Zabel's injury. We absolutely need him for the postseason for a deep playoff run. Yeah, I think you're seeing Vulture even on a couple of these other donations that many others are kind of in lockstep with you on this with Zabel, and that he's a very important piece to this puzzle. His impact to this offensive line has been huge, and losing him for a long period of time, we don't have necessarily ready-made replacements in there. And that does get you a little bit concerned about this offensive line moving in the future. And I think it's going to be hard for him to get back. High ankle sprains tend to be 4 to 6 weekers. Tough guys can get back after 4. 6 weeks puts him right in alignment for kind of the end of the season, but they're going to go MRI him. And if there's anything on that MRI that shows a partially torn ACL, he will be Dunsky at that point. I hope it's not the case. I agree with you. I think whoever you go back there and put out their left guard now does take you back quite a bit there. And we're already kind of at times holding on for dear life for the right guard position as it is. So having both those positions kind of sliding backwards into sort of the same state that they were last year with what we saw with Tomlinson out there and whoever we were trotting out at right guard throughout the year was not great for the offense. Did not help the offense out a lot and made things a big struggle. Big struggle. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. 2 Rams drives today totaled 28 yards and 14 points. Rough. Can't put these guys on short fields. You were speaking to it earlier on this. How many times Sam Darnold over the past just 2 weeks alone has not only given up interceptions, but given interceptions up to where he's putting the defenses on short fields. We have a defense this good. Part of what you got to do offensively is protect the defense a bit. You want to go for your points. You want them operating loose and free and not just feeling like they're trying to play not to lose. But at the same point in time, you got to know where your bread's buttered. And the bread is buttered on this defense right now. So play to it. Count on it. Rely on it. Don't act like you need to score 35 points a game to go get the win with a defense like this. We've got to protect the ball better. It's very controllable, but it's also got to be a necessity moving forward here. We're not going anywhere. CD Woods, thank you for the $5 donation. Also, if they want to argue that same Darnold narrative, then that could come back to bite them later this season. People will. You're going to hear in the roundtable and on Tuesday, it's going to be brought up a good amount about Darnold and that this is the narrative and this is the guy. And I don't agree with it. I think many of you out there don't agree with it. There'll be people within our own fan base, though, that you'll hear popping up and even in the chat tonight who will be coming up and saying, see, this is the proof. See, this is the reality. See, this is who he really is. So, look, they've got some meat to work off of right now. They've got some truth within this that they can pull on, which I'm not going to discount. But like you say, what happens if he comes back down the season and he wins at home and then he gets you a playoff win? Well, now that narrative changes around. So I don't think the story's set here on Darnold with this. We'll see this year on that. We'll see on that if that narrative can kind of get dispelled a little bit better. But I don't think it's one that's completely fair. I think that there's a little bit of confirmation bias set in on this thing. And the second you see some confirmation, you just drive on it with 2 feet. But Darnold's given his haters, he's given his people that don't believe in him something to work off of. You throw 4 interceptions a game like this between 2 teams, you lose this game off those 4 interceptions on your back. You might as well have a neon light like I got over my left shoulder there over your head at that point, as far as you being the responsible party there. And I think it's pretty valid. I don't think it's unfair. I don't agree with it, but I also don't think it's unfair. It's on him at this point to kind of prove this a little bit more. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. I wonder if Sam wanted to silence the chatter with a big game. Maybe so. Possible. Maybe he was just feeling like, I'm ready to take this step. I'm tired of hearing about all this. I'm going to go out there and make some big time throws in this game and show him what's up. Maybe. It's kind of odd to me a little bit, Randall, because it's such a cool moment when he was talking about this team in this game. I thought this week, and he was asked about it on his press conference, and he was speaking to the fact that I got to be clean. I got to protect the ball. And that was one of the first things he was saying, which kind of, to me, had him recognizing pretty clearly about what was going on and what he needed to do in this game for them to have success. And yet was really loose with the ball in this game in a way that sort of belied his words. Didn't go in alignment there on that between the two. But Sam doesn't need to go out there and play big games, not with this defense. We need him to execute the offense. We need him to find consistency in drives and convert third downs and control the clock. But we need him to be safer with this football. This is getting way too loose and free, and it's not just been this game now, Randall. It's recent string of games here where he's got 4 straight games of 2 interceptions. That starts to get outside of just sort of happenstance or sample size and starts to get into being a trend. And this is a trend that does not work with a defense that's led with 3 phases of a football team, that's led with its defense at the forefront. You got to know who you are and what drives your success. And that's how this team has been built. It's not built to be pass happy and it rides or dies with its quarterback. Today, your quarterback made you ride or die on the back of him. That's unfortunate. That's got to stop. Cool Breeze, thank you for the $2 donation. Cool Breeze, didn't have anything in your donation, just the donation. So I thank you for that. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, anyone who if team has Sam back, listen to Ernest Jones. Oh, so I think what Randall's saying is Ernest Jones in his press conference was having Sam's back and given him his support. Yeah, and I'm sure the team will. And look, Sam's done enough to earn that this shouldn't be something where as people question him after one game like this. It really shouldn't. It will be out there from a national. It'll be out there a little locally, Randall. You will hear some of this, but I don't think it should. One game doesn't make a player. One quarter doesn't make a player. One play doesn't make a team. One play doesn't make a game. I think very much in this. It's the totality of all of the data. Don't cherry pick one data from one spot. You got to look at all the data. And you look at all the data this year so far, and Sam Darnold has had a hell of a season for you. Had his worst game of the year, but there's a lot here you can clean up and fix. This trend we can reverse course on this trend. And I'm expecting that they will do so, Randall. But no doubt about it, Sam does seem to be the guy, and you could even feel this from him last year, Randall, where that Vikings team had his back at every turn. And he seems to be a guy that people root for and have faith in from a team standpoint. So good to hear, though, that Ernest has got his back. There'll be that question this week, and fair or not, it'll be out there. But it'd be great to hear the team and the defense being like, no, don't even start that. We know what's up. He'll bounce back off of this. That's not who Sam is. Thank you, though, Randall. Appreciate all of your support and all of the support from all of you guys today. Really thankful for it. You guys just dropping so much love my way, even in a loss. Even in a loss. Let's see where the chat's at today. I see we've got the spam going hard here. Huh? They're spamming. Let's get this out of here. Let's get this crap out of here, shall we? And again, too, we're going to have a lot of chat here today in the channel as far as post game goes. So if you guys have any questions for me, if you want me to read your comment, B, Brando, Hawks Nest, HN, whatever, just make sure if you can delineate when you got a comment or a question you want me to reference directly, because there's a lot of interdiscussion between the chat itself. So I got to kind of pick through a little bit on that. If you do have something you want me to potentially mention or address, we'll see where your guys' heads at. Brian needs the Hawks Nest 100%. Agree 100%. Sam is trying to squeeze out positive yards on every play. That's more like how Carson Wentz plays, not Sam Darnold. Yeah. You're pressing a little bit too much. You're just trying to go past what you should be doing on a play. You got to sometimes take the L on the play, and taking the L on the play is you then avoiding the awful mistake. And Sam's just got to recognize that that's where a lot of this stuff is kind of coming from a little bit. And if he can, then this stuff gets corrected, I think, really quickly. You're not looking to make him just play completely safe with training wheels on like he's a rookie quarterback, but just that, again, can't get too free and loose with this. I think that there's adjustments there too, where it's like sometimes okay, you're having this automatic marker when it's late in the play and stuff's breaking down and you're dancing around the pocket, and your automatic marker is still try to look up and throw down the field. I think Sam's automatic marker's got to be at times on that. Go take a running play. Go get me 2 yards. Get back up to the line of scrimmage. Throw it away. That the automatic answer that comes to your head is not one that says try to fit it into the tight spot. But now that the automatic answer, you go, oh, I'm in that moment I had thought about, oh, I'm 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. Oh, I'm 3 seconds in the back of the backfield. Play's not open. I need to know now. This is where I have things go bad. Okay. Leave the pocket, go find my scrambling yards and get out of there. I can't sit in the pocket for 4 seconds and hope my pass protection holds on. I'm going to come back and try to throw, and the ball's going to get in on my back arm, as almost happened again today. I got to break the pocket and have that internal clock going in my head. You got your 3 seconds, 1 look, 2 seconds. Okay, I got to go, or I got to get rid of the ball. But that's where I think it is. I think it's correctable, Brian, for him on that. And you got to just recognize, like you say, don't play like Carson Wentz. Not every play's got to be a home run. Not every play does it got to be the most amazing play ever made. Not every play do you got to get a complete win on. Sometimes it's not your fault from a quarterback position. The guy didn't get separation. You got too quick a pressure. You just got to eat it then at that point. Philip Scopatuolo. I can't do the last name, Philip, so I'm going to go Philip. So the Seahawks almost overcame 4 interceptions. It took a great punt to put Seattle at the 1 yard line to win. It did indeed. That really won them that game. That punt did. Man, that was nails. And yep, still 4 interceptions that you could have still won this thing. Ramelia, we won, but McVay had a Kyle Shanahan-esque last offensive series. What was that? Anyway, good luck, Brandon. We'll see you guys for round 2 later on. Thank you, Ramelia. And I think McVay was kind of doing a little bit of the opposite of what we were doing a little bit, where it was more of a recognizing what was going on in the game, recognizing how good his defense was playing and how bad Sam was playing. And then he did not want to put his offense in a position, I don't think, at times to, have them put things in peril. And he kind of played it a little bit close to the vest, I think, at the end. And I can't blame McVay for doing that. I think he's been in this position a lot of times, and it's not pretty version of football, but it will win you games. And I just keep coming back to, again, it is that sometimes that mistake you don't make more than it is the plays you do make that can win you the game. Ash Shar says, Titans, sorry team, we're going to blow out 35-0. Who cares? We can't beat the big dogs. Until we beat the big dogs, nobody's going to be satisfied, and I can't blame you for that. Can't blame you for that. Chicken says, I think the season might be lost on offense. Zabel left a huge hole. Whoever was in at left guard was just getting bull rushed and ran down. Christian Haynes was back there. Just a little bit of struggle for him. Yeah. A little bit of struggle. Thomas says, that fraudulent team beat Seattle and had a 21-12 lead before Seattle cut it close. Indeed. We can get this team. We can get him. Vexo last year, Geno 3 interceptions. This year, Darnold 4 different years, same result. Simply put, this defense can carry, but we simply can't turn it over. Offensively, we got to clean things up. You want both sides to be cooking, but the offense is going to have to start to get into a place of we got to stop turning the ball over. Thomas is out on Darnold. I'm so done with these quarterbacks who are serviceable, not good. Darnold's right now proved that he's not the guy that will help Seattle win a championship. It'll be some of the narrative that's out there, Thomas. You won't be alone on this. Can't quite get there myself on it, but like I say, there'll be many folks like yourself that are feeling that way coming out of this. And Sam gave you guys room to believe this and think this way. He did. Phillips says, I thought the clock management was poor by McDonald and the offense. They took their time, no sense of urgency. I agreed. Yeah, kind of a sort of a what I call languid last drive there a little bit, Phillip. They were kind of just chipping away a little bit there, which was weird. They says sometimes quarterbacks have issues with certain teams. Josh Allen can't beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs. For Sam, it's the Rams. Might just be. The Rams might just have his number there a little bit. How long do I think it's going to take for him to be comfortable? Darnold, you mean? I think you just got to correct some of this mistakes. Got to play safer. Ashar. And then I think that's you can correct that within a game. Being safer with the football. Travel fanatics, since that Niners game, we did get better, way better, right? Yeah. Sam's been playing it like an MVP level through a lot of this year. So I mean, people can kind of throw that all away and say, well, it's against lesser competition, so it just doesn't matter. I can't get there myself, but yeah, you did improve. Space outizations says we can go far and win with Sam. There's no other choice. 100%, man. Why can't we? Why can't we? Cedar Woods says, I think the second interception will be a touchdown if Bradford picks up the stunt. Shaheed comes uncovered right after Sam threw it. Definitely Bradford lost the stunt quick on that play. Young couldn't get back there any faster. I mean, he was instantly in Sam's kitchen. I'm going to try to calm down, but if Zabel's done, so is the Seahawks. It's not looking good right now on that front. Brandon, it's a knee injury, not an ankle. Yep. Oh, not an ankle. My bad. Yeah, I think I call it high ankle sprain. That's right. It is a knee. So we got to hope now it's an MCL and not ACL, essentially. Go get Crosby, says HHG. I'm with it. I'm with it. Gino had a good year. Overall isn't terrible, but he's not going to get you a Super Bowl. Darnold has the potential, and prior to this game was on pace for one of the best seasons by a Hawks quarterback. Amen. Thank bud. Here, here. Well said. Well said. He's got potential still. After he says, I think this game's a lot different. The refs didn't give the Rams a lame 15-yard penalty on that spoon on that first drive. That would have been a 3-and-out. It might have. Remember on that, though, I think it's like a 2nd-and-1 there on that point if there's no penalty there. But it was definitely not a great penalty. Nick says, even as a Ram fan, Seahawks and Rams dog walk virtually every other team in the league. I think that we're still going to be two of the better teams when it's all said and done this year. Brand news is good game, bro. Rams fan here. Well, thank you. We got a lot of Rams fans in the house. Shout out to you guys for being respectful and cool, as you guys always usually are here in the chat. And congratulations to you guys on the win today. No excuses given from our end on it. You guys got the dub, man. You know, we feel like got a good chance to get you in the next matchup, but we took it to us today. Shar says we might be a year or two away to be a true Super Bowl contender. The only piece we're missing isn't legit quarterback that can manage the game without no turnovers. Yeah, I think they've got their answer there, QB, and I think there's other parts they'll get better with this team as we go forward. But Sam's got to clean up the turnovers, that's for sure. And it may be that you're a year away on this. It is the third, not to keep repeating this, but it's third youngest football team in the league. We're doing is the third youngest, and so you're going to go through your lumps a little bit when you're that young as a football team at times, and we're leaning on young players to get it done. But I think it is only a matter of time before they are that contender, Ashar. And whether it's this year or it's next, I think it is a matter of time. Brian says if you're going to try to silence chatter by saying, I don't want to throw any picks, you're going to throw picks because it's throwing picks. See, I don't think that's what I'm trying to say with that too, Brian, in that I'm saying he just needs to avoid throwing picks. I think the way he's throwing these interceptions, a lot of times they're happening late in the play and he's trying to do too much. That there's a pecking order of what a quarterback knows he needs to go through in his mind over a process of a play to make sure he's being safe with the football. I think that Darnold is not going through that pecking order. I don't think that I think he's sort of skipping from step 1 to step 5 on that a little bit. And that's where this is correctable. It's not where now it's inherently a part of his game, but it is something where I think you can fix it without having to go on to full on, don't throw picks, and then you throw picks. I think you can find kind of a happy medium here a little bit on this. Minnesota's going to be a challenge, but they should win these next 2. And then it's a rematch against the Rams at 9-3, probably with the division on the line. Very well could be at that point, Dank. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dangerous as fans overacting. We'll be all right. We'll be all right, Dangerous. We'll get this figured out, man. Dogzilla says, Sam threw some terrible interceptions today, but we very damn well nearly won anyway. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Uh-oh. Somebody got boy. The spam's coming hard today. It's already a loss, and you're going to spam us on top of this? HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. So the Colts are coming up. I'm not confident. Well, we got the Titans next week. So we still got a little bit of time before we got to be dealing with the Colts. But that's one of those challenges on the schedule you're going to have to deal with and see if you can stand up. It's a legitimate team out there. So can you hang up with that team? Can you stand tall with them? We'll see. We'll see. But that will be one of those challenges that's out there. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. Did you notice the clock not stopping at 5:03 and we lost 20-ish seconds? I feel like that I don't understand some of these time stoppage rules. I did because the previous play you'd stepped out of bounds and they stopped the clock for a second. And yeah, I did notice it when they stepped it out there that they kept the clock rolling, which was kind of odd. Yeah. I'm not sure about Keon. Great notice there. I do not know why that kept rolling. It's supposed to stop initially before I think you get the ball set when it's outside of the 2 minutes or something. But they didn't stop at all. It just kept winding. Yeah, I did notice that. And I sometimes don't understand the clock stoppage stuff either with that, when they're determining to do it or not. Kind of seemed like that was missed there a little bit. Kind of seemed like it. Time stoppage rules are weird. And Keon Lund, thank you, man. I think you've dropped like about 7-8 donos today, at least today. Appreciate all of that support. Mark Sanchez, thank you for a $5 dono. And as well, a bunch of donos from you to do today. Thank you for that. Awful game from Sammy D. No, it's not time for Milrow. Some of the fan base needs to pump the brakes with a quarterback change or take away snaps. Relax. Yeah, we got to chill. It's a bad game, and I'm going to understand, and I'm going to definitely be trying to play the part of psychologist this week and letting people lay on the couch and air out their grievances when it comes to Sam. But Sam has played really great football for us this year. He's not merely played average. He's not been middle of the road. He's played great football for you. The turnovers aspect and angle of it is one that's disconcerting and has grown a little bit more with time as the season's gone along. The performance over the past 2 weeks has not been as rock solid as it had been throughout the course of most of the rest of the games. But we can't just cherry pick one game and say that's who this guy is because he's playing the Rams. I on the road. I think that's completely unfair. The season as a whole, Sam has been very good for you. He's helping you win these games. He's helping you get out in front of these games to go and be able to mollywop these teams to where you're in the third and fourth quarter and you're up by a ton of points. So Can't throw that away. That doesn't not mean anything. And it's nowhere close to a time or vicinity to be thinking about taking away snaps or going with somebody else. Sam's the guy here. And I think he's going to bounce back off this performance. I don't think this is who he is inherently. And I do think that this is a guy that can take you to a Super Bowl. I don't think he's got something broken inside of him that prevents him from getting there to you. Just an awful time to have his worst game of the year. I get that. And I understand the narrative that'll be out there. I understand the fans that'll be out there be like, well, no, he's just trash. No, he's just crap. No, he just sucks. See, that's the real person who he is. I do feel like those folks before this performance were already standing kind of on the edge of that ledge, ready to jump off at the first moment of notice. I don't think that the main point that those people were already walking in this being willing much to be sold on Darnold as a quarterback, that they probably the same folks that walked into the season thinking, I don't think he's the guy. And there is a little bit of that, and I think inherently there. Maybe those folks are right. Okay. Maybe they are eventually proven to be right when it's all said and done. But also, a lot of that thinking, though, is then built upon biases, predetermined biases, not as much of what's really been going on with the recent information we've seen of Sam throughout the course of this season. RELAX. I agree, Mark. Well said, brother. Well said. Fire Poet. Thank you for the $5 donation, Fire Poet. Stafford found the tight passes. The tight passes. I like that. He found them thigh passes. Stafford found the tight passes. Devontae got neutralized. Sam could not find the tight passes and choked. Not his forte. Was a defensive game. Yeah, I don't know really about Stafford found the tight passes thing. I don't know about that. Stafford was 15 of 28 for 130 yards. He threw for 4.6 yard per carry, 4.6 average yard per attempt. He made some throws over the course of the game. Sam made some throws over the course of the game. I think that they matched each other as far as throws over the course of the game. I just think that as much as anything, Darnold had the interceptions and Stafford didn't. You know, that's really the differences between the two of them. I don't think that Stafford played some superior brand of ball to Sam on this one. As you say, I think it came down to, your defense outperformed our defense, and our defense played a great game, but your D was even better. I mean, that's what really carried this game. It wasn't as much of your offense doing very much in this game to make it happen, in my opinion. But I think even beyond the tight passes, from my standpoint, Fire Poet, it's just avoid, again, these kind of turnovers that you can control. Sam's throws the first pick, and he's falling way off his back foot, and quarterbacks know not to throw late back to the middle of the field off their back foot. That's one of the first things that they're taught about at the quarterback position. You have a throw where Byron Young gets quick pressure, and Sam decides with that quick pressure to just sort of throw it up for grabs. Okay. Decision-making just needs to be eat it, take the sack, not the worst thing in the world. That does happen from time to time. It's okay. As a result, the jump pass, I think we can get it into his head not to throw jump passes. Just take the sack. I think that there's a lot of the stuff where that's where the lesson will be learned here, not of fit the tighter throw in better, but don't make the throw in the first place on some of these throws. That's where really the lesson is to be learned. And if you didn't do that, Fire Poet, to my point on this, if Sam cuts down one less interception in this game, we get the win probably. He doesn't have to make one more tight pass, doesn't make one more tight completion. He's just got to remove one of those picks from the board, and you've got the dub. But it was a great defensive game, man. Two really legit defenses and how they play it. Thank you, Fire. I appreciate that support, brother. Multiple donations today. Mark with another $5 dono too. A positive. With a 4 turnover game, we only lost by 2. This represents the overall great football the Hawks are playing. Other teams would have lost by 40. Indeed, you are building a team here. And to win a championship, it's not on the back of simply having a brilliant quarterback who's a Superman. I think a lot of fans get caught up in this, obsessed with this, stuck on this, and they can't be moved off of it. It's all about the quarterback. Quarterback is important. Quarterback matters. Quarterback can have a tremendous impact on the game, but it is a team effort that drives this. And the Seattle Seahawks have built a team in full. They've not built this to be driven by an offense or driven by a quarterback, but they've built this team to be a whole 3-phase team that can take all 3 phases to getting you to the win. And when that's cooking right, we can get up on teams in the first quarter and put games away by the third quarter. When you have one of those parts that sort of falls on its face, even if the other sides are doing good things, that could be enough to lose you the game. You got to have kind of some alignment here by how you've built this. But yeah, I don't think that this is a great failure on the Hawks. You had the 4 turnovers, you had the 4 interceptions, 4 brutal interceptions, 4 interceptions 3 of which brought them onto a short field. And yet you come out of this game only losing by 2, losing on a final kick for the win right at the end of the game. I think that there is stuff to be encouraged by coming out of this game. I know people want this game, and I know it's going to be really hyper concentrating on Sam Darnold as the end all be all coming out of this game. But I do think that there's a lot of positive to be built on this as well. It's not all got to be doom and gloom, right, Mark? Bear with me 1 second here. I'll be right back. Oh, we got Mumbles coming in with a double dip dono, $15, a 10 and a 5. Thank you for that, Mumbles. That's very kind of you, brother. I think Mike Macdonald is the McVay counter. It's just unfortunate the offense isn't his wheelhouse. Rams could only score off turnovers. Without them, we couldn't score a point. Yeah, I think certainly Macdonald has shown here that he can stack up against the McVays. He can stack up against the Shanahans, and that he's a counterpuncher to them, and that he's the real deal when it comes to a defensive-minded head coach, and being able to structure this. And you beat him at the end of the year last year. You got him right down the line at home in that first matchup where it was neck and neck. Turnovers are really the differentiating factor in games when you have great teams going head to head and everything's really even Steven down the line, positional group wise, strength on strength, all that type of stuff. When it gets all down to the end of the line, you're at the end of the race, and what's going to be the nose that wins you that little mark at the end? Well, turnovers can be that factor. And these last 2 games that have really counted and mattered, the game at home last year and this game today, that is the thing that separated it at the end of the day. The good news, there's so many parts of this that if you just correct the turnover and that disparity of this, you got them on a lot of other aspects. You seem to kind of have this offensive number. You seem to have that counter in place. You're a better special teams, despite that miraculous punt at the end. You are a better special teams than they are. But you got to get that part cleaned up, Mumbles. That's got to be the part that's there. But I do think you're right. I think Macdonald is that counter to McVay. He is that guy. He's that defensive-minded coach. We've just got to find a way offensively over these past 2 years with Macdonald, and it's got to frustrate the hell out of him. Like, I'm not even asking you guys to score at times. I'm just asking you guys to stop putting my defense on a short field. I mean, I'm sure he's got to just be like red-faced with it because it's happened so often between Gino and Sam. These guys get more loose and free when they're on the shorter field than they do when they're on the longer field than they do when they're on the shorter field. It's like they get more like loosey with the ball when they're standing in their own end zone than they do if they're just like if they were at the 20-yard line trying to attack down and get into the end zone. It's kind of wild to watch. So, yeah, he is that guy, Mumbles, but it's got to be frustrating for him. Mumbles with another $5. Thank you for that. And again, appreciate all of you guys' donation. Over 150 today of donations, member messages. Thank you guys all for that support. We shouldn't have been in this game at the end with how the offense played. The fact that we were is a testament to the defense being amazing. Well, there was one time back way long ago in a conference championship where your Seattle Seahawks had 5 interceptions thrown, I believe, by Russell Wilson on that day. And yet, because you had an amazing defense there, a resilient crew that couldn't be knocked off their spot, that didn't care, they were going to play their game, and they were going to be dominant. You gave your offense a chance at that game, like this game, to go down and get yourself a win there at the end. And Russell was able to make a great throw over the top on a casino blitz by the Packers, and you got that dub. But that was a little bit likewise to where it took having that great defense on the front of that to give your offense the opportunity to go and get that win on that day. And we have a very similarly driven offense right now in what we have built up here. And this has got to educate the rest of this team all the way down through, especially when it comes to the offensive side. It's got to educate Kubiak on staying with the run when the run is working in a tight defensive matchup game. You're playing against a top watch defense and you're running well. You can't just bail on that from an optional standpoint because you feel like you have to maintain balance, because you feel like you have to get back to the passing attack. Keep hammering it. Keep staying down on it if it's working. And that's a part that you can correct. Sam being cleaner with the ball can correct. And if you can get these other things cleaned up, the defense is going to be there. The special teams is going to be there. That stuff seems to hold up and stand up every week pretty tall. Defense, the one game this year that you had was maybe a bad game in Tampa Bay, as much because you were just kind of decimated by injuries in that one as much as anything else. But they have been amazing, Mumbles, and they are legitimate. And certainly the corrections that can be made here are, to me, things that aren't going to be that tremendously hard to be able to find as far as, okay, we do this now as far as the turn. It's not like, well, it's going to be very complicated to make this get fixed and we got to change this and we got to change that and no, I think you can simplify some of this down the line a little bit with kind of keep it simple. And it's just a couple of specific items. It is that limiting of the turnovers and being safer with the ball. It is that, don't get weird with the play calling at times. Stay in the pocket of what you're doing and doing well. Make them stop it. Don't stop yourself. I feel like today when it came to run the ball, we stopped ourselves here a little bit. Real Cheese, thank you for 13 months. 13 months as a Hawks Nest member. Rams didn't beat us. We beat ourselves. Indeed. I'd say that's very much the case. I mean, the Rams beat it. They got those interceptions, They made them happen. But I'm with you, Real Cheese. Most of those interceptions Sam could have controlled. He could have avoided. And you're throwing it into the other team 4 times like that. Yeah, you beat yourself as much as anything else. It's kind of like a tip ball and then it gets picked. That's one thing. If it's off a helmet, that's one thing. But it's when you're throwing late to a bad area where you don't have a separation from a wide receiver and you're just hoping he can kind of break open late, like the JSN ball come on the comeback route. Like that's the one where you go, no, that ain't it, Sam. That is not it. But we can stand with this team and we can certainly beat them in a couple weeks down the line at home. Colts next week. No word yet. Mr. Doggon's able. We'll see if the chat's got an update. I would estimate that he's going to have to get MRI'd. And Michael say, we got to look at the MRI until we hear about what's going on with that. We're not going to know. Good, maybe initially, if we're not going to hear that they know right out the gate that it's an MCL, it's going to take them looking at the MRI to determine what's what. But we are going to probably have to wait for that. Jose says, you think Sam can be the guy? He hasn't proven yet to win the big game. Yeah, I tend to be a guy that doesn't always really lean as much into Jose, the thinking of quarterbacks failing out in big game stuff. And that's definitely the sentiment that's out there right now. When it comes to Sam Darnold, is that if it's in big time moments, he's going to fail out. He's going to essentially, at that point, that's where he's going to wilt. And there's been some moments here in this last year and a half, a couple of very key moments, primetime games, playoff games. This is why this is going to really stand out in people's mind in a major way that I don't think is altogether necessarily fair, but that doesn't mean that it won't still stand out in this way, Jose, to people that they're going to look at this and say, see, in the big game, he does have this happen. I think when you really go through NFL history, and this gets thrown around a lot, this quarterback can't do it in the big game. This guy can't do it in the big game. It gets tossed around so very often. I don't know if there's really that many examples we have in NFL history of guys that truly we understand and know are, well, he's a great quarterback, but you just put him in the big game and that's where he falls on his face. This was a Kirk Cousins thing that was out there for many years, which I don't always think was particularly always fair to Cousins. But it's one that gets thrown around a lot on quarterbacks. It becomes determined a lot on quarterbacks. And I just don't think that it's the way that it really works at the QB position where you're like, I'm locked in week in and week out, and I'm really good, and I'm so good against every week against these other opponents. And here's another opponent I'm good against. I'm consistent, and I'm making good throws and high level throws and high level decision making and smart decision making, and I'm being careful with the ball. And then suddenly you put that guy on a prime time stage, you put that guy up on a playoff game, and now suddenly, he just becomes this, like, the moment is too big for him. I don't I think with these guys, they are professionals and they're out under the big lights all the time. I think certainly nerves are a factor, and certainly you're going to get a little bit worked up in some big games in certain ways and the butterflies and all that. But I just myself don't think it's as much of, it'll be out there and presented this week, and you're going to hear loud and proud this week when it comes to Sam not being a big game guy. But I just don't think it's as much when I look at beyond Sam. It's more about looking at NFL history at quarterbacks, and that's really a thing that it's not as much a thing as I think people make it out to be, in my opinion. It's also something to me that I think is very hard to be determined for people because it's going to kind of like depend person by person, depending on, who looks at something and thinks it's this for somebody else who looks at it and says, well, no, it was actually this, i.e. like last year was that Viking versus Ram game, a game that was emblematic of Sam Darnold having his nerves get to be too much to him and that he got overwhelmed by those nerves and the moment was too big for him? Or was it perhaps maybe the fact that he was under way more than 50% pressure rate, that nobody on that offensive line was blocking well in that game. He had no run game to work off really. And it's kind of a combination of all that. Diego says, Sam is the man. He'll grow. Love it. Travel, we were doing best ever with same 5 linemen. That's all that counts in the NFL. Snaps together and line improves big time. Indeed. It's a big helper if you can get the same 5 unit out there. Chicken 117, Hawks Nest. Defense is elite. Zabel left a huge hole, and I think we score with him on that last drive. Ooh, I like it, man. Very well possible. I didn't get a chance to notice on I wasn't locked in on Haynes as much, but somebody was saying on the chat earlier above Chicken that Haynes was getting dog walked back there in pass pro. Maz Max says when Sam is able to put his demons to rest, then there's a chance. Until then, the jury will always be out. Indeed. Indeed. Brian, he says, Haynes got a steep learning curve to go in behind Gray Zabel. I'm afraid our O-line is going to start resembling last year's O-line from here on out if Zabel can't go. It will be rough, yeah. It's going to be a little bit tough if that's going to the way this thing kind of cooks out. Griffin says, we got 2 more cracks of this team, guys. Just have to clean that S up. Yeah, man. I love it, man. And I agree. Slubby, I don't understand how that is not a major emphasis coming in the game, protecting the ball. Yeah, I agree with you. A little bit of the frustrating part for me on this is sort of like you kind of forgot it once game time came. Yeah, it's just like it all went out the window for some reason. And I don't know why. Empower Code, evening being all. I'm so pissed off right now. I get it, man. And it wasn't a fun game on that with the turnovers. It was a good game overall, and you fought hard, but you ultimately are very frustrated. And this was one we all wanted as a fan base, didn't we? Patrick, we can say if Sam can stop with the turnovers, we should win these games. We just got to take the good and the bad from Sam. He's going to give us the good and a lot of turnovers. Going to give us good. I think there's some of these turnovers he can clean up, Patrick, and that they don't have to inherently come one with the other. There is some of you get for one, but I just think that a big part of this too is that Sam can control some of the stuff. There will be those turnovers he can't control, the off the side of the helmet, the tip passes. You're running a short base passing attack a lot of the time. You're going to get some of that stuff. The place that you can control is the late developing plays, the late plays in the pocket, the time where he's got a little bit of an extra beat to kind of think about it and decide what he wants to do. That's where you can start to, correct some of that stuff from Sam's perspective, in my opinion. Man, Spammers are going hard today. Power says it's rare you lose a game because of one person. One. Indeed. Evans, the defense shut Stafford down. Got nothing all game. That's the underlying theme of the game. I'd love that to be the underlying theme of the game, Kevin. I think the Sam forward theme is going to carry a big part of this, but I'd hope that would carry a little bit of weight too to it, Kevin. Yeah. Brian says, man, well, can't all be Matt Stafford or Mahomes. And you'll notice Mahomes hasn't had his best season either. They're about to play themselves out of a playoff spot. Indeed. Yeah. Tough playing the quarterback position in this sport. That's for sure. And it's gotten all the tougher with these defenses now and the cover 2 shell looks, and it's made it rough. Power says the clock management was absolutely horrendous. Sometimes I feel that these players don't have the IQ to take 2 steps towards the out of bounds marker, then turn back upfield. Asinine. A little strange on that last drive, some of the usage of the clock there. A little bit of a languid pace that they were taking on that one. So I've been calling it. Patrick says, I think Sam right now in his career, the same tier as Dak. I mean, maybe so. I think we'll learn about through the rest of this year where Sam's really landing at on that pecking order. We got Josh Naylor re-signed. Let's go. Well, that's a good piece of news. Josh Naylor re-signed by the Seattle Mariners. Mariners re-signed, working on a 5-year contract. Let's go. P would be going nuts right now, Bryony. Justin Ogden, I think Clint Kubiak's got a big part of the fault here. I think he's going to get out from under it in this game where it's all going to go into Sam's shoulders. But I think Clint had his worst called game of the season in this one, in addition to that. Travel Fanatic, good night, folks. Have a great weekend. Future's bright for the Hawks. Amen, brother. Yep, we're getting reports here that Josh Naylor is going to come back on a 5-year deal. 5, yeah. Brandon Jenna says, fair if the Rams are big dogs. What just happened to my, there it is. Fair if the Rams are big dogs, we are clearly Komodo dragons. 4 turnovers, and this team could have still won. We may not win the West, although I'm still not sure. Check yourself there. We may not win the West, although I'm sure we still do, but the Hawks will end the Rams. Ooh, let's go in the postseason. Let's go, Brandon. Sorry, it took me a little bit to get through that message there, but I like it. I like it. Very well could end up facing this team 3 times this year when it's all said and done. Kevin says, Gino and Darnold have the same amount of turnovers of the season. This S has to end. It's got to end. This has got to be kind of a breaking point on this. It was kind of building up to this game, and now it's a breaking point. You got to stop with this stuff, Sam. Jamara, you're correct. You're on MVP level if it can't be good teams, period. Amen, man. You ain't getting an MVP on the back of just beating the bad teams or the middle of the road teams. That's for sure. Yeah, refs out a few times. They got us in power code in this game. I do think we had a couple calls that worked decently in our favor too here and there. But it was tough for the call on Witherspoon to start the game off was kind of rough. August and Sam basically blew the game. Could have been a blowout, but I still have confidence in him. Well said, man. I think you accurately capture it there, Dogzilla. I see it the same way. Max says JSN was free on a few plays and Darnold missed him. Patriots got Drake. Why can't we draft a good quarterback? I think we're in still good hands with Darnold. Not every quarterback's going to make him every read on the field. And I think some of what happened in this game is early on, you were working JSN so much that you probably were overworking him, especially by the time you got back around to throwing that interception on the stunt there by Byron Young. I'm sure the coaches were in Darnold's ear at that point when he got to the sideline being like, look, you got other pass catchers. You got to work other guys in this offense too. I know you like JSN, but we gotta kind of mix this up a little bit on this. Holy crap with the spammers today. Is this real? Wilbert, I think the playoff hopes are really, really thin. Oh no, Wilbert, we're good on playoffs still. We're still well in alignment to go to the playoffs, and the schedule's not like it's incredibly hard going through the rest of this year. Yeah, I don't think you can pin this on the refs, Kevin. I think you gotta. We had more than enough on this on balance with the calls that we could have gotten the win in this one. Megan says Hawks Nest to get out of here for a bit. Neath Robin, no worries. You have a good one, Megan. Trying to get the bots. Yeah, I got it. It's all good. If I gotta clip them, I'll clip them here. They're going hard today, man. The bots are incredibly. I mean, I'll definitely ban these guys out, folks, but they're coming in faster than I can ban them just about. It's crazy. What is going on? Why am I getting just nothing but spam in here? Josh asks, all in all, I think the Seahawks played a fantastic game. We played great. Outside our quarterback, everybody else did their job. James Peters says nothing worse than watching Walker afraid of contact, even with cornerbacks, because he's a free agent next year. Play Holani. Yeah, too bad of a game. Brian, he says, we'll contend for a championship when we build a deep, talented offensive line. We knew when Sam Darnold came here that he's only on his game when he's operating behind a strong, talented offensive front. Definitely would like to see the onus put behind that, Brian, this offseason. Get a center and right guard in here that's legitimate to stabilize and finish out this offensive line process. Kevin says, Walker just always dancing around, not leaping forward for a first down. He definitely does a lot of dancing. James Peters says Sam had a 55% pressure rate in the second half. That's partially on Kubiak's play calling. Halfback screen, wide receiver screen, tight end screen. Definitely didn't do any of those kind of bubble-ish sort of screens, did you, in this game, James? And did feel like a lot of the passing attack was seemingly built on trying to hit intermediate and deep stuff, which was very surprising to me because I think you would have worked more of trying to attack especially the inside linebackers on this team in coverage, short, more of the middle of the field. I thought that would have been where you would have drawn your passing attack into the direction you wanted to go this game. But Seattle was kind of trying to throw into what I've called the teeth of the defense here a little bit, where the Rams are going to drop those guys to depth. And you saw it, Sam, a couple times. He's throwing into a lot of guys in passing windows depth. You're not going to complete those kind of balls down the football field in those moments. Kieran's confidence is we'll be all right. We'll be all right. But this is not the contender any of us were hoping for that we were billed as. We'll have some beers and move on, but this will matter end of the season. I very well could. I think there's more time here this year to kind of determine what we are and where we're going on with this, but I can get that thinking being where people's minds at coming off of this one, Kieran. I can. A lot of year of this left to go. And then football can ebb and flow and the war of attrition sets in. There's a lot of things and kind of factor into this a little bit. James Brandon, I don't see us honestly beating a team in the playoffs with Bradford, Olu, and Lucas getting dog walked into Sam's lap, TBH. Look, the offensive line, I'd like to have this be stronger and better. And this was one of those things, this offensive line coming into this year, I knew was going to be problematic because you continue to not really hammer it hard every offseason. You kind of just sort of one position at a time at every year is sort of the team's approach. A big part of the dog walking into the backfield today with this offensive line at times had to do with the long developing routes, in my opinion. And James, you're trying to do these sort of long drops and you're trying to hit the play down the field. So you want the longer developing plays. The guy's got to hold up in pass protection longer on those. There was less of an onus today from the quarterback standpoint of getting the ball out of his hands quick to a spot. Now, if I'm walking into a Rams team, I'm like, I want to neutralize the pass rush. I want to get down into third and shorts. I want to run the ball more than I end up passing the ball. It didn't seem like Kubiak was utilizing any of those three modus operandi for how he wanted to go out there and win this game today. And so, that's the part to me where If I've got a guy dropping back on 7-step drops, 5 to 7-step drops so very often, the pass pro now has to hold up in a major way against a Rams defensive line that we know is really good at getting pressure, because that's a factor here too, right? James, is a part of it is also the defense you're playing up against. How good are they at rushing the passer? Are they a strong pass rushing unit, or are they weak? And if they're a great pass rushing unit, you've got to mitigate that in your play calling. And if you're not, then when those guys get dog walk back, it's not as much of now they're just getting dog walk back because they suck. And I ain't saying those guys are great, but it's as much as you, an offensive play caller, are not doing enough to mitigate it. And so that's part of where I think a lot of this goes back to Sam Darnold is catching a lot of the blame coming off of this, and he deserves a heaping portion. But Clint Kubiak deserves a big portion too coming out of this game with the play calling. Was not good. Was not good. And you put your offensive line in peril. You put your quarterback in peril. You ran it counterintuitive to how you think you would against this defense. And I don't know what exactly Kubiak was thinking, to be honest with you. Next fan, Naylor extends for 5 years. Let's go. Fire Poet, thank you for the $5 donation. Fire Poet. Stafford found the tight. Oh, I got that. I already referenced that one. Sorry. I already got that one. Thank you for the dono. I'm with Kevin. Now, if we lose the Titans, then yes, maybe we'll questioning all of life. I'm with you there. SF, hey, Brando, you a big Elon guy? I like Elon. He's all right, man. You always like people that are trying to be at the cutting edge of stuff and drive things, progress and all that. So he's a bit at the forefront of it. I don't know if I got a strong feeling, but appreciate him jumping in my chat and hanging out. Jessica Beska says the Chicken Little sky is falling people will be working overtime. They are, and I'm going to try to be this week, pushing back at every turn as I can. But I know they're going to be loud and proud, Jessica, on this. And look, you lose a game, there's always a room for overreaction. That's for sure. It's going to happen. But I was trying to set the stage a little bit to Hawk fans as well, leading into this, that this game was not the ride or die of our season. That this was not the Super Bowl this year. That this is a long year, and win or lose, this is a game we've got to understand of how we're trying to make progress to where we're trying to get by the end of this season. And it's a little bit of a step back in this one, but there's a lot of also a step forward within it. And how, like, for instance, your defense played, how well you ran the ball against this Rams defense. I mean, you're going to be able to come back, I think, with the offensive attack against this Rams defense that can probably work. You just got to stick with it. Brandon says, yeah, this fan base certainly seems rather fickle. Season is over. Talk is pure dog s. Nothing about this game was even remotely indicative of that. Zabel going down sucks, but this is tenacious. This is a tenacious team. I think you're going to say this is a tenacious team. And yeah, I don't think that it's the end of the world. Zabel going down. It hurts. You got to mitigate it. It's not going to be easy, and he's playing really well. But yeah, I think that, Brandon, this is a fan base that's really hungry. And it's been a little bit of time that they've been waiting on this thing to really come forward and start turning in the direction that they were hoping it can turn. And, I think that they've had their heart broken a couple of times in recent years of thinking this team's right. They're ready to take that step forward, only to show you that they truly are not. And that people are maybe taking this loss and feeling like that's what they're seeing from this. But I think we got to keep the faith here and understanding how much good work this team has done this year so far. The wins they've stacked, how good and how well they've played in stacking those wins. And that, again, the things that happen in this game, to me, I think the big disagreement I'll have with the Hawk fan base is they'll come out of this and they'll say that there's something that they inherently learned from Sam Darnold. Didn't inherently learn it in week 2 or week 3 or week 4 or week 5 or week 6 or week 7. All of that's irrelevant. All of that just gets thrown into the dumper because of this one game here. That's just simply who he is, because I've determined that, arbitrarily speaking. And that's going to be the push of the fan base. That's going to be a lot of folks out there and where they're at with it. But I'll disagree with it heartily. I'm not buying into it. And you can't toss out the good with the bad. You can't toss out the good just because of the bad. The bad's got to take into account too. And we've got to deal with this in a real urgent fashion from a team standpoint on come to Jesus moment with Darnold on this turnover stuff. But at the end of the day, it's also what he's done throughout the rest of this year too. That stuff's not just empty calories. No, Megan, he wasn't saying you were weak on that. He was talking about the fans that they're bailing out a little bit, Megan. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5. Oh, wait. All right. I keep mentioning ones I've already gotten here. I'm a little by my donos here. Yeah, I don't know, Nagasa. I'm not a big guy on putting a whole game upon a quarterback, win or loss. I mean, this one you want to put it on, I'm sure. I'm okay with that. I don't know about putting all of a Niner and all of a Buccaneer game where defensively you couldn't stop a cool breeze. I don't know if that's as easy on that one to just or where you go, well, that's just all on Sam. What the defense did and their lack of ability of stopping anything Baker Mayfield did, and that's all irrelevant because it fits to my narrative. I don't like Sam. I'm going to throw all that stuff out. It's that thing where we get back to confirmation bias again, where we start, I'm not really a big Sam guy. Okay, maybe he's starting to kind of build me in with some of this performance, but I'm still feeling like I'm not sure. It's completely fair on this to look at it and say like he's got to play better, and even today to say that he's the reason you lost this game. But to say all three of those games just come down to Sam Darnold again on a Niner game where the Niners offense owned the ball all day, Nagasa. They moved the ball up and down the field on Mike McDonald's defense. You got a couple interceptions, but they basically lived with the ball throughout most of that game. And that's also a part of what determined that game. It wasn't just simply Sam walked out there and fell in his face. But again, I understand too, Nagasa, that a lot of people are driven by the quarterback being this thing that sort of rides and controls everything on high, that the rest of the team becomes irrelevant. It's just this thing. I don't share that same sentiment on it though. I'm more of a looking towards the team-based nature of what drives the wins and losses. Admittedly speaking, again, 4 interception day like this is one where I'll certainly break my natural tenet in how I operate to say that was on your QB. But even that, I think there's an extension of that too, where if you're just putting it all in the quarterback in this one, you're also not looking at Kubiak and the play calling and his approach in this game. So Megan, he wasn't talking about you as a weak member of the fan base with this. I think you're getting a misunderstanding on this with the situation with it. So Kevin was not speaking to that. He's speaking to a little bit of the people jumping so fast off the fan base with this loss. That's what he's talking. That's what he's talking about. I have not seen I always get asked on this, not Vexo, on I'm checking out the post game discussion. So I just go straight live from the end of the game through the end of the game, post game, and so we've got so many people in the chat, and I usually have a lot of people bounced up with discussion points. The thing that doesn't allow me to do Vexo is I don't get a chance then to listen to the post game presser. As soon as I'm wrapping up on the stream today, I'll check out and take a look because it's a few people have mentioned it, but unfortunately speaking, I just don't have any. I don't know. I'm not sure what Ernest said. I haven't had a chance to quite check that out. Oh, sweet. Thank you, Mom. It's good to have Mom over on Sundays, making me some food. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I'm going to try not to eat into the mic here on you guys, but definitely get a little hungry here. Holy crap with the... Real Cheese, thank you for 13 months. SeahawksNest member. Rams didn't beat us. We beat ourselves. Real talk. Rollin Riches, here's a stat for you. Darnold, last 2 years, 0-3 versus the Rams, 21-4 versus the rest of the league. Rams got his number a little bit. Yeah, a lot of bots today. Yeah, Kevin, I think you got a point on this. I think that I don't think we have a terrible fan base. I think we got a great fan base, Kevin. I think that there's some people that are a little bit in the emotional lens of I've got to be highly reactive to everything I see on a weekly basis on the football field. And that there's a bit of a slingshot nature to this that goes backwards and forwards, which is not doing the fan base any favors to operate by that method. It's an emotional sport. Every one of us wants this. But I think that the folks that are trying to rush to determine failure of this team, or that the team, there seems to be a rush in the fan base at times from people in the fan base to look for the evidence of the fact that this is a pretender. And I understand that part of this is born out of your heart being broken so often, so much in recent past history, where you've seen good teams that can't break through in that manner. But this is what Kevin is talking about, Megan. I know there's a little bit on this is what he was speaking to, and he's speaking to something that's the truth, and something that I see in the chat as well, even in some of the interactions I'm having here. And it's not that it's the matter of just, well, we disagree. It's that I can see the rush in people within this fan base to jump to conclusions on things so fast and to want to be so quick to jump to it rather than letting it play out. Why? Why do we need to reach to a place of fulfillment right now of saying, we know this team ain't shit. We know this team ain't going nowhere. Why is there that push inside of you to get so hard to that negative line of it? You lost this game by 2 freaking points when it's all said and done. 2 points. Your defense is legitimate. You have a head coach is legitimate. You have one of the more talented rosters in all of the sport. It's the third youngest team in the NFL. Who's to say when that third youngest team doesn't hit the injection button at one given time and now start cooking as you get down the line to the year? The rush, the simple rush to get to this conclusion point, and not to just to a conclusion point, but to get to a conclusion of, oh, we failed this year. Oh, we ain't stepped. Oh, we don't have the quarterback. That's the thing that does not make sense to me, nor does it make sense to Kevin on this, and nor should it, in my opinion. Are we sitting on a 3-8 record, folks? Just help me out here for these folks that I'm watching are dancing in negativity as though this is who we really are. Is that what we've been this year so far? I'm sorry, we're not the team that's blown the doors off of opponent after opponent. And you can play the but if game with me. You can play the what? Well, but those teams aren't that good. But we haven't beat a legit. But when we've had to face the Niners and the Tampa Bay teams, we haven't. Yeah, that's true. That doesn't make you then the bad team. That doesn't mean that it's not still a team that can find its footing by the end of the year. You've just barely crossed the halfway mark in this year. Why the jump to conclusions for a team that is so young, with a first-year offensive coordinator, with that first-year offensive coordinator with a new quarterback? We can't give that thing time to see where it all fully plays out too. And you haven't been given any other data to the other side of that to push you into range to think that there's something positive to pull from on this. That's the part of this too, is that I see from these folks that are hammering this, that's the thing, quarterback ain't that. See, just is it bad? You tossing out everything else he's done this year so far. None of that matters now. All of that's a mirage, or it happened against lesser competition, so it doesn't count. The acrobatics at play to try to overstate this, I think, is a bit much from some of the fan base for a team that now stands at 7-3 this year, for a team that's on playoff footing, for a team under a second-year head coach, a first-time head coach, is doing a pretty damn good job. I am not a guy that's a positive guy at every direction or a glass half guy, full guy. In fact, I've more often than not get critiqued for being on the other end of that. But I think Kevin's got a point on this. There's a be frustrated in this loss, and there is a reaching into a state of toxicity that's not really the answer here for what we saw today. The answer for what we saw today is not, oh, well, I guess we're just crap and there ain't nothing to happen. There certainly can be a question. I don't know if it will happen this year, but that's not what I'm seeing from some of the chat or what Kevin's seeing from the chat. It's not that I don't think we quite have this ready to go this year. Instead, it's well, that's this. Well, we just are that. Same old Hawks, can't do it. That's one that I'll definitely be pushing back against as well. But we got to toughen up a little bit. This ain't going to be an easy ride. Sorry, you can't have my food, kitty. No. HHG says, which is worse, ACL or MCL, or both are equally as bad? ACL is significantly worse, HHG. MCL is a 4 to 6 weeker. ACL is going to be a year recovery. Tiza, thank you for the $2 donation. Tiza? Is it me, or did the defense feel more prepared? They were ready to go. I thought a little bit teasy out the gate. It was shaky to begin things, where Rams offense, and they were finding some room. And it did feel like McVay early on was a little ahead of McDonald on the play calling, kind of anticipating his play calling a little bit, caught him pants down on the blitz a few times with a screen. But it did feel like that turned around really quickly. And once you got into the second quarter, Mike McDonald and the defense found their footing, and then they were locked in from there. They were absolutely on their P's and Q's, and they did a sensational job from there on. I mean, they put the clamps down. Definitely were ready to go. Definitely had a great plan. Once they got to sort of the second phase of that plan, Tiza, it was all good from there. Second, third, fourth phase, we're cooking it up for sure. But thank you for the donation. Keon finally saved me here with the quote, because this quote's been often mentioned here in the chat on the press conferences. He says, Sam's been balling. If we want to try to define Sam by this game, Sam's had us in every effing game so far. For him to sit there and say, oh, that's my fault. No, it's not, says Ernest Jones. So look, if it's good enough for Ernest, it's good enough for me on this. It's exactly to my point. So like, look, if you don't want to listen to me on this and you want to be like, oh, well, Brandon's just talking S, here is an actual player on the team saying the very same freaking thing that I am. So like, you maybe as a fan, I guess, know better than the players themselves. And yeah, he's going to have his quarterbacks back in this, which is good to see. And you think that's not always the case with all defensive players. We've certainly seen plenty of defensive players willing to throw their offenses under the bus, willing to throw even quarterbacks under the bus when it's a game that's gone like this. And he's not doing that. So it's just more of like what I'm saying. It's not, you can't just take Sam and cherry pick where you want Sam's game and be like, okay, I'm going to make an assessment of Sam Darnold. I'm going to cherry pick the Viking game from last year against the Rams, and I'm going to cherry pick the end of the Tampa Bay game right at the end, not through a lot of the game where he made some really good throws. Really, I'm just going to cherry pick that last little part there at the end on the 2-minute drive as they're trying to drive down and the ball gets bounced off the helmet. So I'm going to go at that one. And then I'm going to cherry pick over here, and I'm going to grab the Rams game, and I'll put these three things together, and that's the story of Sam Darnold. That's cherry picking. That's not taking the totality of data in, is it? And if you're doing that, then you're operating with predetermined biases. I'll straight out come out to the folks to try to give a little bit of, I was always doing olive branch to those folks that are so anti-Darnold and so negative Darnold in this moment. Let me try to extend an olive branch out to you guys on this, okay? I'm not saying I know. You guys are the ones saying you know that are in this. I know Sam's not the guy. He can never do it. I know that this is the guy, cannot lead us to the Super Bowl. He's got inherently, and you guys are intimating this, he inherently has something completely broken inside of him that keeps him, no matter how good his talent, no matter how hard he's worked, no matter how good a leader and a teammate is, there's something inherently inside of him that's broken and will never allow him to be that guy. Almost like, he's got some like loser thing to him. I mean, that's kind of what you guys are intimating here, right? He's got some loser thing to him that he just can't ever shake. And I go, okay, maybe that's the truth with it, but it does feel like there's been a lot of other data over the last year and a half, which hasn't exactly pointed to that being the reality of things. But then from those perspectives, I guess I throw all of that other data away, all of a year and a half of gameplay of stellar play by and large, all that's doesn't matter in the least, because there's this inherent broken thing that just you can see inside him that seems to exist. You can't really pin down what is exactly you're seeing when, and it may come and go here or there, but it's there. It's there. You're sure of it. I will give you the olive branch to say that maybe you guys are proven right on this when it gets down the line. I don't think we've seen it a lot. No, kitty. No. Sorry, kitty. You can't eat my food. We haven't seen it a lot of quarterbacks that have had this kind of same inherent thing that we talk about. And like I said, too, I think this is something that I hear a lot of. I hear a lot of discussion from people from a lot of different quarterbacks in my lifetime. It gets thrown around and bandied about a lot about certain guys, a lot of certain guys out there. And I just don't think it doesn't tend to be very fair almost at any point in time that it gets raised. I don't know if it's as much a thing as much as it gets talked about. And people pointing quarterbacks where it's like, well, he's got everything in his bag. He's got the arm talent. He's got the work ethic. He's got the leadership. Just that, when he gets to this one thing, he just collapses and then he's toast. I have a hard time with that one. But like I say, I will try to extend an olive branch to say, while I don't agree with you guys that take that trek with it, I'm open to being disproven. I'm not as sure as that you folks that are in the anti-Darnold thing are as open to being disproven to the other side. I think it almost takes like him raising the Super Bowl trophy to get to the spot of, okay, now I'll finally give him the credit on that one. And if you got to wait to that spot of it with it, then probably wait a little too long to get there on it. Agreed, Jessica. Thank goodness their locker room isn't like the fan base crying and pointing fingers. That's right. Can't point, can't point fingers. You got to learn from this and build off of it. Casio, I have some faith in Sammy D. I think he can handle the ghosts. I think he can get this corrected. I don't think it's inherited in him. Dude, we can look at our deficiencies, but Rams know they'll have to go through Seattle and it won't be easy. We're on the up and up and still in a build. We've overachieved and set the bar high. Beautifully put, Dune. Beautifully put. Tommy says it's funny as it's hard to believe the Rams will get past the Lions and Buccaneers. Yeah, I think those will be tough matchups for them. I think it's still kind of an open NFC right now. I'll bet. Justin says, Brandon, I have a feeling we're not losing again. Let's go, Justin. That's the energy we want. Let's go. Let's get a little bit of optimism in here, huh? Larry's got us. See, guys, even Larry's got us win this next one. It's a Rams fan here. Division games, always close to the NFC West. The old school LA Rams and St. Louis Rams fans would never say something so dumb. I think y'all win the second game in Seattle. Let's go. It's going to be a tough one, man. Yeah, Coke and Callerup had a bad holding call there at the end that definitely hurt us. It was legit. Yeah, Brian, the situational awareness wasn't the greatest in the last drive. A little bit of a lack of urgency there. Saw the same thing. Michael Wallace, how do you throw 4 interceptions and cost a team the game and not get benched? Darnold also 4 turnovers in a previous game, but still won the game. 2 interceptions and 2 fumbles. Yeah, I don't know how much, if simply a quarterback throwing interceptions alone is enough to get him benched, and that's absent what the play calling was going on and what was happening at the moment that caused the interception. I think that there's got to be more into it than that. The turnovers, to your point, Michael, have got to get cut down. I'm not saying that he can keep riding in the same place and having this occur and happen, but I don't think you just auto bench somebody in a game just because. And, he did come back and got you a touchdown drive and almost had you down with a field goal there at the end, albeit a long field goal, got you in a position to at least make a field goal attempt there at the end. So he was able to bounce back on that one. So it's great defense, man. And he played his worst game of the year, which isn't the best. But I don't think you can rush to try to be benching your quarterback thinking the answer is going to come with a backup there. You got to have faith in the guy and let him have a chance to find himself. I mean, Michael Wallace, if we had done the very thing you're saying, which is automatically bench Russell Wilson in, let's say, the NFC Conference Championship game, Russell then doesn't get out in the field and throw the 9 route over the top to win it in overtime, does he? So it's like, you don't want to just do a one-size-fits-all on when it comes to benching somebody. But to your point, turnovers have got to get cut down. Dude says any quarterback can call a game that helps out the quarterback. I don't feel like Kubiak is there yet. Kubiak has potential to develop his play calling. Seattle is the Simba stage of becoming Mufasa. Ooh, I like that reference. Let's go. And I agree. I think as bad as a day Darnold had, I think Kubiak was very close to him as how bad it was. Darnold gets the 4 interceptions up against his name, and you don't have that applied up to Kubiak's name for how he called the game. But I just didn't feel like he did a good job of having a good game plan, nor do I think he did a good job of adjusting as he went through on this one. He was starting to find it at the end of that first half with that last drive you got, but then second half, it just went into kind of weirdo mode. Francis Facts, should Stafford look beyond pedestrian against this defense? We all know Jonathan Taylor is and should be the MVP. Seattle's run defense will show its might against the true, indisputable MVP. Let's go. Tiza, still love this team. If the Hawks can win against the Rams and Colts at home, then maybe we can confirm we can beat good teams. Good point. I guess I'd press that, Tiza, to your point. I press this to the folks that are anti-Sam Darnold, or if he goes out down, he wins down the stretch and he beats the Colts and he beats the Rams and he plays well in those games. I mean, do you just then suddenly go silent in my chat at that point because you're so hardly at this point that we should bail off of him and he ain't the guy and you're certain of that outlook, you're certain of that finality right now? Or does maybe there a part of you that goes, yeah, there is a possibility he could turn those things around like that. There is a possibility in this NFL year, and as wild as the NFL can be, that it can turn in that direction. Jessica Lemma, tough crowd today. You're good, Jessica. Yeomans is tough one today, but the Seahawks were the better team, but they didn't cover the spread. So everyone who bet on them still lost. There we go. I thought it was 2.5 points. Larry, thank you for the $5 donation. Thanks for having me. Good game. Hey, great game to you too, Larry. And a shout out to the Rams fans. I say this often, and it's definitely the case again today. Whether we're playing you guys or not, or the roundtable folks who come over, Larry, from the NFC West roundtable, Ram fans always tend to be very respectful coming on in, just want to have good discussion. Even when you guys are celebrating a win coming in here against us, it tends to be on the up and up, and you guys tend to be very cool in how you guys go about it. And as I always say, it's a Seahawks fan channel here, but we have room for everybody in here, and that we like to think that we leave discussion open enough every which way that even if there's sharp disagreement amongst different fans in here, that we still can have a good time and all just be cooking it up in that way. So thank you for that, Larry. I appreciate you, man. It's very kind of you, and appreciate the good discussion in here and all of your Ram faithful when they come in being super cool. Context matters, Brett. I know you're a Rams fan on this, and so you're coming at it from a certain perspective of this. But the 3 games Sam's played's got some things that I think can be explained in each of them. Number one, that first half of Sam Darnold against your Rams last year in that first game, I watched it myself. Sam was taking it to your defense in that first half. Now, what happened in that game, Brett? What was the thing that occurred in that game which might have caused you guys to flip that thing on its head? Did maybe the Vikings lose their left tackle in that game halfway in, and then there was a remarkable difference in the Vikings offense after that point? The game you played in the playoffs, the offensive line for the Vikings was even worse shape. Not only did they lose their left tackle, but they lost their right tackle. And they had a whole interior offensive line by that point that they fully rebuilt that next off season. So it's a very simple way just to say we beat them 3 times and won, but that's not really the nature of when you get into the details of it. And I think something that drives me nuts about football, Brett, is that there's so much of a drive by fan bases and fans in general to always go to the simple. How can I find the simplistic take? How can I find there's a lot of complicated stuff I'm looking at and watching at that drives out to this determination and result, but how can I just make it this one singular thing so it makes it easier in my mind to think about? And I don't have to think about the different layers at play that make this loss or win occur. And I see that in my own fan base. I see it in fan bases out in the NFL. Maybe it's because we all live real busy lives and it's just hard to think about this stuff with so much depth and try to consider so many different angles to what goes into a result. But I don't know why on football, when there's 22 guys on a field and there's so many interconnected parts, there's so much of a drive to go to a simple, it's this guy's fault, it's that guy's fault. There's much more at play there. Much more play there. And if you look at those games last year, and you don't take into account what was going on with the Minnesota offensive line in driving, not just what was going on with Sam, but the offense of the Vikings in general, I think you're missing a little bit of the story there. You're just concentrating on one aspect of the story and not looking at the whole story of what made it go. A couple donations here. Let me get caught up on this. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. How are you approaching the NFC West roundtable? Hope or dismay? Probably hope more than anything else. I mean, the roundtable folks are going to be part of the same folks that I'm seeing in the chat here a little bit, where I think that I got to say, I just feel like that there's predetermination out there, and the predetermination just doesn't allow folks to really adjust off of what they predetermine is going to be the case of something. And so even if they get data shifts them in a different direction for 2 months of an NFL season, once they finally get a bit of data point that puts them back to where they want to be, boom, they're on it. I'm going to get a lot of that in the NFC West roundtable. Jesse and Mike will definitely be in that mode. We'll see where Jake's at with it. But look, you had a quarterback throw 4 interceptions, and you lost this game by 2 on a field goal kick at the end that you almost put through. I don't know how any Ram fan walks out of this thinking, oh, we got their number. We definitely got a easy walk on the road here later on in the year. Quite the opposite. I think they say that's a team that can stand toe-to-toe with us, and we're not likely to have Sam throwing 4 interceptions to us the next time we play them. But I know that I'm going to encounter from the other side of it what those guys will say in regards to Sam, and they'll get hyper-focused on Sam, and the rest of this won't be a play. But I won't be in that same mode of it. I wanted this win, I did, but I also understood the stakes of what were at play, that you're playing on the road, and this is a really good Rams team. It wasn't going to be easy. So, I find myself still hopeful on the end of this. It's awful interceptions. I hate seeing Sam play like this, but I think there's some correctable things here. I don't think he's inherently broken. I don't think that there's some internal thing he has in his soul that like stops him or something when he plays these teams. I don't. We'll see. I'm sorry, I was muted. Oh my God. We're getting late in the stream, folks. Sorry. My bad. I re-answer that question. So Noah Boy was mentioned, and I'm trying to eat while I talk to you guys. So if I mute sometimes, you got to bear with me on this. Noah says Hawks got Titans, Vikings, Falcons, Colts, and Rams. Rams got Bucks, Panthers, Cardinals, Lions next 4. Good chance being tied for the division. I do think that that's the case. Both of our, Bucks, Rams have got, Bucks and Lions. Those are going to be 2 tough games for them. We got really to me, the Titans, the Vikings game is winnable. Falcons game, very winnable. It's the Colts and the Rams game, which are the tough ones down the line. And as well, that 49er game should be set up for you to be able to do some damage on as well. In addition, sorry, I got muted there, folks. I'm trying not to eat and make you guys listen to me eat the food, but I'm also really hungry as we are almost about 6 hours into the stream. So you guys want me to go long? You guys keep me cooking along. I got to eat some food while we're going live at times because it's hard doing this 7 hours without eating. Sanchez says, I'm glad we have 3 get-right games now. Indeed. Give you an opportunity now to have Sam slide into a mode of approach here where Sam can go into mode where, look, I need you to operate in more of a safe mentality state here over these next 3 games. We can get these games and we can get these wins with our defense playing high level. You need to lean into that. You need to recognize that and keep it safe. I want a clean game from you, Sam. If there's an interception, I want it to be on a tip pass, or I want you to have the fumble from the backside that you don't see, and that's something you can't maybe control as much on. I don't want these plays where it's late in the play and you're trying to throw something haphazard from a wonky angle. Enough of that. So got a couple games to get right, games that are winnable, games that should give you the opportunity to kind of right this ship offensively and refine your footing here. Tiza, thank you for another $5 donation. Tiza, appreciate all of your support. You guys are amazing again on all of the donations to support the channel here today. Says Sam needs to take a page out of Matt Stafford's game and throw the ball low to the ground. It will either hit the ground or a wide receiver will catch it. Playing a little more safer with some of the throws would be a good way to go from his standpoint of it. And a little bit too loose and free with some of those tosses, a little bit of, hey, it's got to be, to your point, Tiza, my guy catches it or nobody catches it. Even on the throw to Shaheed in the back of the end zone where you're throwing the fade ball, and it's not, or just a 9 route, and he, put the ball in the back of the end zone there, make it in a spot where your guy's going to get his feet down to make the catch, or he can't get to the ball. Don't throw it to the back of him and allow the defender to catch back up on the play just to try to get more of the secured catch in spot, make it into a little bit of a high leverage situation for the receiver to reel that in, because then you can ensure that you're protecting the ball at the same time. I think a little more of the Stafford definitely did a lot of that in that game. Felt like that was a lot of Stafford's game today, Tiza, was that he was looking at the situation going, Sam's being loose and free with this. I got to most especially not be loose and free with this at this point because we can go win this game off of just winning the turnover battle. And I think he was extra especially very careful with Stafford in this one as the game went along, realizing in a way that Sam didn't. My defense is carrying this today. I can lean on my defense a little bit. I don't have to do this myself. And that's as much as maybe the difference here between the two quarterbacks is one kind of realizing that one and the other one being a little bit slow to kind of catch on to that one. Thank you for the donation, Tiza. Appreciate all of your support and well said on your part. Good catch. Me coming in with another $20 dono. He's already been so kind as to drop 100 on me today. Thank you for that, me. Apparently, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson suck because they can't win big games either. Same amount of rings as Sammy. Laughing out loud. Yeah. And you're not wrong in the respect of me. It's a narrative that gets thrown out there on Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. And it's one I hate just as much being put on those guys. And I don't think it's I just don't think it's very fair. I was saying, it's one that you hear in NFL history, not just right now in this era of where we're at. It's something that I've heard about with a lot of eras and a lot of quarterbacks having this sort of hung around their throat, hung around their neck. It was the big thing for Peyton Manning for many years. Peyton Manning was a sure, well, he'll get you the MVPs, but then he gets to the playoffs and, he collapses and that's just the way Peyton is. Can't stand in the big games. And then Peyton wins a couple of Super Bowls or wins a couple of Super Bowls, one with the Colts, one with the Broncos. you don't hear anything about that him in retirement now. You don't hear about any of those early failures now as he's been retired. And that's partly why I say I've heard this narrative a lot through generations of football, and it tends to be one that is sort of tacitly thrown around, where from the average fan standpoint, they're very quick to hang that around the neck of a quarterback and saying, you don't have the goods. And it's a very personal thing, by the way, because it's not speaking to deficiency within their game. It's not speaking against the deficiency of leadership, deficiency of work ethic. It's to some deficiency inside them that you can't really measure. You just kind of see it and feel it, you think. And I'm saying as a person who doesn't feel that way about it. And it always tosses out all of the rest of the supporting cast around them too, right? It always, the other 52 guys on the roster matter not the least. It's just this guy, this one thing will be it. Take last year with Josh Allen in that game against the Chiefs. How many calls went the wrong way? How many opportunities went in the Chiefs' direction there at the end of the game that had nothing to do with Josh? It's one that definitely has tossed a lot out there, me. And, a guy like Lamar, for instance, has come along and his greatness has ascended to at the same time that a Patrick Mahomes has existed and Tom Brady has existed in that same conference. Does that mean he can't play in the big games? Does that mean he can't rise to the occasion because he can't take down two goats? No, it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. But that's why I draw to saying I just think that the simplistic nature of kind of coming to that conclusion of things and looking at quarterbacks in that way is so very unfair. Not just to Sam, but to any quarterback you're going to take a look at and say that to, because it's so infrequently actually the case. Especially when we're far removed of thinking of it in the moment of the situation and we get back into retrospect and we really look at it. Football is never simple, me, to your point. Football is never just, it's just easy to pick. This is exactly what happened. Just something simple. It tends to be something that takes a lot of layers of you pulling the layers apart to make determinations about anything. You want to make a determination, how did Seattle run the ball well today and pretty consistent? Were they just running inside? They just ran inside. They just hammered it. They just ran to Walker today. That's all they did. They just went to Walker. No, it's you go to the variety of ways you went at it. It's like, well, you worked some of the pitch action. You came back to the inside runs. Walker was able to bust a few different runs out with some good holes at certain times. You intermixed a little bit of Charbonnet in there on some of the power stuff. You got to build it all as a story for what made it happen. It ain't just, well, the offensive line just was driving guys off the line of scrimmage and backs didn't have to do anything. They just had big old holes to run through. No, there's always going to be a combination of factors that get you to the result. And anytime we're driving towards one simple factor being the end all drive all to everything, then we're incorrectly kind of seeing it, in my opinion. That is the pathway to seeing things wrongly on a football field for what is or isn't occurring. Sanchez says, is it ever Sam's fault or does he always get a scapegoat? Or does he always get a scapegoat? Maybe it's my lying eyes, but I thought I saw him throw 4 interceptions. No, I think I've said multiple times over today that this is in many ways, this is on Sam Darnold above all else. I think that Kubiak gets a share of blame. And if you're looking at the chat here, Sanchez, I don't think I've seen one person mention Kubiak's name in the chat. He deserves a big part of this too, though, with that game plan that he tried out there. But that's not what's going to happen. It's just going to go to Sam. The point of this is not to say that Sam doesn't have a fault to blame. The point is to say that if you put all of the blame on simply Sam and they're saying him trash, him bad, him only the sole reason this happened, I think that that's missing some of the story. I also think some of what I'm speaking to here, Sanchez, is talking to the fact that it's the people also talking about all of the good that Sam has done this year, all of the great that Sam has done this year, that all of that suddenly now stops mattering because of this performance. And that's also the part that I'm pushing up against. So I guess if I can try to steel man what I'm trying to say here, Sanchez, is this. The 4 interceptions and why you lost this game is certainly on Sam Darnold. He throws one less interception, you probably win the game. And this was Sam Darnold's worst performance of the year. There were things that contributed to that worst performance. It wasn't that Sam was in a big game and he just suddenly wilted, which seems to be the intimated point from a lot of people here. It was just that he was, the moment was too big for him. I don't think it was that. I think it was a combination of a couple different factors. I think he was trying to do too much, Sanchez. I think Clint Kubiak's play calling was not the greatest. I don't think you had very good separation on the routes being run out there, and that's part of the reason you're seeing Sam look here and then look there, and he's not seeing guys breaking open. But it's a combination of all of that. It's not simply that Sam had some guy wide open and he threw it right to a defender, right? There's a bit of that with it. So yeah, he deserves the blame within this, but what people are running to do here, Sanchez, is say, okay, he had this and this, so therefore he's just a shit quarterback. And that's where I'm trying to push back on to say, no, you don't get to just toss out the year and a half of data and cherry pick a couple of games and say, well, I want to pick this game. And it's not a buffet here. It's the whole spread. The whole spread we got to look at with Sam over the last year and a half to really determine where he is and who he is as a quarterback. And I think that whole spread from a data standpoint, if you look at it from that standpoint, don't just kind of narrow in on here and then narrow in on this, but look at the whole thing, Sanchez. I think that's where you're actually seeing the whole story of Sam. And you can walk out and say, well, I'm not sold on that as far as the totality. You can say that, but then you certainly can't say that that's been trash for a year and a half. You certainly can't say what we saw today is emblematic of what we've seen from Sam consistently on a game-by-game basis for the last year and a half. That's the part I'm pushing back against. Thank you for the donation, though. I appreciate you for that. They were horrible INTs. I ain't dressing that part up by any measure at all. Butterscotch, thank you for the $2 donation. Butterscotch says, I want to run that. I want that run back on Thursday Night Football. Let's get it, man. Run it back, Mary. So glad we get another opportunity at this team. Run it back, baby. Couple weeks. I can't wait for that game, man. Can't wait for that game at home. Thank you, Butterscotch. Jackie Treehorn, thank you for the $5 donation. The Hawks have blown out most teams and have lost by a combined total of 9 points. And it's week 11. It's well said. And that's very much the true case here. Collective losses, 3 losses by a total of 9 points. You've been in every one of these games that you've been in that you've lost. You've got, 2 of these games, you're driving down the stretch. I even think the Niner game even had technically a chance of driving down at the end. So even at the end of these games, you're getting an opportunity to go in and still go take them. So we're in good shape right now overall in this. It's a tough loss on this one, and it's got definitely a little bit of concentration on negativity, and understandably so. But it's part of what I'm trying to do here with this, and speaking on to Sam and the team in general, is to just try to make sure we're keeping an eye on the positivity here, not for the sake of being positive, but because the results this season have been far and away way more positive, way more cool, way more great than it's been the bad. And I would also offer that we still don't know the story of the Seattle Seahawks in 2025. The tale has not yet been told. And trying to jump to the end of the story, jump to the end of the book at this point, flipping the pages to the end page, doesn't mean you're going to get there accurately on it by trying to do so. I don't think that we know how this is going to play out exactly. I think it could go a variety of different ways still, both from the good and the bad. But I do think you're going to make the playoffs. I think that's a success, bare minimum. That's a successful second year under Mike McDonald. I think the first year of Sam coming in here and getting you the playoffs, taking over for Gino with the new offensive coordinator, I think that is a success. We all want the heights. We all want to get to Super Bowls. But if you're making progress, if you tangibly can see the team improving, a team tangibly improving while you're the 3rd youngest roster in the NFL, again, I come back to, I think that there's way more to take in the good from that than the bad. There's way more encouraging in there than discouraging. Morgan says Sam's balls aren't even close. I think he's just dumb or can't process patterns enough. It's a real human trait. Can you see patterns and make decisions based on what you're seeing? Yeah, but it's you're not picking patterns up. You're locking in on the negative patterns. My man's been sitting at 70% completion percentage throughout the year. He's averaging 10 yards an attempt. This is where the data doesn't match to what you're saying, Morgan, because he averages 10 yards an attempt this year. So he's literally pushing the ball as far down the field as any quarterback in the sport, and yet he's matching that with a 70% completion percentage through most of the season. So that doesn't really add up to your number if you're talking about pattern recognition. What you're pattern recognizing, in my opinion, is you're just pattern recognizing where the bad's at. and then you're just throwing all the good away as though it just doesn't matter and it's irrelevant. And my position on that is that both sides are irrelevant. The bad is, yes, relevant. So I'm not doing the same thing to the equivalent side to just say, well, you just throw this day away. In fact, I've said on this that we're going to learn this with Sam as we go through this year. We're going to get more concrete data about where he really stands, especially maybe in big games. As there's a couple of these down the line that we're going to have him there to prove himself or not. But I think that, yeah, when I look at this pattern wise, I think you can't just look at just the bad data on this and determine that's who he is. You got to look at all of the data that is there. And that if what you're saying is true in the case here, where his balls aren't even close, well, that's a quarterback throwing like 63% completion percentage, right? That's a quarterback throwing 62% completion percentage. It's not a guy at 70% while he's averaging over 10 yards an attempt. When you have quarterbacks out there in this sport that are averaging like 5-6 yards an attempt and your QB's averaging 10, double that of what is probably the average throughout this sport, that's a guy who's being very accurate pushing the ball down the football field. And there's a lot of data to show that here. So pattern's fine, but don't just lock in on the pattern that you want to lock into. Lock on the full totality of the pattern there. I do agree with you here, Morgan. Again, trying to drop an olive branch here to the Sam Darnold folks on this a bit that are a little in the negative side. Got to take sacks, got to throw it away. I think this is the part of you mentioned back on pattern recognition routes and all that. I think he wasn't seeing separation. Plays get a little bit longer. Doesn't make always the best decision when the play gets a little bit long in the pocket. He's got to be aware of that within him. And the awareness within that's got to be two things: take a sack or throw it away. Be willing to let that be a result that you can accept. Right now, I think in Sam's play and him playing and overextending himself and trying to do too much, he's not enough of the time taking that L. We saw Matt Stafford today at times in those same kind of moments take the L. We saw Sam kind of trying to force it, trying to do too much. I think that's coachable. I think you can tell a guy to do a little bit less with that type of stuff. I think you can get that into his head. I don't think that's inherently then broken in him. Moho says, I love how Brandon does marathon live streams. It's just how I roll, Moho. It's just my way, man. Munch away, Brandon. I've heard you. All right. Thank you, guys. Clint says, man, I had all my bets on this game. I lost all my bets on this game. I had money line Seahawks, and then I had Rams at -2.5. I'm sorry, man. That's tough. It's good news getting Josh Naylor back. Brand Banana. Hey, man. Space, the Rams fans are being cool, man. I props to the Rams fans. I've come in and been respectful and been good people coming in, man. Sorry, I'm on mute there, by the way. I think they're saying go. Oh, Josh, did I miss your donation? I did miss your donation when I did that. Sorry, man. All in all, would I want the Hawks Ram? I'd take the Hawks roster if I was muted when I was saying that. Sorry, I was probably muted, John, when I said that. I would be taking the Hawks roster, third youngest roster in the NFL. So much young, burgeoning talent. Rams are at the end of their window here a little bit, like the Niners are too. I think they're going to have to do some resetting. They're going to have to figure out their quarterback position long term. Stafford's not going to be able to play forever. You've already recently lost to Darnold in the Cup, and Devontae Adams will be soon. And so I take the Hawks roster right now. But Rams are a little further in their process. You know, they're in that window point right now, as opposed to us just starting to get into our window right now. And I love it with John. He's another $2 donation. Thank you for that, John. We are in 2013. We will learn and we will get better. Amen. You will get better. Your coaching staff will get better. A younger team will learn how to play better in these games. And I do think, yes, Sam will learn with this. Sam will grow from within this. It's a process learning to be great. It doesn't happen like a light switch as much as we'd like it to happen, It's one that is more of a process, I would say. Well said, John. And I agree with you 100%. 100%. Thank you for your donations today. Rather be flying X-Wing, Hawks Nest, or defense is top 3 minimum. And we haven't been at a full strength for the majority of the season. No, we definitely haven't on that. I'd rather fly X-Wing. And they're looking good, man. Hell of a game from them today. Robert Jimenez, Mr. Kane. Clint Kubiak does take blame, also along with Sam Darnold. The offensive play calls were off all day and put Sam Darnold in situations that caused those interceptions. 100% agree. I think this is where I just can't let Kubiak off the hook of this with just going, well, it's just on Sam. Why are we dropping back on 7-step drops and trying to throw into the depths of this coverage? I mean, that's the part very few people have mentioned on this chat so far, and all of the Sam Darnold obsession of this, but nobody's asking that. Why, for a team in the Rams that's going to drop so many guys to depth, that's going to take away the deep play from you, are you throwing into the teeth of that defense stylistically in your play calls? Why is there not more bubble screens? Why is there not more short passes? Where are the drag routes? Why weren't you using more of the play action stuff, having Sam roll out, which seemed to be working all day whenever you wanted to utilize it? Kubiak's offensive play calling was atrocious in this game. Atrocious. I do think, Morgan, I hear your points on this. I think that you can teach a quarterback to not have to play as a wild and free. I think Russell at the end, there wasn't a lot you could tell to him about kind of keeping that stuff in point. I think also Russell had to work off the limitations at the end of where he had a diminished skill set with Seattle that was really reducing him down as a player. And we've seen that at other stops since Seattle. With Geno, I think that there was a lot of the same thing going on there where Geno was hard-headed and continued to throw those red zone interceptions, continued to try to press, continued to try to do too much. Part of that was Geno was the defense taking a little bit of time to find itself through halfway into the year where offensively you felt like you had to score every time. And that was a little bit of a driver of that. But I don't know that Sam Darnold is going to be same hard-headed nature of approach to this when you come to him as a coaching staff to say, we need you to clean this up and take care of this. And I do think it's one where you're not seeing him hit his back foot, making the wrong read and throwing it into a defender's hand. You're seeing him hit his back foot. This guy's covered. Come back to this read. That guy's covered. Pressure's mounting on me. Sidestep the pressure. Now I'm going to try to throw off my back foot. It's correctable. Something that I think you can kind of get in on a quarterback to say, okay, when you get to these moments now, I need you to be thinking, I got a defense. I got a defense. I got a defense. I want you thinking that rather than got to carry the day. Got to carry the day. It's just to me, it's a switch of mentality a little bit in those kind of specific moments. And I think that you can coach it up with the right player who's coachable. And I think Sam is a coachable player. I think with those other two quarterbacks at times, there were some times where they could get a little bit hard-headed in their approach and be like, I'm going to do it my way. I know better a little bit. Moses, just let us have the Lions and Eagles in the playoffs, please. You don't want no part of the Seahawks team. No part. Jesus, 70% versus somewhat good teams playing soft coverage. I think a lot of teams have been playing mainly a lot of the tight coverage on us. I think they've been really, it's my taking away the run and then shutting down some of the shorter stuff. Rams took a different page out today, but by and large, a lot of that 70% is you pushing the ball down the field because that's where the green grass kind of is for you to attack. Criticism on Sam's fair, DVM. I'm standing up for him in a way, but I'm just standing up for him in the way of let's not overstate it too much to draw a point of finality with him. And well, this is who he is. Let's Let's let the season play out and see where this all goes with some of the big games you have on your schedule left, with the potential playoff game still left on the docket here. Let's see what that Sam is and all of the total of that data. And I think then we're not working off just sample size. We got a lot more to work, a lot more to make that determination. But I'm not pushing back as well to say those that look at Sam and look, Sam is the main reason you lost this game of those interceptions. And just one less interception, you might very well have this win. And that is on him on this one. And it's on Kubiak a bit as well. But I guess I do have a little bit more faith maybe than some do on this DVN that part of the stuff can be corrected. I don't think there's something inherently in Sam that's missing in his game that doesn't allow him to fix this stuff. Got to get it fixed quick. Don't want to see it in the future. But I think you can go to him as a coaching staff, as an offensive coordinator, and work around this a little bit. Yeah, see, Morgan, this is where you're going to lose me, man. We haven't played any good teams aside from the Bucs, and you still threw a bad helmet pick. I mean, throws off the helmet. You run a short passing attack. Short passing attack's going to lead to having balls potentially off helmets, more tip passes. When you're a West Coast offense, and that's what you do at the forefront, passing wise, that's a bit of part and parcel of what you're going to get. Those are the interceptions to me that aren't as the ones that I think you get as mad to him about. Those are the ones that you just go, again, back more to the play calling in that moment of when it happened. Especially within the shadow of your own end zone, trying to do that rather than just call a run play and get yourself out of the shadow of your own end zone. And I think that is something I'm noticing here, Morgan, on some of your comments with it, is that there doesn't seem to be anything back to this on the play calling at all with some of the stuff. But as well, throws off the helmet are very random. I don't think that that's as much of a bad quarterback decision as that's short passing attack, lower trajectory ball, and a shorter passing attack. Defensive linemen are going to be kind of aware of it and trying to get in the backfield, and the ball just bounces off a helmet. I think that's really hard to hold a quarterback too hard to account on those kind of throws. Standard champion, it's almost like every quarterback to ever play has flaws. Exactly. There's flaws with everybody. Brian, the Hawks Nest, I don't think folks are taking into account the reality that the deeper you get in the season, the more defenses are going to develop plans to neutralize the quarterback. It may. And better defenses you play deeper in the season, and especially their full strength, those aren't easy defenses to get after. It's not like this Rams team's given up a ton of points defensively to any quarterbacks any week. I mean, the fact that they're a pretty good defense probably factors into this too a little bit. Brian, he says, the Hawks Nest, that's why Sam's got to branch out and not rest on what he did the first 10 games. Yeah. You don't rest on your laurels for sure, but as well, take into account what this team is doing and what you're doing defensively, and that you have a good running game, and that this does not have to be all in your arm to carry the day on this. That's where I go. I think that there's some things that may be hard for a quarterback to correct, not being able to read a field, not being able to see things true. But I think, hey, late in the play, don't make the worst mistake. I think you can find a way to mitigate that a bit. There may be a bit of that's a part to his game in some inherent fashion, but doesn't mean it's got to have a big old spotlight put on it. I guess that's part of the big problem I have with Kubiak today, is I felt like he kind of put the spotlight on it, if that does exist there. Dodge says, for whatever reason, Sam D struggled. His 4 interceptions have to be the story of the week. It will be. It will be. With Lance, so do we like Haynes at left guard, or should we try Cable do? I'm guessing Haynes is going to get a run out there, but probably not a long leash if he can't roll. Every single quarterback has pumpkin games, even Brady. It's true. Playlist Trav says, this may not be the year, but I feel we're close. Just a few more additions, and we'll have a real contender for years. Let's go, Trav. I feel the same way. Same way. Galactic. Let me say it right. Sorry, Jay says, I think we'll be fine. Darnold had a really bad game, but he's been great almost all year. Defense is a championship defense. Beautifully put, you guys. Beautifully put. Morgan says, I expect Sam not to be dumb. Any play the time and score like coaches expect. Certainly think those are bad interceptions, and dumb is an okay way to put it on this one, I think. You got to be smarter with your decision-making if you're Sam. Butcher's Nook, JSN, the best wide receiver in the NFL. He is this year for my money, Butchers. I don't think there's been a better one. I love Coach Mike too, man. Yeah, we are in agreement here, Morgan. Take more sacks. Be willing to throw the ball away more. But that's where I think there's an adjustment here that's readily apparent from Sam and the coaching staff to engage. And I think that they can find an answer here. Alpha sucks in mock drafts. That punt to ice the game was nasty. Defense played amazing for every drive after the first touchdown and only allowed scores from within plus territory. No sense of urgency in the last 6 minutes. Gray. Yeah, it was a little strange. Especially last drive there. It's kind of a little odd, but defense played great, man. Played great. And that punt was, boy, talk about a money punt at the time when you need it, man. He punted that thing right out of bounds to the 1 yard line. Goodness. That's out at the 20. We very well move it up the field and get in field goal range and get this game. Little Lance is my least favorite thing about the game today was how many 11 personnel shotgun handoffs we did. Yeah, not as much 12 personnel to that. I guess that does seem about right to me as I think about it. Seems like maybe you were trying to spread them out even more, but they already give you light boxes. And I think that's what they're trying to do is Rams, if you go out with the 12 personnel, will commit to 3-4. I guess Seattle just didn't feel like with their 12 personnel going against the 3-4, the Rams team, that they could run the ball in those situations. Hard to say, I guess, for sure. Moho, a Rams fan, says, I've already seen Sam improve with the Vikings. His short game is better. Yes. He's not Sam of the Jets, and he's not a broken quarterback that eventually will show his ass, just a matter of time. But appreciate the note on that. I like HHG's thought on this is, well, guess what? Dumb play is going to happen. Get used to it. It's how you fix the dumb plays is the important part. That's it. How you fix it, how you approach it, how do you counter it? Ronnie says, I think Kubiak thought the Rams would do what every other team has been doing against us with the stacked boxes and taking advantage of what he perceived as weak defensive backs. Agreed. Yeah, I think that's what he thought on this is he's like, everybody's one size fits all this going into every game. I'm coming this. Certainly the Rams will do that too. It's not the Rams approach. They're not a stacked box team. That's what's probably makes me so weird from Kubiak's standpoint as to why he was anticipating that when that's not who they are inherently. I saw it the same way. Because it seems like Kubiak always tries to overthink the big games and move away from his fundamentals of what makes our offense our offense. It is. When Kubiak's at his worst, it just seems like he gets away from what makes us who we are. And inherently, we're a running team first and foremost. And if you're going to get light boxes, you need to attack those light boxes with the run game to a high measure. If you're getting the 2-eye safety look and they're dropping coverage to depth, then you need to not stop. You need to not be trying to take shots down the field, but you need to be working the short passing attack then. Utilizing those tight ends on these linebackers. I mean, Barner had an incredible day. It seemed like 11 targets, 10 catches. It seemed like you could have worked him even more. You just kind of got away from him for the sake of getting away from him. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. I love how Kubiak called a jump throw that resulted in an interception. If only Sam would have executed that better. Yeah, definitely. I'm not excusing away Sam on this at all, Sanchez. So again, this is where we got to get to, Sanchez, on the nuance part, right? Like that's what I'm trying to drive to on this. It isn't letting Sam off the hook. So let's steel man what I'm trying to say, right? Which is not Sam gets off the hook of all of his throws and he has no culpability, right? So like if you're stealing manning me right now, like that comment, you're kind of intimating that's what I'm trying to say a little bit. It's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that Sam doesn't have his level of blame in this game. I'm not trying to say that Sam wasn't the main reason you lost this game. Those things are the truth. What I'm pushing back against specifically are that there weren't other factors that contributed to Sam's performance other than him just merely throwing 4 interceptions without anything else factoring in, but also that this is not necessarily now this is inherently who Sam really is, that we've been seeing some sort of guy with a mask over his face throughout all of this season. And now the mask fell off and now you're Phantom of the Opera style. You're looking at a guy with half his face missing. You know, that's what I'm trying to say here with this to try to maybe really flesh this out. So I appreciate the donation, man. And again, there's a lot of folks that are going to be in your stance on this, Sanchez, with it, where it would seem that, you know, this breaks them for Sam. They're out on Sam. They don't, this is what they need to see with Sam to realize he's not the guy. And I don't think I'll probably make much headwind against those folks who feel that way. I think that they're pretty resolutely in that place. I think that those folks were pretty resolutely in that place before this particular game. And that's where I've kind of thought with Sam on this, a little bit with Gino on this, that even for those folks who will come into my chat, and there'll be those folks that'll come into my chat this offseason and Sam gets signed and they go, oh, this guy's trash. Oh, this is backward step. Oh, this is going to be horrible. Oh, this is awful. And then we go through a couple games of the year and he's actually doing good. And they go, well, maybe I was wrong. Maybe. And then you get the performance here and go, nope, I was right. 100% right. 100% right. That whole take was correct. I feel like there's a little of that inherently here, just a bit. But I won't dismiss the fact, Sanchez, that there's a lot of folks like yourself in the Seahawks fandom coming out of this game. You can see a lot of people in the chat here that are in that place. So I think we're going to find a hearty amount of disagreement amongst Hawk fans on this one. I acknowledge that there are folks that feel this way. Maybe we'll be proven down the line that you folks are proven right on this when it's all said and done with Sam and the story is fully told with Sam, that you guys are looking and made to be brilliant on this one. And just seeing something that, to me, there's not been as much data to say it's so clearly this or so clearly that, but that you guys are seeing this more ahead of the rest of us on this. But I think from my perspective, I'm going to need a little bit more than just this performance and then grabbing last year's performance against the Rams in that game and with the Vikings offensive line decimated to say, well, this is really him. This is the real guy that we'll get, for the most part moving forward. I thank you for the donation. And I am sorry on the, we'll have some disagreement, but this is the way you get when you don't have always the greatest of results is there'll be disagreement. So always appreciate where you're coming from, Sanchez. Call me crazy, says Chris. But I still have Sam Darnold's back. The talent's there. He needs to get over his big game jitters, but don't quit on this guy. I'm not quitting myself, Chris. And I echo your sentiments on this for sure. I think the talent's there. I think the want is there. I think he's a coachable guy. I think he will get this figured out. Morgan says it was amazing to get the touchdown, get the 3 and out, then deal with an amazing punt and still have a 61-yard field goal for the win. That was impressive, irrespective of the interceptions. We'll to see him bounce back. The most people being the lowest lowly on Darnold would say it's good to see him getting off the mat on that and not completely into the shell, but able to fire back with an answer, able to punch back a little bit at the end of this game. And maybe they can build upon that, WD says, my dude, have you been streaming since 10 a.m. this morning? Oh, no. We've been going since 1 o'clock this afternoon. My voice would be shot if it was 10. Arcane, we gave Puka his first fumble ever, and it was the Kobe Bryant peanut Tillman punch that got it done. How about that, huh? Butcher says Brandon needs to give Jake pushback on JSN being the best wide receiver. I think he's better. Jake's whole big claim to fame with Puka Butchers is Puka blocks like a tight end. So that's the final sell point for him. But I think JSN's just a better receiver. And Puka's great. And Puka made some awesome catches in this game too. He did, but JSN's just kind of got just a little bit of a different level, I think. Basically, just tell Jake to look at the stats. You can't argue with actual stats. I don't know. I got some guys in that round table that'll definitely will try, Spade. Mo's correct on this. Jake did say Jessen's a better receiver, would take Puka because of his yak and blocking. There we go. I can get that. And I will give you that. Puka's a better blocker. That's a fair take by Jake for sure. Give me 1 sec, folks. Johnny A's got confidence. We have a real contender now. Let's go, Johnny. John Stratton says it's all Meyer's fault. He's got to learn to be able to kick 60-yard field goals. Just joking. Arcane says, I really wanted this undeserved win for the defense because they played awesome again. The lone bright spot today. Yeah, indeed, Arcane. I think the special teams did a really good job today, too. I was impressed by them. I mean, they continue to hold up their end of it, but it would have been really cool to sneak this one out at the win, having no business kind of winning it, but still finding a way. And the fact that you had a chance in this game at the end with the way the defense stood tall in this one, it's got to give you confidence in that D. It's got to give you confidence in this team. Maybe you don't have confidence in Sam, but there's certainly Comes to special teams, when it comes to the defense, you can't question that side of it. You've got that in tow. So can we just get the things on the offensive side of the ball fixed up a bit? That'll be the question at play. Lion says, if there's such a thing as a game-winning punt, that was it. Yeah, well said. That was as brilliant a punt for as high leverage a moment as you will find right there. Chris says, I thought I saw the pylon shudder. Is that just my rose-colored fan glasses? Kind of did look like a little bit of wind got it a little bit. Like it did like a little bit of this, from the ball. Like the ball bounced near it, went a little bit like this. Yeah, I golly, what a punt. What a punt. Let's go, Space. I'm not giving up on him either, man. Kevin says, does Kupp look constantly injured? I don't know if he's 100% right now. Definitely things were a little out of sorts in this game. 7 targets, 3 catches, 23 yards. I was expecting them to have a little bit more working him, especially on some of the shorter stuff in this game. Maybe Hawksnest, did you hear what the Saints owner said about Mickey Loomis? Yeah, he's not going anywhere. Oh, man. Well, they must be really tight because Loomis ain't doing much, but he still keeps getting a pass for whatever reason. Yeah, Zabel hurt his knee today, right at the end. Koken, if Zabel's out for the year, is there any left guards out there we can sign, or should we just address this? No, we're stuck with what we got. You're late in the season. There aren't anybody you can call upon body wise to bring off their couch at this point. Lethal, was the lack of urgency at the end on Kubiak getting the plays in, or the players getting set? Kind of seemed like they were trying to have always the perfect play call in there at the end of the line on the 2-minute drill, Lethal, and that in trying to get the right call in, that was leading to you burning more time. There was one point where you had Darnold coming up having to call a second play call after the first play. I felt like you should have had 2 play calls already chambered up there, where here's the first play call. We're going to come out to the second play call when I come out there. So this is going to be the second one, this one, then this one. I don't even have to call it. If we make this completion, we get the line of scrimmage. I want everybody ready to go here, and we're going to go. Instead, it seemed like he was trying to get everybody on the same page with the play call a couple of times there. You'd like to have a few different calls just in advance where you just go boom, boom, boom a little bit on that one. Just a little bit more of the boom, boom, boom. Arcane Electric, we learned an age-old lesson today. Turnovers against good teams will kill you. Amen. Even if you're a good team. The room for error is limited when you're playing a great team. You got to play clean. And you certainly can't have that many turnovers. Brian, he says, yeah, nobody here is giving Sam a pass. Those were bad decisions and bad throws. But he also runs the plays called. I didn't audible into those throws. Game plan, OC, and quarterback got to be in sync. Yeah. Definitely not giving him a pass. Sam deserves his share of blame on this. I just draw the blame up to the point where we start taking determinations about Sam and who he is as a player from this one game and saying, well, now I'm gonna take everything that he's done this year, throw it all into the trash, and it just doesn't matter. I think that's kind of unfair. But the play callers does factor into this. And I'll tell you, that second half, the play calling in general and the deep drops in the passing attack and having Sam try to take the top of the defense off with some of his looks down the field. Odd. A little bit odd from Kubiak. Fimi, Sam just has to dye his hair more ginger. That's the key. Moho says, Sam looked like Superman taking control the last 3 minutes. Don't give up on him. I'm not, Moho. But you can hear the fan base is a little shaky. A lot of the fan base wasn't big on him to begin with. So it's kind of like just something that's, I think, going to click some people in the wrong direction on this one. Anthony, he has meltdown games. He lost the game for us today. I still have faith in him. Let's see how the rest of the year plays out. Chris says, I agree. As bad as he played in the clutch, he had the touchdown drive and close-ish field goal range. Almost got you there, man. Almost got you there. Alpha, I thought Christian Haynes looked real bad out there. Looked like he had zero anchor. Gets pushed back into Sam every play. Think we need to do something with that spot. That isn't for him. Josh Jones. I mean, Josh is kind of a tackle. He's played some guard in the past, but I don't know how comfortable Josh is going to be at playing left guard at this point, as he's been mainly a tackle. I think you're just kind of stuck here a little bit, Alpha. I mean, this is part of the reason we're in the offseason so heartily saying we got to address the offensive line. We got to address the offensive line because it's not just about the starters you have, but also about the depth that you have in place. And unfortunately, when it comes to left guard, this was one of the big holes that you kind of left on the roster. You were sort of hoping Zabel could just get through every game because Haynes is really a right guard. He's playing out of position left guard. It's not his bag, but you don't have a real left guard that you feel great about to trot out there right now. So LB1, thank you for the $2 donation. Was there a lack of play action today or am I high? No, I don't think you stuck with it as much as you should have. And it was effective at the times that you did go to it for the most part. There was some of it to where it was the deep drop stuff I'm talking about a little bit. I think I would have liked to have seen more of the play action working a little bit like tight end drag routes across in space, a little bit more of let's just get some easy, quick completions for Sam in those kind of modes versus you look like you're trying at times to really push the ball down the field off of it. But the play action to the left was working good. I don't think that you ran a tremendous amount of it. No. He says, True Brandon, I think you adjusting it back on track. I do as well. Jake will say Achille is a better wide receiver than Jason. Not Vexo's with me. He says, wish we had ran the play action bootlegs. Yeah, me too. That's that part of that odd play calling thing that if I walked into this game, I would have been like, I'm hammering inside runs against the lighter box. I'm going to work the short passing attack. I'm going to work a heavy amount of play action. I'm going to limit down my passing attacks as much as possible. We came out and we felt like we were a lot more pass happy. We felt like our rushing attack was going to go a lot more to the edges in this game. Not as much of the bootleg stuff being run. Kind of strange. Where's Pumpkins, Morgan? Finally, Darnold turned into your cat like a national media wanted. Just kidding. Sanchez says, Sam has played great, and I still want to roll with him, but this game was a giant turd, and it was all his fault. I'm not with you on the play calling at all. Poor mechanics, poor decisions. I think a play caller's got to set up a quarterback for success, Sanchez, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to tell me that this game was a game where your offensive coordinator was setting your quarterback up for success. Specifically for those reasons I spoke about, and I appreciate the fact we disagree. It's always welcome here. You know that about me. But just that I see the deep drops within that against this really good pass rushing unit of the Texans of the Rams. You know, okay, you're going up against a tough pass rushing unit. Those are not the kind of units I want to go up with deep drops. You ran the ball well in this game. You had got in the second half and you started to go away from the run inexplicably, and you started to go to the passing attack. And was it to go to the short passing attack? No, it was to try to rip it down the field in the passing attack. And be it the Arroyo throw, be it the Jackson throw, be it the throw early on that I think he's trying to hit to Cooper Kupp. All of those are intermediate throws. They're not short tosses. And that's you trying to attack down the field into this defense that plays to depth in its coverage, Sanchez, right? So I guess that'd be my question to you on this is from your standpoint, how is it not a bit on the play caller when you get away from the run play? How is it not on the play caller when you're not running as much play actions as you should? How is it on the play caller when you're trying to throw so much more than you're trying to run even before you're really down in this game? How is it on the play caller that you're going to try to ask your offensive line and pass protection to hold up a long period of time when you drop back to pass on the intermediate and longer developing routes? As that would seem to be a pathway for failure because there's not too many offensive lines in this sport, the grade A offensive lines in this sport that can hold up in pass protection against this Rams defense. Say nothing of even a Seahawks offensive line, which has been protected by the play calling and the quick passing attack through a lot of this year. All the more reason to lean into that direction of it. So truly from a curiosity standpoint, I would ask you, Sanchez, on that, how that wouldn't be a factor in a little bit to this as well, or even a decent amount as well. Chris Olson, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Chris. He says, what do you think of old Teamy? I didn't see the run game proficiency that people were saying he was going to help us with. Yeah, I think he had a good run game last week, and that had people thinking that he was going to give a little bit more than Sundell as a run blocker because Sundell hasn't given you anything as a run blocker, but Sundell's been pretty good as a pass protector. I don't know how he played for sure today, to be honest with you, Chris. I think he probably held up pretty good in pass protection, but I don't know. The hard part for me, Chris, is when I'm doing the play-by-play, you're kind of watching ball because you're trying to, tell people about what's going on. So you're trying to watch right where the action's going at. And it really doesn't give me as much of a chance to get into the trenches like I might if I was just kind of casually watching and being able to check out what's going down in the trenches. So, it's always kind of hard for me to quite be sure on that until I can go back into the all-22. Every game I go back and watch the all-22 specifically as much to get that end zone angle for both the defensive line, the offensive line to see what guys are doing and get a better understanding of that. So if you can, Chris, check with me on Wednesday's show, and I'll have a little bit more of a better assessment of what we got to see from Olu in this one and how he did. I think he held up fairly well, but yeah, I think people were mainly making that jump as much because of him run blocking so well and being the center of attack in the run blocking last week. But you weren't going to be able to do as much this week because you're playing up against a better defensive front, a more solid defensive front. Thank you for the donation, Chris. Very kind of you, man. Jim, Seahawks didn't produce touchdowns in the red zone. Hawks defense is awesome. True and true. Got to score when you're down the red zone, man. Arcane Electric says nothing needs to be said about the defense. Just keep doing what you're doing. You are wonderful. You are great. Keep doing everything you're doing. Chris says, what percentage of the Legion of Boom dominance are we at? 90%, I think, is where we are in ascending. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty accurate, Chris. That'd be about where I'd be at with it. They're rising up. Oh, sorry. I mean, Desi, JSN had 9 catches on 12 targets for 105 yards. So I mean, I know he's not getting 130 yards, but that's still a pretty damn good day. I do think you're right that Forbes played a overall pretty good day and as good as you could ask against the Jackson. But I think if you're going to say, well, a good day, JSN looked human, I think that's a day where you say, well, the guy got like 50 yards receiving or something. I don't know if you say it's on a day where he cracked 100 again. Jim Everett, Rams fan, says Rams or Seahawks will win the Super Bowl. Well, we did wonder about that, Jim, walking into this game where, are these the two potential best teams we'll find in the NFL when it's all said and done? And we might find that to be the case when it is all said and done. I wouldn't be shocked in the least. The one tall dude, it seemed like there was a ton of heavy contact holding that the Rams were doing to our wide receivers. It was just me. There was a lot of physicality out there in their secondary from the Rams, to your point, tall dude. I would agree with you there. I think what I would say with this is that I always come back to saying I want to see it called, if you're going to call it from an official standpoint, pretty loosey-goosey to one side of the ball, make sure you're calling it to the other side. This is like I call it the strike zone rule. So in baseball, you'll have an umpire, and he's going to have his own particular strike zone, and he might be calling a little high or he might be calling a little wide. And that's the case, that's fine, but then just call it consistently high or wide, or tighten. If you have a tight strike zone and it's a small one, stay consistent on both ends of the inning. Make sure that I know so that each batter walking up the plate goes, okay, he's going to call the high strike today. I got to swing at that thing. So at least if there's a disparity there and how you're calling it, that's equal to both sides of the ball. I would say that I don't believe that we had maybe but one defensive holding call in this game, maybe, if that. And I think the Rams definitely had at least one or two themselves. So it did just kind of seem like the officials, by and large, were sort of like letting them play, and the little bit of contact they were going to let them kind of get away with on this a bit. And it did seem like it was being allowed on both sides in my eyes. It may have been a little bit more in the Rams' favor. The Rams might have gotten a little more on it. Certainly don't think it was the mitigating factor that allowed them to win by any measure. But they were definitely being very physical in the secondary. And there was a couple missed calls. The Cooper Kupp play where there's the interception, he's got his jersey being tugged. There was a missed PI on Jackson Smith as well. So there was some of that stuff in there, but I'm not trying to blame the game on the officials on this one. We lost this. Thank you, Morgan. He says, good job. Thank you for doing the long stream. Appreciate you. My wife said, no more Seahawks tonight. Hashtag blessed good takes overall and on to Tennessee. Caw! Well, thank you, Morgan. And Morgan, again, thank you for being a great representation of, we can always have disagreement here on the channel. I might push back hardly against a point here or there, but I always respect where you guys are coming from. And be it you or Sanchez, who I'm going back and forth with on this, I might disagree, but I'm also going to acknowledge within this disagreement on it that you guys might be proven right when this is all said and done. You know, your side of this and the way your outlook is of this and that, you guys are up ahead of the stack on this versus some of us that are maybe going to be slower on this, you know, that realization. We will come to see on that. And I love the different outlooks. I love the different takes in this fan base. Like I said, I'll push back, but it doesn't mean I don't like having those different thoughts in here, because I think it just gives us a better, well-rounded view of the whole situation. And, you know, your ideas have not a lot of validity if they haven't been tested. And that's what I like about this too, is we all test each other's ideas on this team and our outlook of this team and where they're going and what they're doing and where they're at on the pathway of it. But I do appreciate you, Morgan. Thank you for the great discussion. Paulie, 704 is probably a hot take. I just think it was just off. One of those Sundays, S just doesn't go right. Boy, I'll tell you what, Paulie, when you watch that punt at the end land the way it did, that was some angels in the outfield type shit right there. I'm over there going, yep, I guess that just ain't our day. Paul takes a bounce like that, literally kissing the pylon, like blowing on the pylon, you know? So, yeah, it was just a little bit off. I think in Sam's case, especially, just he wasn't. Sometimes you just don't have the mojo. I'm referencing baseball. You know, sometimes pitchers don't have their best stuff. Starters get out on the hill and they can't locate their fastball. They can't get their curveball over the plate. Their sliders hanging. And it felt like Sam kind of had one of those days. Koken, man, I was really hoping Sam would use this game to prove the haters who say he sucks in big games wrong, but I don't know anymore. Maybe they were right, but I still have hope in him for now. It's a great way to put it, man. And I feel very similarly in that way. Sanchez, responding to my question to him, says, I'm confused if a play caller doesn't call the right play and the quarterback throws off his back foot and late, or jumps and tries to throw it instead of dirting it or getting a sack, that's on the OC. No, that's not on the OC necessarily. I do think, yeah, for instance, on the first play call and getting pass happy early in this game and having Sam in that moment throwing like he is like that, pushing the ball down the field rather than working more of the short passing attack to start out the game. The part that I specifically went to on this, Sanchez, for you is that beyond getting caught up on an individual play in this game, getting caught in the totality of why the offense wasn't more successful and able to get more done. For instance, the two other interceptions we're mentioning here, the one where you've got the quick pressure supplied by Byron Young, you know, you're trying to throw that down on a late developing route. You're trying to throw back to Cooper Kupp on a bit of a late developing route. It's on Sam on those two plays you specifically are pointing to. It's on Sam on all four of these throws. It's Sam, but a contributing factor to how a quarterback plays is the play calling. And if you're having play calling, let's get specific on this, Sanchez. If I have play calling that's asking my quarterback to throw intermediate and to depth down the field, if I have play calling that's asking my quarterback to be looking to depth down the field, to having longer drops into the backfield, and I'm then going into the teeth of the defense by doing that. I'm going into the teeth of the coverage of the defense by doing that. Because every defense, Sanchez, right, like I say every week on this, there's places where they're going to allow weakness and there's places where they're going to be strong. Every defense is tactically going to choose where we want to be strong, where we want to be weak. And to me, it's on the offenses at that point, not to try to go uphill and attack into where they're strong, but instead to attack where they're weak. So where are the Rams weak? Well, they're like us. One of the teams that runs as light a box as you will find in the NFL. So instituting a pass-happy approach from the jump in this game, not the best of strategies, right? That doesn't get to individual throws. That just gets to general strategies, and that's not a very smart strategy to be employing here. And that there are some of these throws in this game where you're throwing on first down, where you're throwing too happy on this, where you're throwing on deep drops into the teeth of the defense. And it's counterintuitive. It doesn't make any sense. Does that then let Sam off the hook wholly and then mean that Sam doesn't have some culpability on those plays for making a bad throw, a bad read, a jump throw? No, he absolutely does. But is there a contributing factor to that play more than it's just all on Sam sucking it up and Kubiak's walking on high, like Kubiak's up there floating on clouds, just dropping beautiful plays from the sky into his lap and he's just messing it up? That's not the case, right? it is a partnership relationship deal there. And I would say quite specifically that thing, Sanchez, let's get out of the individual throws. Your plan of attack in this game, getting away from the running game too much, the deep drops, the throwing into the teeth of the defense, the lack of bubble screen game, the lack of the short passing attack. I could point to about 10 different things from Kubiak in this game that did not make any sense and set Sam up for failure. Doesn't let Sam off the hook, but it does mean that the offensive coordinator came in there and contributed to this shit show. Absolutely, it does. An OC might not set a quarterback up for success, but that doesn't mean he's setting him up to throw interceptions. No, he is at times with that. When you're throwing into the teeth of the defense, when I'm throwing into a Rams team that's going to drop 7 into coverage, that first interception, what's happening? Cooper Kupp's covered, and they're bringing a safety underneath. Why are they doing that? How can they generate 2 guys for 1 point of coverage there? Well, because they have all those guys they're dropping back into space. They have all the extra bodies in coverage in order to squish down those routes and tear down those passing windows. So that's why I say throw into the teeth of that, or do you want to throw to where they're light? It's like our Hawks offenses operate through a lot of this year. We walk up to the offensive line, we get the stack boxes. So Sanchez, you have the stack boxes. You know, off the stack boxes, you're going to probably get blitzed. You off the stack boxes that you can have those guys dropping into short drops then off the stack boxes. So a lot of the short routes are going to then be removed on top of it at that point. So now Seattle, leading up to this game and dealing with those situations game after game, did they decide to just throw short where all those bodies were? Or did they attack one-on-ones in the outside and attack where the defense was vulnerable? That would be the intuitive nature of what I would have wanted to see from the offense today that was not existing. Because today, Kubiak, as was mentioned earlier on this, Sanchez operated from the standpoint of every team has stacked the box on us. Every team has brought congestion around the line of scrimmage. So I'm going to anticipate that the Rams are going to do that too, despite the fact that that's not the Rams' MO. And so that's what I'm talking about. Yes, you can, with a play call, you can have your quarterback with routes all going down the field, going into the teeth of the defense, giving him only options at that point to throw to depth or take a sack. Now, should he take a sack in that moment, like that individual moment where he throws to JSN and you've got him going down? Yeah, take the sack. Or should he throw the ball away on the first throw and interception? Yes, he should. There is I'm not letting him off the hook here. You know, it isn't that it's all on Kubiak, it's all on Sam. It's kind of my point in the Sanchez. It is Sam's got a big, heavy portion heaping of this, but Kubiak doesn't have just some tiny little bit where he just did everything great in this game and set Sam up for a lot of success. I don't think he did so. I think a lot of the play calling was ass backwards in this one to my eyes with it. Like, oh, I love the Ernest Jones quote. Love him having his back, his quarterback's back. That's for sure. Chris is on most of the picks. I think Sam was late in the tight coverage and didn't see extra defenders in the area. Yeah. And that's the part where I think it is correctable, because if you guy have a hit his back foot on a 3-step drop and he lets it rip and he throws it into a defender's hand, you're like, oh, I don't know if I can teach him to read that better. But if you have it to where the guy's gone through his reads, it's late in the pocket, he's trying to do some miraculous type play. Call me a little bit of a babe in the woods on this one, but I do think that that's a moment where you can get that trained out of a guy. You can have him play a little bit safer in those kind of situations. Hogall, that was by far Sam's worst game of the season. We still had a chance to win the game. It's just one game. Still love the team. Let's go. Let's go, man. Chris, does that feel the same way? There's so much hope. Feels like 2013. Yeah. A lot of stuff for us to feel good about with this season and where this team's going. And we are all anxious for this thing to become a contender. And we want it to happen this year. And I'm right with all of you guys chomping at that bit to want to see that occur right effing now. But at the same point in time, we are on the right path. At the same point in time, this team is rising and it is on the right path. And in my opinion, it is only a matter of time. Jimmy says that was literally the most perfect punt ever. I know. It was like at that time of game, right, Jimmy? Like you just go, oh man, what a punt. I mean, that's a tip your hat right there of a situation as much as anything else. Sway, thank you for the $5 donation. Sway. Rams fan here. Y'all have a great team. Defensive battle today. Felt like both offenses were pretty bad today. Can't wait for the next game. Well, that's a well said on your part. There's a lot of this from our perspective of this that is about how the offense should have performed better. And I'm sure from Rams fans' standpoint, they go, our offense should have done better against this defense. But sometimes these defenses are just that legit. And they are really, really good. And they're both humming. These defenses are. It was cool that this was still a close game. It sucked with the interceptions, but the cool part about this is that this game stayed close. We stood toe to toe with you in your house. It got billed as a pretty epic matchup. It ended up playing out to be a pretty epic matchup. But we feel like we can stand with you guys. Can't wait for our next chance to come back around to you. No excuses from my end given here. You guys won that game. You played a hell of a defensive game out on your side of it. Some things we could have done to make this a little bit harder on you. But all that being said, can't wait for that next game. And, you guys are legit. But I was saying that coming into this game too. Certainly legit. Well done today. HHGB. Think John Schneider's watching these games and taking notes on what needs improvement? I mean, a little bit. I think John's got a pretty laser locked in team building process to what he does. And I think it's kind of absent necessarily results on Sunday. I mean, it will be taken into account a little bit, but it's kind of my read on this HHG is that there's a little bit of some hardlining stuff that's like, we've learned this over years as to our approach and process in drafting and positional evaluation. And that's in line. You ain't knocking it free on that, Sway, and thank you again, Sway, for the donation. Says McVay really pissed me off today. I don't know why we didn't use Kyron as much and kept going to Corum. Yeah, you guys got a little bit of a thing like we do as Charbonnet here, Sway, where we'll go to Charbonnet and people will lament like he's almost getting equal touches to Kenneth Walker, and people don't always kind of get why that's the case. A little strange. I don't know if maybe some of it with the Rams is they're trying to load balance Kyron and make sure that they can keep his touches down for playoff time, maybe a little bit. Felt like there were some times in this game you guys would have gone with the run a little bit more here and there. I think some of it too was to try to give the Rams credit on this one, Sway. I think it was some of them reading the room a little bit and going, oh, okay, well, their quarterback's throwing us the ball. Let's just limit down our turnovers. Let's win the war on that, and we're going to probably win this game. Which was the way that this kind of did play out for them. That they kind of played it safe a little bit, I think, a little bit in their play calling with that. And I think Stafford stayed within himself and was very careful. But as much as that might sometimes rankle and frustrate fans, it also can work. Rich Coleman, Darnold was awful today. He should have taken more responsibility for it in his press conference. The defense should not let him on the plane. Tough day for Darnold, man. Tough day for Darnold for sure. You guys wasted too much time at the end of the game. Not enough of urgency, Jimmy. You're right about that. Very much a lack of urgency going on at times in this game. Carl says, I want to play the game again tomorrow. I know. You just feel like, man, we can stand with this team. Golly, we can stand with them. Sanchez says the probability that the OC will call the optimal play every down, and if he doesn't, then it absolves the quarterback of all culpability makes no sense. Okay, so hold on, Sanchez, because I'm down near the end of my chat here. If you can for me, Steele, can you do me a favor, Sanchez? Because this is always the way when we get this kind of back and forth, and I don't think we're kind of both understanding what the other's trying to say. Can you steal man for me, if you could, for me in the chat, what exactly it is I'm trying to say? Because the probability the OC will call an optimal play call was never anything I said about that there has to be the optimal play call. I spoke with specificity to exactly something that was going on in this game time and time again, which was not the optimal play call. I spoke to the fact that you're throwing into the teeth of the defense with the play calling. You're going into the strength of the defense. I mean, I did an elaborate whole thing there, that a whole spiel I just did there where I broke down how every defense has got a weakness. Every defense has got a strength stylistically by how they play it. Snap in and snap out, play in and play out, game in and game out. They are going to determine a certain way that they're going to protect against, right? So old Legion of Boom teams, for instance, Sanchez, let's take this all the way down the line, because I'd like to get to a place where you and I got kind of at least just I want you at least to understand where I'm coming from on this, like you can disagree with me, but like disagree with the thing that I'm exactly saying. So we go back to Legion of Boom era, right? Legion of Boom ever said, defensively speaking, what we're going to do is we're going to drop a lot of guys to coverage, but we're going to drop a lot of guys to coverage and to depth. So you cover 3 by and large, 2 off corners dropping deep, your single high safety dropping deep, you tending to drop 7 into coverage and only rushing 4. What were they doing with that? They were saying from a strength standpoint, we are not going to let you throw deep against us. What did we learn about Carroll's defense through time as offenses started to figure this out? There's openings on the shorter stuff. There's openings on the intercutting routes to the middle of the field because they're going to depth. So instead of us attacking to depth, which early Legion of Boom teams trying to take off the top of the defense, not a good strat, not going to work. Richard Sherman, good luck stacking Sherman on a 9 route. So what did offenses eventually, Sanchez said, rather than throw into the strength of the defense, let's go to where they're weak, stylistically, schematically. No defense can lock every portion of itself down. No defense can say, we're taking away the run and we're taking away the deep pass and we're locking it down the outside and we're taking away the short routes. Every defense is going to have vulnerability. My point to this game was specifically, let's drive it down to the specificity, is that in this particular game, your offensive coordinator was calling long developing routes. He was calling it like you had dealt with all of the prior defenses leading up to this game. He was treating it like the defense was going to stack the box once again. You're going to get one-on-one opportunities on the outside, green grass on the back end, and you can go hit those deeper shots down the field. That is not the coverages you were getting. That was not the way the Rams defense was playing it. I'm not looking for my offensive play caller to have the optimal play caller every single time. No quarterback's going to have the perfect play call every single time. But there's a difference between that and putting him into suboptimal situations play after play throughout a football game because you're calling play calls that are counterintuitive. I think you would admit on this, Sanchez, throwing into the teeth of the defense is not intuitive. That's not a smart approach from an offense. So I guess let's get to the point, if we can, Sanchez, on this, if you can respond to it, and agreeing that every defense is going to have strength, every defense is going to have weakness by how they stylistically are set up. And that then, commiserately, to the other side of that, offensively speaking, whatever way that defense is chosen, you offensively speaking should probably not be going at for a whole day into the strength of where that defense is going to be at. The defense rushes the passer really great and drops a lot of guys into coverage depth. I probably don't want to be dropping my quarterback on 7-step drops and asking my offensive line to have to hold up in pass protection on, not to mention throwing into the teeth of defense. That's just the part that I'm kind of getting to on this, to where to me, and maybe my eyes were lying to me on the Sanchez with it, but to me today, what I saw from the offense was a lot of that. A lot of heavy amount of, we've been doing this so far up until this point, so we'll just keep doing the same note thing. Which it doesn't make a lot of sense to me because you knew coming into this game, Sanchez, as the numbers do show, the Rams run as light a box as anybody in the NFL. I think they're like, what was my stats on them this week? They were like, I think 29. Bring it up here. Eighth highest light box usage in the NFL coming into this game. They're the eighth highest. So the eighth lightest box in this game, Sanchez, 27th in blitzing. So you weren't going to get a lot of blitzing. You're getting a lot of guys going to coverage, a lot of guys going to coverage to depth, and you could anticipate that coming into this game. And yet you decided from a, not Sam Darnold perspective, but from a play calling standpoint, to be trying to attack down the field in the passing attack. That's the part that just doesn't quite add up to me as to why that's not something that's going to, again, it's not letting Sam off the hook completely. Sam has culpability on the Sanchez. So it's not just to say, well, this is the OC first and then Sam. Sam is the guy that you would give the first blame to. But coming right in behind him is Kubiak with that play calling, in my opinion. Sway's with me on this. The Rams fans, it's felt like if you guys would have ran the ball more, you guys would have won. And this is a Rams fan saying this on the Sanchez. So this comes back to my point too as well. In addition to throwing into the teeth of the defense, you also didn't stay committed to running the ball. I mean, that last drive in the second half is you're moving the ball up the field and you're finally taking control of the line of scrimmage and you only end up with a field goal, but you have a nice long drive where you just move it right up the field, run the ball. Then you get in the second half and the first thing you do out the second half is start passing. It's like, what are we doing, Kubiak? Why would that be the indicator that you have to when you get the ball back there now to do that first thing out the gate? And what was it? Was it a pass that was a short pass in space, or did he drop back on a 7-step drop and he was looking to try to hit something down the field on that very first play of the second half? It was that kind of stuff time and time again. So it's the combination of those two things, both throwing in the teeth of the defense. And I thought this was absolutely a game where you should have run the ball more. How many games do we have this year where we've got like a 3-to-1 disparity in our runs to passes? Yet this would have been the exact kind of game that I would have been instituting something like that. I thought that they got away for the run as well. Chris says, remember when people said Gibbs at 12s was stupid? He's filthy. He is pretty filthy. Purdy did play today. I think he played pretty good. Mr. Dog, TheSeahawksNest, do you usually watch the post-game pressers later? I do. Yeah, I usually have them on as I'm kind of cutting up the post-game wrap-up thing, Mr. Dog. I'll kind of I'll have them listening to them in the background, but I always do I try to listen to all the pressers if I can, because there's always usually something good, and even if there's a lot of nothing in there kind of buried within. But I don't, the tough part is a lot of people want me to usually have already watched it, and I've stayed live right from the end of the game, so I just haven't had a chance to. Give it a condo. Damn, Mike's crying in Arizona. Oh, man. Hang in there, Mike. Hang in there. Mike, I was surprised at the offensive game plan from Seattle. 49ers showed the formula to beat us. You have to throw it quick and short and be patient. Deep throw plays right in our strength of our defense. I mean, this Sanchez, we're having the back and forth. You're seeing multiple Ram fans. I've got a dog in the fight. I'll admit that. These are Ram fans without a dog in this fight that are seeing the same thing I'm seeing, which is that the play calling was a factor into this. Again, Sam, don't want to make it seem like I'm just letting Sam fully off the hook. Culpability there, blame there. He deserves it. He's got to shoulder that. But the play calling was kind of weird. And it's to Mike's exact point of exactly what I'm talking about here. Because you're right. The Niners have showed the formula on this Rams team, playing them twice. They've showed you with the West Coast offense how to attack. Kubiak saw that play call, saw that plan of attack, and was like, yeah, I'm doing none of that. Yeah, that's not for me. I saw the same thing, Mike. I saw exactly the same thing. Nick O'Boy, thank you for the $5 donation, Nick. Got my Darnold jersey as soon as they went on sale. I know he can lead us to great things. It's going to be ironic seeing all the haters switch up when he does. I've got faith in him too, man. I think he's going to make you look smart for that jersey purchase when it's all said and done. I think the growth that he has had in his game has been ever improving for the last couple of years. I think he has had the bulb go on here in full. It doesn't mean his game's perfect. It doesn't mean he's the best quarterback in the sport. It doesn't mean that there isn't going to be some things in his game that will still drive us a little bit crazy here and there. It's that I think he can mitigate this stuff. I think that the good is going to far outweigh the bad. And yes, I do think that this is a quarterback that can lead us to the promised land. I don't think he has some broken functionality within him that's going to raise itself, its ugly head at just the worst of times. I think he's better than that. I think he's put in the work to be better than that. I think he's got the talent around him to be better than that. The play calling around him to be better than that. But I love that you did that, oh boy, and I think he's gonna make you look good on that purchase eventually. I do. I got the faith there too. Sanchez says, my understanding is that Sam wasn't put in a position to succeed by the OC for calling long development. I think a word got left out there. The OC had a bad game plan and didn't stay committed to the run. Therefore, it's not entirely Sam's fault that he threw the interceptions and didn't take sacks. Not entirely is a good way of putting it. That's kind of where I'm trying to get there, Sanchez, is it's just there's fault and blame with Sam. Sam can't make those decisions. Sam can correct these decisions, right? That's absolutely the case. But play calling can make something that's a struggle worse. It can be both things going on at the same time. It doesn't have to be kind of the binary 0 or 1. It can be both. The heaping needs to be, make sure I'm super clear on this one, because I want to make sure I'm not making it seem like I'm just Sam's off the hook here, Sanchez, because he's not. Sam's got to be looked at as just the forefront. He's got to correct this stuff. This stuff cannot continue going forward. You're not going to hear me 2 to 3 weeks down the line on this being like, well, blah, 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 just OC this. Sam's got the heat he's got to feel on this. But the play calling today was, and you captured it well there on the end of kind of what I'm trying to say there at the end with this. This is exactly right. It's long developing routes, lack of committing to run play. And that's not that first and then Sam, and then that stuff, I would say. But that is a part of this puzzle a little bit. And the same way it was a part of the puzzle last year, Sanchez, for Geno in that offense, and for the hyperized obsession that Grubb would have with passing the ball. And similarly, how obsessed Grubb would be passing the ball and having to push the ball down the field despite not having always the pass protection that could hold up to make that happen. Say nothing of a complete and utter lack of commitment to running the ball. It's those things can contribute there a bit. And it is a contributing on this one because it was so weird that there wasn't the adjustment and that he chose this path, kind of like for the same reasons that Mike mentions here. In the same way, we play a light box. We have a strong front that can usually stop the run without help. You go against the light box, though. You make them stop you with that light box. You make them show they can consistently do that over the course of the game. And we weren't able to do that. I do appreciate where you're coming from, Sanchez. I like this discussion, man. I think it's an important one to have right now because this is also one Sanchez that's happening throughout the fan base all over the place, for sure. Sean, I kind of felt like Darnold was trying to force the ball to Kupp because the Seahawks playing Kupp's old team. Maybe a little bit. He got more targets this week than he's had, I think, prior. Certainly on that interception, he was forcing it in on that one. Tough game from Kupp here today. Definitely wasn't quite in sync there with Sam. GG, sounds good. Break Megatron's record next week. That'd be cool. Rampazzi, not saying the game was lost by Jason Myers, but he's been a little inconsistent for being the second highest paid kicker in the NFL. I know fans bated breath on 40-yarders. Any concern to get a comp at kicker? He's under contract for another year, and I'd estimate they're probably going to keep him for another year because just you end up eating dead money, and then you're going to have to go still get another kicker. So he probably still rolls for another year. He made the 57-yarder today, 3 of 4, just couldn't bust through the 61-yarder, but he did pretty good today. He has been, he was at 81% coming into this game, and you would like that to be better for what you're paying him, Ramponzi, on that. That's for sure. He does have a little bit of that Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing going on, though, and we are in it's a 10-year bit of data we have with the guy, and unfortunately, we're in a Mr. Hyde season. But we come back to Dr. Jekyll next year, so, Ramponzi, do you want to cut him on a Dr. Jekyll season when he's going to be nails? Gatlas, I generally don't understand how we constantly harp on splitting running back carries like the way we are. It feels like we are alternating just to alternate. I think we are alternating just to alternate. I think they're kind of running the same stuff. I think that it's a load balance thing, Catalyst. Kenneth Walker's been injured in every year he's been here. The team's aware of that. He got injured multiple times this offseason. Team's aware of that. The team's trying to mitigate that throughout the course of the year with a plan of action to limit his touches in order, I'm thinking, to probably hopefully have him at 100% health or near 100% health when you get to the end of the season. I think that's the driving force here. I can't say it for sure, but I think that is a bit of the driving force. Dune says we are going to improve. We're not there yet, but we're on the move. I do think that at all that we are reaching our ceiling offensively. It's tough. 60-yarders are tough field goals to make, Ron Ponzi. I'm definitely with you that Myers has had a little bit of a down year this year, but at the end of the day, he made your 3 field goals today, hit a 57-yarder today. But there's not a lot of kickers in the sport that are hitting 61-yarders per game at the end of it. For most of the NFL's history, 62-yarder was the longest ever kicked in the sport. So, the Myers couldn't kind of get to that spot of it. It's hard to hold them too much to account on that. But again, he's not had a great year, and I get where you're coming from to a degree. It's just that he is under contract one more year. You got to eat dead money to move off of him. You got to then go find a kicker you hope can be better. Kicking position tends to be one that's very random, and that you can try to go target a guy in the draft, for instance, and then come to find that he's just crap. There's been a couple teams, I think, in recent years that have drafted kickers in the 3rd and 4th round, thinking they're going to get the best kickers in the entire sport or the best kickers in the draft, and those guys end up off those initial teams very short order. Like Jake Moody with the 49ers just went through this. So it's a hard position to sometimes address. It's one that has a lot of variance for guys year to year and how they play. But I think you're probably going to be rolling with them for a little bit more. Like, I'm not saying he's the problem, but his contract is in 26, which is asking if we should bring in competition. I'm okay with bringing in competition for sure, Ron Ponzi. Can't hurt. And I don't know if you're looking to keep him after 26. Dune says, in a weird way, I'm glad the field goal didn't go in. Losing stings. Losses are sticky. They're hard to shake. Negative emotion is a powerful driving force. Huge litmus test, but the key games are yet to come. Well said, man. Well said. Sanchez, on a side note, do we have the receiver group to execute a Hail Mary? I feel like we're undersized there. It's a good question. I think Arroyo, and if you got Bobo out there when he's healthy, White's a little bit of a bigger receiver. He can kind of do some of that stuff, but you don't have the treetops out there that you maybe would normally like for that kind of situation. Maybe we'd have to Sanchez bring Woolen out there or something, you know? And HHG says, we needed a back to earth game. Was it good that this was the one? It's not bad timing. You got a lot of year now to kind of get this fixed and corrected. And says we shouldn't have to execute a Hail Mary. That's a resort play. Shouldn't build the roster at that moment. Sanchez says, I'm good. I still made your argument. I still don't agree with it. That's fair enough. And disagreement's all good, you know. I just wanted to make sure that you're kind of in a couple of the comments not exactly capturing what I was trying to say. So I just wanted to make sure that they just capture what I'm saying exactly on it. So I guess from your standpoint, then it's okay then, Sanchez, that he has you by and large with the passing attack against this Rams defense throwing into the teeth of the defense. And then this is part of why I wanted you to steel man this. So in what you're saying with that then is it's okay for the coordinator to call that kind of game. It's okay for the coordinator to go into the counterintuitive nature of how you're attacking them defensively, offensively, to go into the teeth of their defense, that's a smart approach, and that your quarterback in that moment should still overcome in that. He should still succeed in that. He should still produce in those kind of moments. Is that sort of what you're saying on the back of that in that then disagreement? Because I don't think you're pushing back against the fact that we threw into the teeth of the defense, that was our approach. And if you're pushing against that, please mention that's where you're pushing back against. So I'm not steel manning you right on this one, but that's kind of what you're saying then at that point. And I don't know if I would quite as much understand your perspective on that one, why you'd retest conclusion, because there's going to be a mitigating factor if I'm going to set my quarterback up for somewhat of failure a bit. And if that's not setting a quarterback up for failure, I'd wonder why that's not. Peter says, we lost to the best team in the NFL on the road by 2 points on the last second field goal. And we get another shot at them in our house. We're 7-3. Quit with the dark days ahead. All roads lost. Yeah, we're not dark days ahead at all here, Peter. No, sir. No word on Zabel yet, but probably going to have to wait till Monday on the MRI with that, Sean, I would say. Rainy days. My Cowboys play tomorrow. Best of luck to you tomorrow, rainy days. Got the NFC Rams play Tampa Bay next week. Let's go. Get it, Tampa Bay. Get them. Get them. Justin says, I like how EJ standing up for his quarterback. Yes, this is a bad game for Sam, but we are going to get back on track. Let's go, Justin. I love to hear it from Ernest too, man. Yeah, if we do lose Zabel, Zam's going to definitely face more interior pressure. That's for sure. And these are the tough 2 games left really on the schedule in NFC West media. I know the Niners are tough and that they won today against the Cardinals, but I think that is a Niner team where you do feel like you've got a much better chance of them with them down both Warner and Bosa, 2 guys that have given you a lot of trouble in recent years. So I definitely just 2 more real tough games on the schedule left. 2 more games to kind of help, shake a little bit of this narrative that exists over this team, over Sam Darnold. Emmanuel says, I think if we give Myers 5 more yards, he probably makes it. Made it a 57-yarder and was nails in the game. Yeah, I agree with that, Emmanuel. I do agree with that. Part of why you get a little bit frustrated, I think, with a little bit of the lackadaisical nature of the offense on that final drive and getting up the field. I know you got to operate from your 1-yard line, but a little more of pushing the ball up the field at some of those moments on some of those throws would have been probably a little bit better. Faces will probably miss a couple weeks, if not more. Oh, yeah, at least. In gray. Not vexed. I trust Sam because John would never have signed him knowing we play the Rams twice a year. I agree. That's probably true. If he thought something was inherently broken, I don't think he would either against this Rams team. Daniel, if Gray Zabel is done for the year, what do you see our ceiling as? I see it as making the playoffs in a first-round loss, unfortunately. I think Zabel's definitely impactful. I don't think Zabel's enough of an impact in itself to me that's going to knock you off completely your footing of having the potential to get to the high of heights this year. It makes it harder. It's going to be a tougher road at that point. But we also don't know how we might be able to play there at left guard. And the thing with Zabel on this too is that as good as he's been in pass protection, there's been some issues with him out there at times. And as a run blocker, it's not just been completely perfect with him out there as a player. He's not been rocking it like an all pro out there necessarily. So it will be a loss. It'll hurt, not understanding that, but I don't think it's going to be just a necessarily that's it for us. One positive news: Mariners re-signing Naylor. That's big, man. It's huge. What a key point. What a key piece he was to this roster last year. That was a miraculous punt. Jose, you think it would have been different if Horton was out there just having another receiver? I don't know. I don't know on that. Hard to say. Maybe. I wish I'd give you a more certain answer, but I'm not sure. The Lions, do we beat the Colts without Zabel at left guard? Yeah, I think you can beat them. It's going to be a tough game, but again, I love Zabel's impact, and I think he's been a steadying force there. I love Zabel's impact. I think he's been a steadying force out there, but it's not been perfect. It's not been all pro. He's not been Zach Martin out there. He's not been Quentin Nelson out there. Mike, if these same teams played in 5 weeks, I think Seattle wins, but we will have Akilio and Tutu back by then, and they make a big difference on both sides of the ball. Amen. It's not going to be easy. Another tough game. You guys showed that to us today. So it's going to be a dogfight again, no matter what, man. No matter what. I think we can get you guys, but we got to play our best ball. We got to have a great game plan. Our quarterback's got to play clean. We got some work to do until that next matchup, Mike. And says maybe Myers needs to slam a Red Bull instead of sniffing smelling salts. Maybe the smelling salts and the Red Bull. How about both? Sanchez, it's not okay. I didn't say that, but a jump throw, a late throw, a throw off the back foot is not throwing into the teeth of the defense. Yeah, I don't know if we may not find commonality on. I still think kind of, Sanchez, you're not quite understanding what I'm saying with this, because I think still inherently you're thinking I'm somehow letting Sam fully off the hook, which I've not done. I've said at the forefront of this about 17 times over that Sam is the lead guy on this, but I think the portrait and the portrait of the portrait you're pointing here is that this is sort of all on Sam on this. And I don't think that it is. I think Kubiak's got culpability here, but that's again why I was wanting you to steal, man. Is like, what we're trying to not do here is like all talking to one way or the other way. Like it's all on Kubiak or all on Sam. That's not the portrait I'm painting here. And it's not. And as I said, I tried to take you away from just locking in individual throws and look at the totality of the game and the totality of the game planning and the totality of the play calling, right? So you don't just cherry pick a play here and a play there and say, well, that tells the whole story. Sam threw what? 44 attempts in this game. So grabbing 2 of the throws or 3 of the throws and saying that's the whole story, that's not the whole story of his game. That's not the whole story of how Kubiak called the game. And I'm with you in respect of take some sacks. Don't throw it off your back foot. Those are inexcusable kind of throws. But why are you pushing the ball down the field this much? Why are you putting Sam in these positions to put him in trepidatious territory? And I think that's the part that you're maybe discounting from my perspective here a little bit, is you're sort of overlooking the trepidatious nature of the play calling today, the going into the teeth of the defense, which I still haven't seen you respond to on that. Like, it was a good approach today of our offensive coordinator to throw into the teeth of the defense. Like, that was a solid approach, and the quarterback shouldn't be shaken in any way by that. It doesn't mean that there weren't other throws in there that were just purely bad throws from Sam, but it means there's a lot of this on the other side of this that was contributing cause to it. And that's all that's so hard of the Sanchez, is not to say it's to this or this to this. It's to say that, hey, this story is a nuanced one with a lot of things that factor in to how this plays out. And to get just hyper concentrating on one aspect of it and to say this is the only aspect that drove this, to me, is not taking into account all of the rest of the story that's there at play a bit. Yeah, Sam made the decision on those throws, but again, inherently the play calling today and the plan of attack today was not a good one. It was one that was so bad enough to where you have Ram fans coming to this chat speaking to some of the strange nature of the play calling as they saw it. Why weren't you running the ball more? Why are you throwing into the teeth of the defense? The very thing that I'm saying, Sanchez, they're saying to you right here. And that's not a Seahawks fan saying it. That's not a Sam benefactor saying it. These are Ram fans coming in here and saying it because they're seeing the same thing I'm seeing on it. Now, maybe we're just all seeing it falsely on that. But again, it's going to be a contributing factor to this performance today. And it's one that stood out that did not make a lot of sense. Some of it too was the pass happy nature and you throwing too much in this, which is a contributing factor on some of these throws in respect of why are you throwing it so much? Why aren't you going more to the run play? Part of you getting to these interceptions are also what happens on the plays before the interceptions. Oh, you're to a 3rd and 9 where Sam's trying to make a first down happen because he's trying to get the thing. Why did you throw on first down too? Why aren't you trying to run the ball though more, get into 3rd and makeables in those situations? I think we probably won't get much headway on this, and I do know with it that there's going to be a lot of folks like yourself on the Sanchez that will be locked in on this with Sam on kind of being out on this one on either end. So I'll do my best to make my case, but I understand if I can't break through on it. Definitely could have made a better throw on that Shaheed throw for sure, man. A little bit behind him. Who do I think gets the game next week against the Bucks? Rams Bucks? Hard to say on this one, Jose. I think it's another real close game, comes right down the line. I think the Buccaneers are going to do a really good job of featuring much more of the short passing attack than we were willing to do so today. I don't think they're going to make the same mistake there. Certainly don't think that Baker's going to make the same kind of mistakes. But as well, Buccaneers don't have the kind of defense we have. So it'd be very tight, neck and neck. I'd probably want to see where the Buccaneers injury situation is at and if they're missing a couple key guys or if they've got it getting back to relatively full strength. But it's kind of a coin flip game for me. Sanchez, I just don't see how Kubiak played a role in Sam throwing interceptions. I understand. And it's kind of why I'm trying to work to push this discussion. It isn't necessarily just to convince you as much as it's to say, well, here's why we're seeing it this way on it. And, I kind of elaborated in the various ways I could. It'll land or it doesn't. But I think that there's reasonable amount of cause with that to say that, an interception is not just brought out on the play. An interception is brought out by the play calling that led you to that play. It's brought up on the play call. What you did on that play. Why are you making this play call? Did you have help there for your quarterback? Did you not have help for your quarterback? Did you have an easy out? A lot of what a great play caller is, and this has been talked about by a lot of coaches even into this offseason, heard many speak about it. What a great offensive play caller does rather than just beating the defense or beating this right defensive scheme at the right exact time with a perfect play call. It's setting your quarterback up for success. And you can, as a play caller, set your quarterback up for success or you can set him up for failure. My opinion today, Sanchez, Clint Kubiak set up his quarterback for failure today. And he did so in what I would call a counterintuitive nature. Because I still haven't seen you speak to the fact that, does it make any sense to have your offensive play caller throwing into the teeth of the defense? Let me ask you that one, Sanchez. Let's start from that to try to get to a place of clarity between us on this. Does it make sense to you for a whole course of a game when as a Rams fan mentioned this in the chat earlier, you had the blueprint in place for how the Niners played this Rams offense with the 2 games that they played them in both games, able to move the ball. That plan, that blueprint, that game plan was quick, short, passing attack. Right? So it is smart from your standpoint. It makes no contributions to the quarterback whatsoever that you're having that quarterback operate for the majority of the day, throwing into the teeth of that defense, throwing into where the strength of their defense is at, being that there's multiple bodies to depth. And when you get multiple bodies to depth, when you get passing windows cinched down and closed up tighter and tighter, that's going to lead to more interceptions. I think we'll have a disagreement on this when it comes down to it, but I think I can at least, maybe you can hopefully understand the perspective of why we've landed at that. When do we get love back to Justin? Any week, probably a week by week kind of thing with him right now. Another Rams faithful. It's the third Ram fan that's mentioned the same thing. Very simple. If you ran dumped off to tight end and complete long drives, you would have won. We play too high dime. It's begging for you to get greedy. So again, this is Rams fans saying this, folks. You can disagree with me on this if you want, but this is Rams fans echoing my same thoughts on this and what they're seeing. They know their team. They're speaking to the exact thing that I'm talking about. And again, this isn't Hawk fans saying this. This is literally Rams fans telling you this very same thing I'm trying to tell you. You don't throw into the teeth of the defense. This is not the blueprint. It was as counterintuitive as an offensive play calling as you can. So when Van City, people need to stop Kubiak. Why stop blaming Kubiak? It's not I'm blaming Kubiak. Again, I've definitely given a lot of blame to Darnold on this, saying he's first the forefront of it, but that Kubiak has been let completely off the hook by a lot of this fan base, especially a lot of the fan base that is hyper concentrating on simply just Darnold. Because that's what's coming with this as well, it's just all Darnold. There's nothing like Kubiak, you're great and beautiful and amazing. It's Darnold is the one that just completely messed this whole thing up. I don't think Kubiak would tell you that to you if he was asked. I think he'd echo a lot of what I'm saying here. And a lot of what the Rams fans are saying in here about this game. Sam deserves the blame. Sam is not let off the hook of the blame. Sam needs to improve on this. And if this continues with Sam, it is not going to work. I can't be more clear on that in regards to not having patience with Sam to play like this in some forever way. But I don't think he's going to play like this forever way, and partly because I don't think that Kubiak's going to call this kind of game again. But it's a factor. Rams faithful, Bucks will get greedy with Baker. They have no running back. We win that game. It's possible. It is possible. And Baker likes to push the ball up the field, Rams faithful. I'll tell you that. But he's also got a lot built within that passing attack, especially within their pre-snap motions to try to get into, flood-based concepts. A lot of the same stuff the Rams will do with their passing attack to get guys open short and quick in space. They can certainly utilize Rashad White out of the backfield really well. And Irving, I think, is getting healthier or closer to healthier there to be able to use him as well. He can be a factor. I also think the Bucs can potentially run a little bit on that lighter box of the Rams, that they'll stay committed to it. Dude says, what do you all think? Would we be better with Baker instead of Sam? Just a theoretical question for conversation's sake. I think Baker's probably got a little bit ahead of Sam right now. Baker's eliminated these turnovers in a way that Sam hasn't. Probably lethal touches on this. Sam's probably better within structure. Baker's probably better out of structure, and probably to a significant degree. And Baker's better clutch factor and is way better off script. Will I say I prefer him over Sam? Currently unsure about that. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same place. Aaron says, would like more calculated misdirection from our offense. Feels too obvious when we run sometimes, especially with K9 out there. Agreed, Aaron. Yeah, I thought there were some times early in this game, especially where it felt like you had the Rams team kind of moving towards where your run play was headed prior to the snap. It's never a good sign. Things just weren't quite as unpredictable in the play calling today. It just didn't feel as much like, again, where just Kubiak can sometimes get ahead of things and be really on it with that, where he's just like, you don't know what's coming. Today kind of did feel a little bit more like you knew what was coming. Mike says interceptions aren't a strength of this team. We have 10 on the season and 4 of those came today. Sam was under pressure and made bad decisions, but a better scheme with quick passes avoids that. Well said, man. Agreed 100%. Kevin says, do we have running back packages with 3 out there that can screen for each other? I don't think we do. I don't think so. Ram faithful, we lost to Philly when they stopped 7-step dropbacks. You can watch the highlights. You'll see first half was sacks and picks. Second half, they had long drives and won. You can't go into the teeth of the defense, Rams fan faithful. And it's not it's not to It's not where it's also a vulnerability just where the Rams have a crappy defense in this part and you just suck and you just got to hit them where they suck. It's again back to every defense has to make a decision stylistically where they want to be strong and where they want to be weak. Who are we as a team? What is our identity? How are we driven defensively? Do we want to be pressure based? Do we want to drop to coverage? Do we want to be multiple? Do we want to be varied? Are we a zone drop team? Or there's so many different ways defensively you can kind of choose to be strong, but then where you choose to be strong, you'll be weak. If I blitz, I'm leaving myself exposed and vulnerable on the back end. If I drop to depth and coverage, I'm going to tend to leave myself vulnerable and exposed to some of the shorter, quicker passing attack. There are times where football can be kind of simple in certain ways. And then you know it from a simplistic standpoint, offensive coordinator wise coming into this defense, and that should then educate you on the game plan. I just felt like Kubiak walked into this one sort of throwing out all of what the Rams had done prior to this and saying, no, what the Rams will do is they'll institute the same bloody game plan that these other defensive coordinators have instituted against us. And we'll just keep doing our same stuff off the back of that. Sanchez already answered that. Whether it was the right game plan or not has no bearing on Sam's jump passes, late throw, or back foot throw. Okay. I didn't see your answer on that. Yeah, I don't know. I probably can't. I've tried to make headways on Sanchez. We'll have to probably reach the point in this where we agree to disagree. Again, those throws I've not excused. There's no point in this where I've said those passes aren't awful passes by Sam. But while you're in that 3rd and 9 on the interception on JSN on the comeback route where he's hit on instantaneous pressure, it's because you get too pass happy. That's a part of the offensive approach. That's part of what led to that moment. Why are you in the 3rd and 9? Why aren't you in 3rd and makeable? Why aren't you running the ball early down after you had that success in the second half? Why are you coming back to being so pass happy? So it's my feeling on this. These things contribute to this more en masse, and that you've got to look at a little bit of the lay of the land on the whole game. But again, not excusing those throws, man. So it seems illogical to say if the play calling would have been different, then the results would have been different. I don't know how. You're kind of speaking a little bit in the vagaries here, Sanchez. You're hyper fixating on these plays of the interceptions, none of the rest of the game. Hyper fixating on don't jump the pass, don't off the back foot, but not fixating at all on any of this play calling whatsoever. It seems that you're giving a full excuse here to Kubiak, and that if I'm dishing out a heaping of the blame in this game of why we're not winning this game, it's like you're putting, by the feeling of this at least, and I don't think this is where you're trying to operate from, but the feeling is like you're putting 95% on Sam here. I think there's a little bit more for the play calling to come into effect. Again, Ram fans are saying the same thing. I've had about 5 Ram fans come in here and tell you, look, we know what beats our defense. We didn't do that today. I don't know how you can miss that with that to say the play calling would have been different. If you would have featured more of a short passing attack, if you had gotten your quarterback more easier throws, if you would have worked more play action from under center, if you would have stayed more committed to running the ball, you don't think that would have met out better offensive results in this game? You don't think that would have reduced down the number of interceptions, Sanchez? Really? If you wouldn't have attacked the ways the teams have found success, those teams that have found success this year, be it the Niners, the both games they played it, or like the Rams fan just mentioned above, the Eagle game in the first half where they were doing what we were trying to do in the first half, taking shots down the field. And in the second half, they went, oh, let's stop this. This isn't working. They're playing to depth. Let's try to work the short passing. And then they did so, and then they found success and they went and won the game. So it's like, I'm not just saying this in a vacuum of theoretical application. This is what teams have done against this Rams team this year for success. This is what you should have been doing. This is what you didn't do offensively speaking. So yeah, I do think you definitely would have gotten different results. And if we take 1 interception off this game from the 4, if it just becomes 3 instead of 4, does that get you the win in this game? Probably. So if you get more of a isolating this Rams defense in the appropriate right fashion, the same fashion you would have known about walking into this game, not that you had to read in the moment, but you would have known it throughout this whole week in game planning. Yeah, the results would have been different. Yeah, you would have won this game. That's part of why I think Kubiak's got to get a decent helping of this blame. Not that he gets all of it, not that he gets a majority of it, but that it's not a situation where we say 99.9% of this goes on Sam's back and 0.01% is on Kubiak. That would, to me, not be accurate in the least. Sorry we disagree on this, man. I appreciate where you're coming from, though. Daniel says, on a positive, I can see some flashes of Rashid Shaheed. I'm excited to see the explosiveness when him and Sam get on the page together. And when Torrey comes back as well, another explosive receiver. Amen, man. Amen. Well said. He did show some stuff today. Got open deep. He was getting around there a little bit. And you understand it'd take a little bit while to get him acclimated into things. Emmanuel, do you guys think this game makes teams have a pause for Kubiak as a head coach? I don't know. Good question, man. Hard to say. Kubiak needs a great player. Callis, nobody's letting off Sam off the hook in the slightest, but it's important to look at it from all perspectives, i.e. play calling, protection, situational decision-making, etc. Yeah. And Sam's got to fix this. Like, to your point, it's Kubiak's got to fix it. Both got to fix it. If we want to be a championship caliber squad, both of these things have to be fixed. You can't have Kubiak walking into a playoff game and you go, okay, defensively, they do this, and we're going to run into the teeth of that defensively. He's got to understand that can't be his approach either. So both guys got to learn some stuff. I think these are both eminently correctable situations with both Sam and Clint. I don't think that everything's broken beyond all repair with this to get it right. But it's got to be both things to me. And Sam's got to get better at the decision-making. He's got to clean his game up quick. This stuff's got to stop right now. You can take an interception here. You can take an interception there. You can do a cost of doing business kind of situation. You can do that. But you can't have it like this. And you've got to have him willing and understanding that he's got to play. He's got a great defense on the other side of the ball. And there's not this need for him to have to carry this thing like that. It's really him trying to do too much. And I think you can eliminate that from a quarterback. You don't have to do too much. Play within yourself on this. You'll be just fine. Thank you, Cal, for $1 donations. Good to see you in the house. Hope you're having a good night out there. I mean, man, that was exhausting. Not at all. It's not a good game, I guess, on the Sunday night one, huh? Sean, both defenses played like they played on it today. We do not really have a backup left guard. Christian Haynes is more of a pure right guard. Cable Du's a left tackle trying to convert to he's trying to convert to left guard. We'll see on this. I think we're a little bit stuck in that situation a bit. Sanchez says, well, next 3 weeks, no interceptions. We can agree on that. Definitely no interceptions of the potentially voluntary variety. You know, if it's going to be a play like Cooper Kupp early in the year against the Steelers where he cuts on an outbreaking route and Jalen Ramsey just makes an incredible play on the cut, that's one thing. When it's Sam staring a guy down, when it's Sam throwing late off his back foot, when it's Sam having plenty of time to either escape the pocket and get away or just throw it away, that's got to be the automatic option for the rest of the season for Sam's perspective. Play to this defense, play to the special teams. And catalyst nuance is definitely one of the places that's hard to get to at times in football in this sport. You know, there's a lot of a drive to try to get to, you know, something that's a clear path. Just this one thing, you know, it's hard when you do multiples because then you have to get to portion heaping, you know, how much heaping goes here of the portion, how much heaping of this goes to this portion, blame or for success. So many intermingled parts to these teams, so many things in factor and play. AZ Jace. How you doing, AZ Jace? Hey, Brando. Hope all is well. Didn't catch the Hawks game, but JSN in a 100-yard plus game. Is he on pace to break the record? I think he's still. So they got him at 1948 right now. So he's just, I think, barely short right now of Calvin's record, but still on the relative pace, Jace. Like, still, for all intents and purposes, he keep this up. If it's close, they'll get him another 15, 20 yards in the final game of the season to break it, right? So he's kind of maintaining, kind of. Noah, Sam played good against the Bucks, Texans, Steelers, and many games against good teams, including us last year, but nobody wants to talk about it. He's got to fix the turnovers, but no reason to think he can't. I agree, Noah. I agree 100% all the way down the line of everything you just said. Fox says Sam looks lost if JSN isn't open. Definitely becoming a little bit too hyper fixated on JSN at times. And hopefully he's able to be all right. Hopefully. Rams faithful, how do you think your defense matches up against other playoff teams like Philly or Detroit? I think we match up probably a little bit better with Philly. So I think we can take away some of the deep ball stuff they want to do, force them to be patient through a whole game, take away the run game with light boxes. I think we match up pretty good with them. The Lions last year really cut us apart with Goff, and we tend to have a little bit of a more slow burn pressure in what we supply, and that gives Goff an opportunity. Slow burn Goff's at his worst when he's got more quick pressure in his face. The slow burn pressure allows him to kind of set up, hit his back foot, make a determination about where he goes. I don't have to tell you, if you let Goff hit his back foot, make a determination where he wants to go, he can definitely take you apart. They got a good enough run game that can really attack our light box. In addition to that, I think it's a better run game than the Eagles is. We could probably get after them defensively with our offense, but I think that they can almost just about, as they have a couple times in playing us. I mean, like, I think we played them like 3 straight years where every time we played them, it feels like their offense is scoring just about every possession against us. We just do not seem to be a good matchup for them with that. Mike A. Cam Kitchens is making a career out playing Seattle. 2 interceptions last year in Seattle, including a 103-yard pick six and 2 interceptions today. Seattle might as well sign his paycheck. I know, man. We're making that guy look good. I tell you, man, he had some Ed Reed-like flashes on his tape back at Miami. But we make him Ed Reed every week when we play him, to your point. Dunes, does anyone talk about night after that head-on collision on special teams? Boy, what a crack that was, Noon. There's your hit of the week, no doubt about that, man. He lit that guy. I think they concussed them both. Both of them. Jason's going for 200 next week. Let's go. Robert Jimenez. Mr. Kane, I agree with your assessment earlier than Sam Darnold needs to take what the defense gives going forward instead of playing hero ball. Yep. And I think that's where it gets correctable, because I think you can get this out of a guy's game a little bit, where you need to play this under a little more under control. I need you to be willing to take this. I need you to be willing to take that. And Sam's coachable, so I think he's going to listen to that when he's advised that by the coaching staff. But it's on him to fix this now. That's the other part of this. So he's got to get it fixed. Play calling there or not, this has got to get eliminated from his game. We can come back to the play calling at that point when now he's saying, okay, he's throwing the balls away. Okay, he's taking some of these sacks. Okay, guys weren't open. Okay, the play calling wasn't on point then. Then you can come back just strictly to the play calling, and the quarterback gets removed of that a little bit. Right now, he's got to take a lot of that blame on it, because he's causing the worst result on these plays by his play. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, we won't come to an agreement. Thanks for not banning me, but you're wrong. Laughing out loud. Just kidding. Oh man, no, I know it does seem like lip service at times, and I know that I push back, and I love a good debate, and I love to have a back and forth, and I love to try to convince you, right, Sanchez? That's what I'm trying to do, and that's what I love to do, is convince people over to where I'm at on stuff. But at the same point in time, I will always say, and that this place will be as strong as its disagreement allows it to be. This place will go as far as we can in this chat, allow for each of us to have our differing views and our differing outlooks on this team, and let it flow, let it go, let it be out there in space. Let us have these disagreements. It's okay. I think we're in a world at times where disagreements got to be this worst thing, or like you say, Sanchez and enemy, like, oh, now you're could be like an enemy because you don't agree with me on everything. It's like quite the opposite. You're a smart football mind. I know you know ball. We happen to just have a disagreement on this, and I'll try to sell it to you. But look, I may be getting this wrong too. I'm a guy with a microphone and a camera. Doesn't mean that I got the end all be all outlook on this either, to that side of it. I'll believe something passionately, but I'm very well aware of this is a sport that will humble you at all times and outlooks of things. And you get your hands wrapped around something and you think you're seeing it clearly, and it's knocked out of your hands all of a sudden. It's like, I wasn't seeing shit. I wasn't seeing a deep thing. And so, yeah, I appreciate that, Sanchez. Thank you for all of your support, man. And again, always welcome here. Disagreements always welcome here, especially when we can keep it respectful like we have in this chat today. I always appreciate that. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for your dono. How fast is McVay out when Stafford dips out? I don't know. It feels like he's kind of double back down to committing into it there. And don't forget, Kevin, they got those 2 first-round picks, bro. They got those 2 first-round tasty picks. Did the Falcons end up winning that thing today? Oh, the Falcons lost. Damn it. They got the wheels greased for their next QB, bro. I don't know. I don't know on that one. Does that give us a 60% chance of going undefeated the rest of the season? I love it, man. Let's go. Moho Ho says, if you don't have a backup left guard, that seems like a huge concern on the progression of Sam. With regular pressure, Sam typically would be a mess. What do you think of whomever his able backup is? I don't think highly of him. It's Christian Haynes. He's been a guy that's supposed to be a ready-made at right guard, 3rd round pick we took last year, who was not ready to play as a right guard. He's more pure right guard, kind of needs more of that double team help from the center that you tend to get on the right side. He needs to be taking on more of the 1 tech, big boys, trash can full of dirt types. You take it on 3 techs that are super twitchy. That's not going to be his game. So I'm worried. I'm definitely concerned. Serums, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I believe we can go at least 12-5 this season. Let's go, Serums. I love that confidence, man. I love that confidence. Let's go. Very possible. A lot of winnable games on this schedule and a couple of tough ones, but get a couple of those tough ones and you can easily get yourself to 12 wins. It's very much within reaching distance, as they would say. Cal says, okay, Sanchez is right. Brandon's just admit it. Stafford might have another year. It's hard to say, Kevin. Maybe some of this depends on if he wins the Super Bowl or not, right? Or gets close. That might be a factor. Some of it's also where his back's going to be at. I've kind of thought this will probably be his last year, but you never know. I mean, man's having, up until this game, was on pace to have his best year of his career, maybe. Pansy says, we're resting starters week 18 against the Niners. Let's go. No way in hell we're losing the Niners. Not when they don't have Bosa and Warner. We saw what happened to that Niners team once Warner went out of there against us for 1 drive. We got after him. Yeah, New Blacks are going to get an amazing quarterback. The only good part about this is they're being handed a top 7 first-round overall pick, but the good news is at least there's not a quarterback worthy of being taken. Bad news might be that Stafford retires and they go make a run at like a Burrow or something. Robert, Mr. Gain, Clint Kubiak needs to call plays that will make it easy for Sam Darnold on the offense, especially at the start of the game to get in rhythm. Yeah, agreed. Shorter passes, quicker passes, get him established into that rhythm. It was a little bit too much of right out the gate, just trying to wing it down the field a bit too much here. HHGB, next 5 games, Titans, Vikings, Falcons, Colts, and Rams, 5-0, 4-1, 3-2. How do you see it goes? Great question. 1 second. I have a lot of confidence in the Titans, Vikings, Falcons game. Falcons and Titans are kind of a bit of a mess. We may not even have Michael Penix ready for that game against the Falcons, and the Vikings just don't look the same without Darnold there this year. So I think you're definitely getting 3 wins here. You're getting to 10 wins this year, no doubt about that. I think you beat the Niners at the end of the year. That gets you to 11 wins. I don't know about where we're going to be at in the Rams game and the Colts game. Those are winnable games. Those are tough teams, but Rams have had our number, and it's kind of on us to kind of disprove this. Until we disprove it, I'm not counting on it a little bit. Mike says Stafford hit the immortal chamber this offseason. He'll be playing another 5 years at least. Maybe. Man, he's playing like this. Why not? Why not? AJJ's, the Rams war room was laughing when that trade took place with Atlanta on all-time fleecing. The Rams might have a shot at Reuben Bain Jr. while Atlanta gets James Pierce. Ruben's got some. I know he's a very polarizing prospect, Jace, but he's got a little bit of Reggie White in his game. He's got a little bit of that. I'm not saying he's going to be Reggie, but I can see some shades of it. He'd be a problem, especially if they have to let Byron Young walk in free agency. That'd be a hell of a replacement for him. Josh asks, game, yo, B. Huge win for my Birds. Bummed out about the Hawks, but at least my Eagles got the dub. Congrats, Josh. Congrats. Tough win there, 16-9 over the Lions. But a big win for your Eagles team that's really now got their sights set on and a good chance as any at this point with your schedule and the way it's set up to go get that first round bye. Emmanuel Velasco says, I'll forever despise the Vikings. I will forever despise the Falcons. Why could they do that trade with us instead? Laughing out loud. I know, man. It's a fun fact for you guys. My biggest viewed video that's an upload, that's not a live stream, is my video I uploaded to my clips over to my clips channel of my reaction to the Rams trading of the Falcons of that first round pick. And it's all Rams fans, but it's got like 30,000 views or something. And they're still laughing their ass off at my reaction to that video. Yeah, that one's a tough one, man. Josh's Hawks showed some spirit and most importantly, some promise. They're young. Give them some time. That's what I'm trying to preach, Josh. I think the fan base is a little bit fickle right now, a little bit, but that is exactly what I'm trying to preach, brother. And well said on your part. Sam was holding on to the ball too long today. Yep. Yes, sir. Got to get rid of it. Got to get a throw away, make a decision. Can't just stand back there and wait. Certainly can't throw back late across your body. Eagles got bailed out. Even Collinsworth publicly was disgusted with the PI call. Now, Stafford had about 445 yards. All anything to brag about. We kept him under control today. 130 yards today, technically. Catalyst says, like the 49ers game, we lost our identity trying to over-game plan for a divisional opponent. All that spread and dropping back 44 times did not work again. A little bit of a page of the Niners, and I agree. It does feel a little bit of shades of the Niners attack where you seemingly were trying to overthink it. You didn't stay true to yourself. You kind of stepped outside of yourself a little bit. Josh says that call didn't matter. They weren't scoring even if we punted there. Let's go. Herbicide, what a sucky day. Yeah, tough day, Herbicide. Tough day. Got to get his hands out quicker. I think some of this, Sean, and some of the stuff that I've been lamenting on our show in this is a bit of the play calling and longer developing plays, trying to hit stuff deeper down the field seemed to be inherently in the heart of what they were trying to do play call wise. And that's led to a little bit of the holding on to the ball at times. I think the onus has got to be driven back to some of the shorter passing attack and getting the ball out of his hands fast again. Manuel says, I was there live for that reaction. My face was exactly the same. Yeah, it's been pretty funny that it's the biggest video I have on my channel is driven by as much Rams fans, and it's over on my Clips channel, which only has a couple thousand subscribers on it anyway. But boy, the Ram fans love that reaction. They ate that one up. But I was proven right on it, and you were too, Emmanuel. Awful trade. Awful trade. Inexcusable Falcon trade. Sam had double the yards of Stafford. Yeah. He had about 16 more attempts to get it done, but yeah, it's true. Josh Naylor Manus makes this hurt just a little less. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Herbicide, his defense was playing so good too. They were. They held up today, man. They gave you a chance, Herbicide. They give you a true shot in this game. Black says, hope we can get Sundell back. He can play guard. That's true. I did forget about that. So maybe very good point. Maybe that's a little bit of some hope there that you can get him back to play there. That'd be interesting. No word yet on Zabel, man. Knee injury. They got to probably MRI it. It's a knee. You're hoping MCL, could be the old dreaded ACL. Outdoor for Life. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, we didn't run enough, I feel. This is my same feeling with this. I think Sam Darnold had an awful game. I think that awful game was kind of definitely helped out and aided in the direction that it was going by the play calling here. Too many of the 7-step drops, too many of the drops to depth, trying to hit plays down the football field. Not enough of staying committed to running the ball when you were making some headway on that at the end of the first half. That last drive of the first half, you ran the ball up the field on them. A lot of reason to believe you should have stayed with that same approach coming out of the half into that first drive. What did they do in that very first drive? Threw the ball the first play. Then you almost could kind of know that they were going to telegraph running on second down because you weren't going to throw it on second down and end up throwing 3 straight times to start the half. So you get a little conservative here in your nature at that point, but then you come back and you're throwing it was a mess a little bit there. But yeah, I thought that they just didn't stay with the run enough. And we come back in the second matchup with the Rams. You've got to institute more of the short passing attack, and you've got to stay with the run game, especially if it's working. Well, I think we're pretty safe to make the playoffs, but what do you think the outlook for us is seeding wise, Brandon? Hard to say. As I say, I think I see 11 wins on this schedule right now that feel pretty feasible to get to 11 wins. 11 wins will probably put you up as one of the better wild card teams. If that's the case, then you might even be playing a Rams team to start things off, but it might be also might be the division winner of the North. So we might be taking on Tampa Bay on the road in the playoffs. Would be kind of, I think, like how it would sort of set up right now. Something like that. Be facing. So it'd be tough. Much tougher going on the road in the playoffs, that's for sure. Much tougher not having a home playoff game. But you would be getting the playoffs, I think. You go get 11 wins, you're in the playoffs. And that is an improvement on last year. That is a step forward. And anything can happen in the playoffs. And you certainly have a team that's built to play on the road and built for the playoffs in the way stylistically you like to play. So, yeah. I definitely think we get in, but I don't have a good enough feeling as somebody else asking about a little bit on where we're at with, sort of confidence-wise in those other couple games. I'm just not sure about the Colts and the Rams game quite yet. Until you can knock one of these kind of big dogs off, it's going to be hard to predict that it's going to happen. Thank you again, Outdoors for Life, the $2 donation. Well said on your part, man. Run play was working that late second half. You just got away from it. Like it or not, says Rampansy, Josh Jones, Christian Haynes, Olu have to step up. Got to step up, man. We need them. If we win the rest of the games, life will be good. Yes, it will. 6 or 7 seed, about right. Catalyst, it felt eerily similar to KOC's game plan with Sam in the playoffs. Kind of did, yeah. A lot of deep drops, a lot of Sam looking deep down the field. And I don't know why you would go into this Rams defense and that would be your approach. Light boxes, drop to coverage to depth. That's what the Rams do. You don't attack coverage to depth by trying to attack deep. You attack short. You attack with quick passing. You take advantage of those zone drops to depth. Oh, dropping to depth. Attack underneath it. Rampazzi, is it weird I'm not afraid of the Eagles? I fear the Lions more. I feel like that's a weird take. No, that's what somebody's asking me which one I'd rather take on. I think we'd be a better matchup against the Eagles. I think we'd have a better chance against them. I think the Lions, especially offensively, have had our number recently. And I think that's a tough day at the office against that Lions team that I think, even with Saquon with the Eagles, I think the Lions and their offensive line actually run the ball better than the Eagles do, especially this year. And I think you can shut down their passing attack and take away their deep stuff and make them very simplistic in what they do throwing the ball and kind of box them up into a corner. I don't think you can do that with the Lions. Riverside, I blame Sam Kubiak for today. I do too, man. I think it's a both picking kind of situation. Sam deserves some blame, but Kubiak deserves some with this too. It is a bit of a partnership in how they're rolling out there on that. Kyle says, stop taking play action away from Sam, where he's at his best. I don't understand. I don't either. He does it great. And you just go, that's sometimes what Kubiak does in this offense is he kind of feels like he's got to diversify things across the board. And so he'll go away from something that's working just perfectly fine, that the defense has yet to find an answer for. Keep hammering it. Make them take it away from you. Manuels has got to feel for Mike. 2 blowouts back to back. 2 blowouts back to back. Oh, yeah. Mike AZ. Yeah. True. Mike Ace is happy to let you guys take on the Eagles in the first round of the playoffs, and we'll take care of the Lions for you, then rematch in the second round. Bet, Mike. Let's go. We'll take our business. You take out our guy. We'll take out your guy. All right. Manuel's with us. He's got to use rollouts more for Sam. Play action out of center, moving on the pocket. Yeah. A lot of times this can create for you the easy completion. It attacks the short passing attack, which is what we're talking about. You got to do against this Rams team. The third factor to this as well is it makes things simplified for Sam. You roll out, you got a half field read, you got a levels concept, hit the guy over the top, hit the guy short. Oh, neither guy's open. Try to run for it. Oh, there's not a way for me to run for it. Throw it away. You got a 4-step process then, and it simplifies things down for a quarterback. Oftentimes, though, that easy drag route throw to the tight end underneath it tends to be open. Maybe it only goes for 5 or 6 yards, but you create an easy play for your quarterback. And it's also, as many are saying, what Sam does best. You're leaning into what he executes at a high level. Marcus, we beat the Lions 2 out of 3. We did, Marcus. But remember with that, their offense scored in all of those games just about constantly. 3 games over, including Mike McDonald's defense last year. Catalyst, I'm willing to blame Kubiak more than others because OCs are supposed to call plays that fit their quarterback best. Agreed. That's why I'm probably hammering it more than some are that are kind of fixating on Darnold. I'm with you on that a little bit, where this is a huge factor to this. And it's no small thing, this game plan and what you did today. All 20 tape will be very interesting this week, Vexo. Especially looking at some of what was Sam's looking at down the field. Jacoby set the record for completions. Oh, he did. 47 completions. I got Brissett in my fantasy today, too. 47 completions, 2 touchdowns. Wow. Let's go, Jacoby. Herbicide says, remember when the barnyard that didn't work? Why did we send tight ends up the field? I don't know. You send tight ends up on passing play. Maybe they're trying to see if in future they can use that as teams aren't covering it. Everybody's loading up to stop barnyard so they can throw the ball with barnyard eventually. And he'll have a guy wide open. It felt like something to set up in the future, maybe. Like they were like thinking, oh, maybe they're seeing on tape that everybody's loading up and they're like, let's just run it out on the edge because those guys don't matter anyway on this. But it was kind of strange looking. Robert, Mr. Kane, do you think this running back by committee and not commuting to one running back during the game hampers Clint Kubiak's play calling during the game? I don't think so to a degree, but also a little bit because of the fact that you don't have as much faith in Kenneth Walker as a pass protector. The Charbonnet's are very fundamentally your third down back. So when he's out there, there's just much more of a chance that you're probably going to pass the ball than throw it, or more than run it. My brain's getting mushy here. So much more of a chance you're going to throw it than run it there in those kind of moments. And so that does then provide a little bit of predictability. Then Walker's out there as teams are going to load up a little bit more for the run then in those situations. But some of that you can't get around of because you just don't trust Walker at times in pass protection. Sometimes I don't think you trust him as much even getting out into the flat and as a pass catcher. I don't know if that's much of the strength of his game. Catalyst is the whole second half. I'm wondering where are all the boots, the rollouts, all the stuff that we've crushed other teams with. I don't know, man. Same. Or Madsy, bro, I turned off red zone for 10 minutes, glanced back. The Niners were up 19-0 or something. I was like, how the hell did that happen? They got on top of them quick there in that one. That I'm all for spreading the ball around, but Sam should have thrown the ball more to JSN. I think just got at a certain point in the game where it just felt like he had worked him and then he stopped looking at everybody else. And sometimes he just gets kind of one note only to JSN and he can't seem to diverge between everybody else a little bit. First world problems, I suppose, of having a pass catcher like JSN out there. I do think it's like Feed Me says, there wasn't a lot of people separating. That's really, I think when we watch the all 22 tape, we're going to see Sam looking at reads that just aren't opening up. Guys that are covered tight. Emmanuel says the Lions game, we let all the points was before Ernest and the defense started clicking later in the year. It's very true. We maybe have a better answer for them now. Kokenau's Haynes, according to most folks, they said he struggled. I don't get a chance to lock in on much on the offensive line during live action because I'm just kind of following the ball, doing the play-by-play. But they said he was a little bit of a struggle. He got walked back there a couple times. Outdoor for Life, thank you for the $2 donation. I thought Shaheed would have had more of an impact. It's going to come along in time, no, Outdoor. I can understand looking forward to have happened up in this point, but he's coming on mid-season to a new team. I know he knows the playbook, but you don't know the timing with the quarterback receiver. You got to give a little bit of time on that. I think you're going to feel Shaheed's impact over the course of this year. But because these are mid-season deals like this, you got to give it that little bit of time to fully get acclimated on in there. You know, I think they tried a little bit today. You got a little bit more of a ramping up this week, more than last week. 5 targets in this game, had a run did another one of those outside pitch plays to him. So you did kind of ramp a little bit up this week. I expect that this will continue to go more and more and more as we go along. No, I have no lead on what's going on with the long-term outlook of running back room. Feels like neither guy is stringing together consistent performances. I don't know if either guy is the long-term answer there for you at the running back position, to your point, Noah. Yeah. Moho says, laugh my ass off. Just saw your draft day video, Falcons Rams trade. Love it. I almost died laughing about what you said you wanted the Falcons to do to you after the break. I said the Falcons can blow me. Yeah, if you look at the comment section too, Moho, it's nothing but Rams fans just loving it too. They're happy as hell watching that reaction. And I'm looking right. My reaction does not look like an overreaction on draft day right now, does it? It looks like one where it's like, oh no, you did. You handed them a top 10 pick at least, and maybe a top 5. Thank you for that. That's just what the Rams needed. No. Please, by all means, give them the Ferrari. Just hand it to him. Just throw him the keys. Don't even throw him the title. Just the keys. We don't title schmeidel. Just go. Alberto, hello, Brandon. Good game to you and your team. Your defense is for real. Quite honestly, we shouldn't have won. It's crazy. Sam's last 2 games against us, including the playoffs, 0 touchdowns, 9 sacks, 4 interceptions. Indeed, you guys might just have Sam's number a little bit here. That can be a thing sometimes where a team just kind of has a guy's number. They're just a bad matchup for him. Plus, did you see Mark Andrews' fake tush push touchdown run? We need to run that sometime. I didn't, but I'll check it out. I will say there's a lot of stuff here where you can maybe do some alternative stuff off the tush push because teams are loading so much up to try to stop it. Sam was off today. Passing wasn't good. No, sir. Decision making wasn't great. Rampazzi, don't be surprised if Ernest did not pee most of this week. Hawk fans, I'm guessing he played through injury last week. This game meant a lot to him. Yeah, I agree, man. He out there played a good game. 6 tackles in this one. I thought he was pretty solid. Best of luck to you too, Alberto. Says, best of luck the rest of the year and can't wait for the rematch in Seattle on Thursday Night Football. Also another 6-0 stat. Also another 6-0 against the Seahawks for Ram. You kind of typed that weird. Also another stat, 6-0 against the Seahawks for Matthew as a Ram. There we go. Definitely brain's getting mushy. Yeah, Sam started out 6-0 here as a Ram against our Hawks. You guys have had our number by and large. You really have. Even last year, getting that win as we did at the end of the year, it kind of didn't count because you had Garoppolo starting and half your roster out. So it still does remain. We've got to take you guys out. We got to take you down if we're going to take that final step here to become a contender. It's going to be a hell of a game in a couple weeks, man. I'm looking forward to it, Alberto. And best of luck to you guys, too. Shout out to Rams fans. To a man, to a woman in this chat coming in today. Been absolutely exceptional and being respectful and kind and cool and not toxic at all. I really appreciate that. You guys have been awesome. Kevin, so your quarterback's looking at his reads with a collapsing O-line, and instead of adapting and throwing more tight ends in the middle of the field, you just keep making him take impossible shots. Sounds like a coaching issue. Definitely a big contribution there to it, isn't it? Part of what you do as an OC is setting that QB up for success, man. Yeah, you could tell Ernest wasn't 100% healthy out there. He was definitely, that was a big old brace he had on his leg. Trying to make it go. Sanchez, I live in Atlanta, going to the game. Let's go, man. I have to get some in-game reports from you, Sanchez. Get some in-game reports. Be a good game to go check out. Catalyst, I like Kubiak a lot, but his tendency to overcompensate game to game and go away from what works the best is starting to get on my nerves. Me too, man. You hope that starts to rise a little bit into more clarity for him here where you can kind of see this and go, look, this specific thing, don't do this. It's very specific. Don't overthink things. Don't jump off the horse and don't jump off your thoroughbred to jump onto a mule. Stay on the thoroughbred. Noah, I can't believe the Rams are about to land one of McCoy, Downs, Fanu, or J Love because the Falcons' arrogant incompetence. I couldn't believe it either. It pissed me off legit. It made me physically angry that the Falcons did that for the Rams. I couldn't believe it. I didn't understand it. I don't understand it to this day, what the Falcons were thinking. But this is why the Falcons are a dumb organization and why one of the reasons why the Rams are a smart organization. They make moves like this. Mike says the Falcons play the Jets and Saints next, so maybe there's hope. God, then maybe there's hope. Remember the Saints, that's a division game, so that's kind of a toss-up on that part. And the other thing with this, too, is I think Penix might be out now, New Blacks. So maybe on Kirk Cousins and his old slow ass. Outdoor for Life, thank you for the $2 donation. At this point, I like Sharps more after contact. Yeah, I can definitely see that. He's got a little bit more of a better ability to sustain on the run, to your point on that. I think the hard part here for him is he's averaging 3.3 yards per carry this year. Walker's averaging 4.5 yards a carry. So Charbonnet, almost 1.5 yards difference between these two guys. It's pretty significant, So I think there's a role. I know that this is a little bit of, we got to have one or the other we run with. I think that for the folks looking for this to be one guy's going to take over this job and run with it, which is Outdoors for Life, I sense that a lot of the fan base is kind of looking for that. That's not what's going to occur. It is, you're going to have a mixture of these two running backs. This was always the plan. There's a lot of reason for why it's playing out this way, as much as anything because of Walker's injury history, but also because you put 2 second-round picks on these two guys, and you're looking to get them touches for both that reason as well. So I understand where you're coming from, but it's hard when you have a little bit of that discrepancy on the yard per carry average and all that good stuff. And yeah. Christian, thank you for all the donations, you guys. You're still cooking up the donations here. I really, really do appreciate that. Very kind of you guys. Thank you for another $2 donation. Says Arroyo Milrow drafts don't make sense then and don't make sense now. I sometimes hate being right about certain stuff that I didn't want to be right about. You have draft day occur and happen, and I really liked a lot of the picks in this draft. I was really effusive about my praise of the picks in this last draft. But the 2 picks that stood out to me that I just did not understand and I could not get, and I really was worried about we'd look back on and we would regret our approach, is the Arroyo Milrow pick. And everybody knows to a man, you can go look at my draft day reaction to both those 2 picks. I've been on the same ground on this one from day one. I'm not Johnny come lately with this. You had an opportunity to help out this offensive line. As we stand here today, tell me that a Tate Ratledge wouldn't help you out today right now. Tell me a Wilson there at the center position wouldn't help you out. Tell me just addressing more or different players at different spots wouldn't have made you a better team for today in the here and now. They were kind of luxury picks in certain ways, in my opinion. And, I don't know if you were as afforded the chance to make a luxury pick when you'd already kind of burned one of those 3rd rounders to move up for Nicky Manwari. I don't mind the Manwari pick. That's one of the picks that I laud and I like. And I like that you trade up and you grabbed him where you did. But as well, now you kind of lose that luxury status for those other couple of picks. Now you need to go meat and potatoes on those next couple of picks in the day 2, in that precious day 2, where you can get starters, where you can get players of impact. Yeah, maybe the case, Christian, and we come back and look at those picks and we're kind of shaking our head. I think Arroyo's going to give you a decent player down the line. But again, this game, 2 targets, no catches, no real fundamental impact he provided. In fact, he might have been the cause on one of the interceptions where he was supposed to cut the route inside, as Olsen was talking about in the telecast, where it's an option route and he's got to feel the safety over the top and cut it inside, and he doesn't do so. I also am still not super confident you're going to see Milrow develop. I still think that that's going to be what it is long-term, and that there are things definitely within Milrow's game inherently I don't know if can get corrected. But yeah, I feel similarly, Christian. Alberto, thanks, Brandon. As I said in an earlier video, you have to be respectful in victory, because in today's game is a prime example of us being humbled ones if it went differently on that last drive. It really is. And I think it's just a funner brand of fandom. I think it's a bit of the old school fandom, deal where we just sort of fling poo at each other and talk crap and like, I'm better. No, I'm better. It's like, well, still really interesting discussion within that, right? Isn't it? It kind of has, you know, a shelf life to it. It feels like a little bit, you know, and how far that goes, and it's just not terribly interesting. As well as I'll say, it's just always stuff that when you're actually having the back and forth and trying to understand and trying to, you know, get that feel for what you're seeing, that you get better educated on that side of it versus the throwing the poo at each other, you know? And, I really appreciate it. I think it's part of what makes the roundtable so cool and so special and makes it different from even some of the other roundtables where those folks will just, I mean, they get at each other's necks, man. They just go at each other. It's like, I get that it feels good to sort of attack people and go at it, but it's also like, it's not very entertaining and it doesn't have a lot of tangible depth to it at that point. You're sort of just surfacey, just kind of being like a child a bit if you do that, you know? I think that's where we're different out in the West here, Alberto, you know? Just as passionate as those East Coast folks, but understand that the passion can be so without having to turn totally toxic to the other side of it. I appreciate that about us. It's why we do it better out West. That's why we're the best division in football, quite frankly. We're not being driven off toxicity. We're just trying to be driven off to be the best. Manuel says, felt like Walker found some footing today. I feel a big one coming for him soon to the house. He does feel like he's getting close to house in one. That's for sure. Alberto says, also, do you believe that the top 7 are set in terms of making the playoffs in both the NFC and NFC? My only hope is the winners get knocked out before the playoffs. Yeah. I mean, in general terms, yeah. Obviously, Kansas City is one you got to kind of, they can be weird in what they do, but Patriots are getting in, Bills are getting in. Hard to see the Ravens overcoming the Steelers, but the Steelers got Rodgers' injury, so that might affect that. There'll only be one team that gets in that division anyway, whether it's the Steelers or the Ravens. Certainly, it's not going to be the Bengals or the Browns. It does look like, you know, maybe the Jaguars will be that final playoff team. You'll get like maybe the Chargers in there as well. So it kind of, there's a little bit of AFC footing that I think is yet to be determined. NFC wise, I think you're going to see certainly Seattle in the playoffs. Kind of feels like one of Green Bay or Detroit's getting in. I don't think Dallas gets in there. So it's, you know, they're kind of, that division's eliminated outside the Eagles. Yeah, kind of. In general terms, Alberto, yeah. I could see the Niners I could see getting off, but I mean, then they're 7-4 now. So, you know, they've also set themselves up with a pretty easy schedule down the road to where they can maybe kind of eke this thing out. The answer, the Falcons are so poorly run. I mean, even giving Kirk Cousins $50 million a year and then drafting an older Penix so they can't even take advantage of his rookie contract. Yeah. It's moves that don't move in alignment. I talk about the Seahawks and having confidence what the Hawks are doing and why we've gotten to where we've gotten is you stack smart decisions that connect to each other. You know, you do this and that connects to that and that makes sense. I bring in a Kubiak because he pairs so beautifully with Sam Darnold and stylistically how he wants to run an offense. Falcons just seem to be all over the place. Fire a little bit over here, fire a little bit over here. You want to be a run team. No, we want to be a passing team. Let's go get the spread-based passing guy from Washington and put him onto a running-based team. And it's not an alignment. It's not all being smartly done across the board. It's highly reactive. Even their pass rush, it's like being reactive to Arnold Ebiketti's lack of development and Braylon Trice missing his whole first rookie year. You know? Sean says, I think there's one thing we can all agree on is that we love football. You better believe we do. Noah, any early drafting targets or fits, Brando? Oof, I'm just getting into it. I'm about 11 prospects into it so far, and I'm kind of looking at some of the top guys initially that we're not really going to have a chance at. So just kind of getting into my first kind of look-see here, Noah. Trying to kind of ramp it up as I can, but it's a bit of a process, especially when I've got to recook this thing up from scratch. It's always tough because you get up to about 320 prospects you've scouted, then you got to just hit the reset button and go back to square one, start it all over again. This is one thing we can all agree on: the Niners are trash. That's something we all can agree on in this stream tonight. Rams fans, Seahawks fans alike. Yeah, no, that decision steamrolled the trade because if the Falcons didn't pay Kirk $50 million, they could go sign a defensive end like Josh Sweat instead of trade future cap. Poor organization. Well said, man. And I agree. Well said. Rampanzi, Kubiak, and Darnold were terrible offensively week 1, and Sam threw 4 picks today. Once they iron that out and get healthy and figure out some stuff, they'll be fine and also get Rashid some more reps. Let's go. Van City says, "Grats, M's fans, for signing Naylor from the Blue Jays fan." Thank you, Van City. We needed to do this, man. He was a hell of an addition to this lineup, but also the perfect hitter for that stadium. Really ideal. Big news for our Mariners. There is some good news, at least. Sanchez says, flinging poo has its place in fandom. It does. It does. But it is always more interesting to have, I think, the back and forth a bit. Especially when you can learn more about a team you're playing or more about something you didn't know about with that team. Ramsey, I agree, Christian, and B, the Milroe pick and Arroyo infuriated me. I try to be positive in the chats, but I wanted to take Ratledge over a tight end who's minimally impacted our season. Same. And the chat went after me pretty hard for not being super effusive in my praise of both those picks. Chat was not happy with me for not sitting here and clapping and waving my pom-poms when those selections occurred. But we're seeing so far this year as to why, because you could take guys in that day too who could have impact this year for a team that's 7-3. If you have a better offensive lineman at right guard, are you a game better now than you would be? Maybe by the end of the year, you'd be a game or two better by the end of the year. And I just think that's something that was a factor for me on this one. And those felt like more about picks that were about the long term, more about those picks of sort of punting them through on 25 to maximizing 25 out to its ultimate. And I think in general terms, the team has taken a pretty conservative pathway to 2025, in part because of the fact that they're eating $70 million. In part because they weren't sure about what they had exactly in house with the offensive coordinator and quarterback. Turns out having Ratledge be a very good right now. Boy, yeah. Catalyst, I still can't get behind JS and his unwillingness to fully hammer the offensive line. Gambling on Milroe and Arroyo just didn't sit right with me. Luxury was not what we needed. Yeah. Me as well. That's why I got so burned out on those picks at the time, where I'm like, dude, everything at the start of this draft is so right and true and good. You guys are you got Imanwari at the right place. You didn't overthink the Zabel pick. And then you went a little bit weird with those selections. And partly with Milroe, I just think John's so freaking hammered. And I hate this fan base for just so hyper concentrating on got to draft a quarterback, 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 got to draft a quarterback. I feel like you just wore John down. We wore John down eventually to where he's like, all right, here's your quarterback. I drafted one. You happy? It's like, this is why you don't just draft a quarterback to draft a quarterback. You take the right guy. You take the guy who you've actually got faith and hope in that he's going to reach that upside, not the guy that you're going to throw a penny into the wishing well and maybe 3 years down the line, the penny will pay off maybe somewhat. Christian, thank you for another $2 donation. He says, breakdown video on how defenses have adjusted to JSN. I could. They haven't adjusted a lot up until this point, Christian. Even in this game, I think that it wasn't even as much as that they adjusted to JSN, that the Rams just played their defense. They're going to play with the too high shell look. They're going to provide their cornerbacks help over the top. And that just means that now as a heavy amount of your passing attack has been to work JSN and work him down the football field, those routes are just not going to be made available against this particular defense. But every defense coming up into this game has basically stayed in the same mode with JSN, which is singling them up on the outside and trusting their corner to lock it down. It's a good suggestion, but I don't think they haven't quite yet fully adjusted. They're not really yet running the double teams in his direction to a high degree yet. They're still playing it pretty straight up, Christian. It was just the Rams today where that's their style of defense. That's how they roll it. But they wouldn't just do that against JSN. They do that against anybody. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate you. Ramsey, I could be wrong, but when Darnold forced a pick to Cup or Royal, can't remember who Rashid was blowing the top off over the safety for a touchdown. We'll have to see the all-22. Amen. Did seem like sometimes Sam was looking in certain spots where he thought this guy was the guy and the look should have been going over here. But like you say, the all-22 will tell the whole story on that one. Definitely could see the Eagles winning out, Crashy. They've got a pretty easy schedule to finish this thing down. They probably got the number one bye. Probably a death grip around that number one bye at this point. Me too, Emmanuel. Me too. Cal says we got the first two right. Was Abel and Imanwari. Ratledge and Jared Wilson were right there and really would have helped out right now. Yeah. That's really the thing. I think you're a better team in 25 if you got those two guys. Maybe we'll be better 26, 27 with Arroyo and Milroe, but there was a bit of the price you paid on that. Yeah, this interior offensive line class does not excite me at all. Doesn't sound like it's a particularly good one, man. To your point, Catalyst. Might be hard for us to find our fixes in this draft. Sports Talk with Austin. Rough day. Hawks family, 4 interceptions. Woof. But still, go Hawks. Go Hawks, brother. Tough day, man. Alberto, I do feel bad for Mike watching his streams and post-game reactions to this Cardinals. Makes me very grateful my team isn't being run into the ground. I feel bad for him too, man. It's hard to not have hope. It's hard to have your hope removed from you as a fan. And there's something that they say is the worst thing you can do to a man is take away his hope. And you got a Cardinal fan base. You have, got one trophy in that case. You have struggled for years, and you've got a poor ownership that's guiding this thing. And it gets very, very, very hard at that point to figure out where to find the confidence in the future there, because that ownership ain't going anywhere anytime soon. So I know Mike's going through it, but I do think the Cardinals are on generally the right path. They've got to get some things correct, that's for sure. But I don't think they're as far away as they might feel to the Cardinal fan base right now. You want Eugenio back or no? I'm fine with it if it's a bargain deal, but I want another Naylor-esque guy who gets on base. You kind of answered it in the very answer in your question. Eugenio Suarez is a right-handed power hitter that strikes out a lot and doesn't necessarily have a good on-base percentage and doesn't draw a lot of walks and is a heavy free swinger. I think that's the biggest part of your problem in your lineup this postseason that was laid to bear, but has also been laid to bear throughout the regular season by this Mariner team time and time again, is you are filling your lineup with too many free swingers who strike out way too much. They've got to control the zone. They got to draw walks. They got to be able to work the full amount on the field. I love the home runs from Eugenio Suarez, and he can be a clutch guy at times. But that's something with him where gives you a pretty good glove over on third base. That part's good. But I think unless it, like you say, it's a bargain deal, then I'm not going that route. I think even in a bargain deal, I think I'd be maybe hesitant because I just think that he's a strikeout machine in this lineup, and you already have guys that you're going to have to deal with that's a part of the lineup that there's nothing, Julio is going to strike out a lot. Cal's going to strike out a decent amount. And you'll take that with those guys because they'll give you something on the other side of it. But with Eugenio, there's just not enough there on the other side of it when he's hitting 220 with all those Ks that it's just too many dead zones in that lineup when it's like that. Yeah, a lot of us wanted the Georgia boys. Tate and Jared Wilson were the picks. That was the selections to be had. You needed center help. You needed guard help. You could reinforce the ranks in a major way by addressing that in that fashion. And team didn't do it. Cornerback, right guard, our biggest needs. Running back, sneaky. Yeah, no, I do think you're going to take a running back this offseason in addition to it. But yeah, you're right. Cornerback, right guard, those are probably the two biggest priorities. Maybe edge is another one to take a look for. Oh, I was right. Season ended today. We'd be the 5th seed and play the Bucks. There we go. Rampazzi, the fan base and media literally pressured John into drafting a quarterback just to say, see, we drafted a quarterback. They did. I hated about the fan base saying that. I hated people that come in my chat that say, you just take a quarterback. Just take a quarterback. It doesn't matter whether you got faith the quarterback's going to develop. It's a lotto ticket. Take the lotto ticket. You just have to take the lotto tickets. Like, no, I don't. No, I don't. Especially if I don't have faith that the guy's going to develop. Especially if the guy's going to take freaking 13 years to get there. No, I don't. But yeah, they did. There was a lot of pressure on John. When are you going to draft one, John? Every time you do an interview. When are you going to decide a quarterback matters, John? Mike Gay says, not a technical question for you. Couldn't watch the game today, so I haven't really seen them myself yet, but curious what you thought of the Midnight Mo jersey. Hawks doing rivalry for Thursday night. I think that's right. We are doing that on the next Thursday night. I like it, man. I always say this, Mike, when you go with black on a jersey, you really can't go wrong. It's going to look sharp kind of no matter what off color you have with it. Like you're going black. It's like, that's going to be a winner. So I liked it, man. It didn't jump or pop off to me off the screen necessarily, but I liked it. Alice says, I was wholeheartedly against drafting a quarterback in the draft, believing that the offensive line should have been completely overhauled in the offseason. Yeah, we're in alignment all the way on this one, guys, for sure. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Oregon rivalry jerseys either, Herbicide. That's the bad part about this, Mike, is that our rivalry jerseys are the Oregon Duck jerseys, which we're in Washington Husky country. That doesn't go over well. Thank you, Cal. Cal in here rocking with me. Thank you, Cal. Appreciate you. Well, let's try. What moves do we make this off season? It's a good question, man. You re-sign Devin Witherspoon, you re-sign JSN, you re-sign Charles Cross, get those guys on extensions. You probably sign like a guy like Josh Jobe, do a little bit of a lower end deal, bring him back, reinforce the cornerback room. Probably look to make a trade for a dynamic edge, like a Max Crosby. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if they made a move like that out there, and see where they can develop grab an offensive lineman, probably offensive line, running back in the draft, corner in the draft. PJ Mark was at the game after the third interception. Ernest slammed his helmet on the field and then went up to the offense and gave them some encouragement. Good to see some leadership, I guess. Yeah. Look, you can understand if the defense is a little bit pissed off in a game like this, where they're doing literally everything they can to keep this in the game, despite the offense's best efforts at times. I'd be frustrated with him too. And I think it's cool that Ernest didn't go in the press conference at the end and just toss Sam under the bus, but was like, look, we got his back. It'll be fine. Have a good night, Sean. Appreciate you, man. Cabriz, if you want a third baseman who walks less and has more contact, just let Ben play. Laughing out loud. Maybe the way to go too. Right? Cool. Maybe the route to roll with that as well. I'm okay with that. Has Darnold been throwing to Shaheed? Way he underthrew it? No, just on that throw, he underthrew it. But they're going to have a hard time getting their timing right here midseason. It's hard to try to fast forward that. I think they'll get in lockstep by the end, but might take a little bit of time. Even the Bills lose the Bills. Even the Eagles lose the Bills. Their Mickey Mouse conference gives them the tiebreaker over us if we win out. So goodbye first round. Yes, sir. Blaze Trav also one of the Georgia boys. Manuel says, I think you getting Ratledge and Wilson is for the future as well. I would argue it would make us a lot better in the future. Trenches are most important. Good point, man. Both in the here and now and the future. Kick Up Arroyo has disappointed me so far. Don't want a victory lap, but wanted Ratledge and thought Arroyo was like clearly third round pick, but John has proved me wrong before. Felt the same way, Kick Up. I was open to being proven wrong, and there were certainly a lot of folks that were big on Arroyo and loved his talent. I remember with, Rob Staten, the way he was talking about him, and that was one of his guys in this draft. But, some of this stuff, I think, as a lot of times come to this at times, Kick Up, when it comes to general managers, is general managers will often think that, well, it's our organization that's ahead of everybody else. Well, we're just so much smarter than everybody else. And what drafts have proven out to be is that it's the brain power collectively. So when you look at drafts and those that like take the thousands of drafts that are out there as far as pundit drafts that occur and distill it all down and fan drafts down and projections down, and you take everything down, like those common lists that come down end up being more accurate to where guys should really go versus what the general managers end up doing in the actual league. And I just think sometimes teams like our coordinator today can sometimes overthink things. And the straightforward option that you should just go take is sometimes facing you right in front of you, and you just end up overthinking it. John's avoided this since the Russell Wilson year trades in the early parts of the draft. He's basically done just a great job of picking the guy that should be the selection. Gray Zabel, right place to go, great selection. Byron Murphy, right place to go, great selection. You're picking the right guys in the right spots. But those two picks were ones that were a little bit of like, you got a little too creative with it, I think. Alberto, I'd like to send my condolences to Mr. Easley and his family. I remember watching the video of the fan who worked hard to get Mr. Easley into the Hall of Fame. May he rest in peace. May he rest in peace, Alberto. One of the great safeties in this sport, lost on a team that was kind of a new fledgling franchise and not a lot that he had around him all the time, especially offensively speaking, but the guy was a baller and a complete safety. I mean, he was a guy in an age where you were a free safety or a strong safety. He could do them both. He even returned punts, Alberto, as a safety. 17 interceptions in a 2-year period. Cut short his career just a little bit due to the fact he had some injuries that he couldn't get through. But the guy was as phenomenal a player as you'll get the safety position. Big, long, ball skills. He could hit. He was the full meal deal as a player. Noah says, what are some offseason Mariner moves you'd like the Brando now with Naylor being signed? I don't have as much guys I'm targeting out there that I've specifically locked into this, sign this guy, get this guy in here. This is the guy. I think you need to build more of a lineup that's built to your stadium. You keep building a lineup with a lot of guys that are free swingers, that don't get on base, that don't drive contact. That's something Naylor does. He works the whole field. He's hard to strike out. He draws his share of walks. You've got to have an ability to manufacture runs in the stadium. You cannot be home run or bust at every turn. And there's parts of this lineup that's going to have some home run or bust nature to it by the way it's set up with some of the guys you already have. So you got to really hyper concentrate, to me, Noah, on guys that can hit as much for average, that are tough to strike out, that can get on base, that can play good defense, and that can run. That is the archetype that you need to be looking for in this lineup, position by position. And too often we get guys that can't run, strike out too much, don't work the whole field. We run really counter to the way we should be building our offenses at times in the stadium. Pansy, the Bucs are in danger of losing 3 straight to the Rams. Yikes. With Lance, Tariq had another quiet, good game. Maybe Reek really is behind us. Maybe, man. Maybe so. Maybe so. New Blacks, the Rams had 105 yards and 29 plays, 3.6 yards per play after the first quarter. Their only points came on a 25-yard touchdown drive following an interception. Yes, sir, we did good defensively. Very, very good. Rams house. What's up, y'all? I come in peace. Trust me. B, do you have a new camera? No, it's just I'm on the StreamYard broadcasting source versus my StreamYard. So I think it looks better. For whatever reason, I don't know if they're putting a filter on it or something, making the face look better. But they have I think they have something that makes it look a little bit nicer on the StreamYard deal. I'm not turning on anything, but I'm sure they got some extra thing on the StreamYard thing from my broadcasting source stuff. Black and neon would be cool, Brandon. That's what I'm saying. Black goes on anything, man. You could have neon. You could have anything. I mean, you have black and pink, and it'd probably work. Think Reek stays or goes? I think he probably heads off in free agency. I don't think we're going to be signing him. Rabanzi Ryder reported by Jeremy Fowler, Brady Henderson. They baited him for 5 weeks. Only reason he isn't on another team because Job got hurt and Raiders got cold feet on a Crosby trade. Also Mafe. Makes sense. Makes sense. And yeah, I think he's probably playing through the last of the deal here. Kick up Stafford played below his standards, but he didn't commit any turnovers. Darnold, however, committed too many turnovers and will be the only conversation here for weeks. It is. Kick up. It is. It is the way that this is going to go with it, man. I don't deny that. And I think it's a good point. I think Stafford recognized what Darnold was doing in this game, and he started to play for as wild and free as Darnold was playing at that point in this game. I think Stafford buttoned it up and was like, I'm not going to do that. If I could just play a clean game, we're going to win this. And that's part of being a wizened old player that's been around the block many times. And you can understand there are some games I got to make dime throws all over the place. And there's some games where I simply have just got to let my opponent shoot himself. Tough day. Tough day. Noah says, besides Cross, JSN, Spoon, do you see any other of the guys realistically being extended from that 2022 class? No. Nope. I think let Kobe Bryant walk too. Kobe goes. I think they're looking to pay both safeties that kind of money. So yeah, no, I think I think it's just those 3 guys you end up signing. You might do a Job deal. You might find a low end deal you can give to a guy like a Walker or a Kobe Bryant if you can find a kind of a middle of the road kind of blue collar contract. But aside from that, I don't think those guys are going to get that in the open market. I think they're going to get more than that in the open market. Just don't think there's going to be any pathway to get anybody else really done. You got the money to do it. I think the team's just going to want to spend the money in different places. I don't like the Rams unis, but I don't like their normal unis any. Not Vexo. I remember on the BME show you said whoever wins the turnover battle will win. Man, you were right. This is the way it works when there's teams that are this good against each other, Vexo. When it's this tight, when it's this closely aligned, this is the separating factor because everything else will be even Steven coming down to the edge of it. So then that turnover part becomes the mitigating factor. When it's not even teams, like we've had this year, Vexo, where we've had multiple games, we've lost the turnover battle, yet have comfortably won the game. So not every game is this going to be the case that this plays out this way. But against this team, at this point in time of the year, that was going to be the big factor. Kick up, I wanted to believe that the Darnold being bad against the Rams was a fake narrative, but at this point, we have too much evidence to say otherwise, sadly. I mean, I understand why the narrative is there, Kick up, and like you say, I can't dispel the fact that this is going to be the discussion over the next few weeks. I think that there may be some semblance of some truth within this with the Rams and how he plays against them. I think that all 3 of these games, there's some different things going on. kick up. I mean, the first game with Darnold against the Rams last year on the road, Thursday Night Football, first half, he's playing pretty well. He's throwing a couple touchdown passes. He's cutting up that Rams defense pretty good. Second half, he loses Christian Darrisaw, his left tackle, and everything goes bad. And then by the playoffs, he's lost his whole offensive line. Everything's bad. Today wasn't exactly that same page, wasn't exactly that same thing set up for him. But I will say that the play calling was pretty atrocious today from offensive play caller and certainly contributed to the day that he had. But you're right. I mean, that's going to be where the narrative's at right now going forward a bit on this one. I think Okada places Okada. I think that's the easy route to go here because I think you're going to be paying so much money to Love that you got to balance this to where you're not trying to pay two safeties top of the market money. Lance, if we're not getting the number one seed and seeing how good we are on the road, does it really matter what seed we end up being? We're even winning the division. As long as we make the playoffs, what's the difference? It's not a big difference at that point because there used to be the two bye weeks that you get in each conference, but now there's only one. So, it becomes less important at that point. But you'd still like to get a home playoff game. You'd still like to win the division, Lethal Lance. Being able to play at home, being able to have that at least one game at home that can help. Certainly that can help. The difference of going out to Tampa Bay or potentially having like a Carolina team coming to your house, that's a pretty big difference in a matchup too. Those Trav, wide receivers a sneaky need? It might be. Horton's kind of developing for us pretty good. Craze, his number one seed is likely gone, but division's still in play. Love it, Hoop Craze. Amen. Division's still worth trying to go for. Who crazy that Darnold missed to Shaheed broke me. He hits that throw 9 out of 10 times. Agreed. I think that's one that he usually right on point with. Right on point with. Rampaz, yeah, you can't have 4 turnovers against Rams, Colts, Niners. That's going to be a loss 9 times out of 10, if not higher. It's a miracle we had a shot to beat him with 61 yards. It is. Those good teams don't allow you room for error. That's what 3-4 interceptions is. A lot of room for error. Right? One person that can change this narrative is Sam Darnold. And as we've been saying, as much of this narrative is locking into place, there's still a lot of room for him to dispel this. And it's controllable things that are going wrong for him in this, in my opinion. He can be aided by his offensive coordinator, but you can be aided by a little bit more of a protectionist approach to how you play the position. Turnovers have got to be your worst enemy at times. And Sam right now is not always playing like that's the case. Gray's top need in the draft, a right guard. Right guard, center. Those would be my number 1, 2 needs. I think outside corner is neck for neck with that because you're probably going to lose a couple corners this offseason too. But I really want to get this offensive line fixed, Hoop Grace. I really want to get it fixed. I want to stop looking at the weak link on this offensive line going, man, that is freaky deaky. Shaheed, JSN, Horton should be fine next year. Coop, maybe. Yeah, I think even like if you're moving off Coop to go to Shaheed, JSN, Horton, I think you feel pretty good about that stack. You got a White brought back into the fray. Ricky White in there, Cody White in there, a couple guys in there to kind of mix it out. But I think you're okay with that at that point, especially for a team that's going to really count on trying to run the ball into the future. Because I think John gets super aggressive with Crosby. When Schneider gets obsessed with the player, it's hard for him to move him. It's hard for him to move off of him. Agreed, man. I think he comes back to the Raiders this offseason in that way too, Croup. And maybe we finally get them ready to make that move at that time. But it does feel like he's going to try to go and target that. That's my feeling as well. And maybe you can finally knock the Raiders off their spot with this one. Off guard to back up, man. Edge will be a need. We do have 3 guys we're bringing back next year with DeMarcus Lawrence, Uchenna Nwosu, and Derek Hall. But maybe Edge is another one you can take a look at in the draft too. There's an opening there, especially with all 3 of those guys on kind of 1-year deals at that point. And Pansy says Edge won't be a need. They're going to send the farm for Crosby. I can see it. Noah says, what is holding this team back from taking the next step? We've been in this place where we can't take the step to being a real contender. I think we're closer than we've ever been before in recent years. And I think you need to get the offensive line figured out here with the right guard and center position. And from there, I think your just natural development's going to take you there. You got the 3rd youngest team in football right now, Noah. So as much as just need the development cycle to continue to mature will help us as much as anything. Newlax, can't wait to hear Jake go on 30 minutes about how amazing the Rams are on the roundtable. It's coming. I'm batting down the hatches and ready for it. JSD, you need Mike McDonald to get his signature win. Can't blame him for this one, but we need to find a way to find a way like the great coaches do. Yep. It's very true, JSD. Very, very true. Got to get that, man. Got to take one of these top dogs down. Fingers crossed. I don't want to give too much for Crosby, though. I love Chenna and D-Law. I feel you, man. It's probably going to cost a decent amount, but I'm willing to pay the price myself, Herbicide. Let's get it done. Find a way. My grandpa says D-Law's turning 34. Chenna's getting older. Derek Hall is still not quite come in. Does Derek Hall even have a sack this year? So, yeah. We need to get some help in here. Yeah, Steve Myers being off so badly in 61 yards, really concerning. It's a long kick, man. It's hard to hit those accurately. 60-yarders don't tend to be hit at a high rate. I know they're hitting them at a higher rate than ever before, but they still are very hard kicks. And that's tough to get that for a game. He hit you a 57-yarder in this game, but yeah, he wasn't anywhere close on that one, JSD. That is for sure. All right, well, we're almost 8.5 hours into this, so we are going to go ahead and put a button on this, as I think that's pretty good as far as time-wise go. I want to thank everyone for watching today and tuning in. If you can do me a favor and hit that like button, I would really, really, really appreciate it. I'm going to run one little quick shout-out sponsor here on this, so if I can just play a quick video for you guys, we're going to do that, and then we will get ourselves over to the other side. Any last questions, and call it a day on that. So let's run a little bit. I want to give a shout out here to TickPick, one of the sponsors of the show here today, and so kind to be sponsoring the show with that. Not you guys. Oh, let me get it right here. Let me get it right here. This pet peeves is hidden fees. I don't know about you guys, but one of my biggest pet peeves is hidden fees when it comes to buying sports tickets. A little bit extra here, a little bit extra there. Oh, sorry, sir, just one more surcharge. Why can't the price I pay be the price I saw listed? If only there was an app where these fees didn't exist. Which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, TickPick, a huge shout out. With over 20 million downloads, TickPick has you covered. NBA, NFL, concerts, festivals, you name it, they got it. TickPick provides the lowest prices, guaranteed. Oh, and no fees. What you see is what you pay. The NFL is in full swing, the NBA is just around the corner, and Major League Baseball playoffs are in the thick of it. Now is the time to lock in the best app in the game at finding you the right ticket at the best price. I love using TickPick. Last year, I was supposed to go to the opening game of the football season with my buddy who was also bringing those tickets, but he bailed on me at the last second and I was left to scrambling. I thought I was going to be up the creek without a paddle, but I fired up the TickPick app, was able to find a really nice seat by utilizing their high seat rating, which just looks at the combination of price and seat quality to get you that best bang for the buck, and I was able to go to the game and experience an incredible game at that. TickPick has your back. Each ticket bought is backed by the buyer trust guarantee so that you can trust your seat is legit. And of course, I've got a code for you guys. When you use code HMA, get $20 off your first set of tickets with TickPick on a purchase of up to $100. That's $20 off any tickets when you use promo code HMA. Make sure you click the link in the description section to download the app and have the code automatically added to your account so you can use it later. Thank you, TickPick. Big shout out to TickPick, and thank you for sponsoring the show as they have on that. Please use TickPick today and get yourself some great seats, great price, great place. They can get you in the stadium too at that nice price, which is the best part there. Huge TickPick, right? Herbicide says there. We'll finish this on up. Herbicide, long day, man. We got through it though. Tough game for our Hawks. Lick our wounds, bounce back off of this. Still, this season is in front of us. All the potential is there. People are going to be putting dirt on our casket. They're going to put us 6 feet deep after this one. Keep the faith, my Hawk faithful, is we ain't done yet. This ain't over yet. We've had a hell of a year here so far. It don't go to waste off one game. Kevin says, you the best, Brando. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate you, man. JSD says, great stream. Thank you. Christian, thanks, B. Still, go Hawks, man. Banzi, thanks for the stream. And Therapy B, good stream. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Love the discussion here. Whether we are in agreement or not, as I always say with this, you'll hear me at times, and I say this over and over again because I get passionate, and I probably even can maybe come off dickish at times when I'm in disagreement with somebody on the other side of it. for my outlook of this team and where we're at. But at the end of the day, I do appreciate the different perspectives here. Love the discussion here, even in a loss, and the free willing nature of where it can go here, as we're always all over the place, but it's always interesting. It's always insightful from what you guys bring in the chat. Addison Shelble says, unfortunately, we won't be hearing the end of it from Jesse this week on the roundtable. Hope you're ready, Brando. I am ready. He says, what's up, Brando? I'm 9 hours late to the party. I was at the game at SoFi. Electric atmosphere, especially on that last drive. We almost got it. We almost got it. And look, Jesse, I've rubbed Jesse's nose in it for many different weeks with Sam playing really well, and he's had to take it. And so when he rubs my nose in it this week, I've got to take it. There's no two ways about that a bit. But yeah, it's going to be a rough roundtable this week. We do have Myers next year, man. Still under one more year of contract. Yeah. Moho says, thank you a ton for the educational live stream, Brandon. You rock. Well, I got to say, you Rams fans rock. I have not one single fan. We had tons of Rams fans come into this chat today. Tons. And to a person, all respectful, all very, very fairly encouraging of this team, not talking really any trash in the least. You show me where you find that online. You showing this YouTube world where you see that. And that's a testament to the Rams fans being cool folks. It's something that I've seen part and parcel since Moho. I've gone over to the round table, is that be it Niner fans coming in or Rams fans coming into the chat here, the stream here, we always seem to get really respectful folks for the most part coming in, to a man, to a woman. And it's really appreciated because it's what we're trying to do here, which is just as much as anything, have those ideas bounce back off of each other, kind of spin it all through the washer to try to determine what's what. We all got different perspectives, but hopefully when you bang these different perspectives together from this many different areas and this many different backgrounds and this many different biases and all of that, and you put it all together, that you're able to eventually come out and find some truth within that, or get closer to the truth at hand, if you were. I like to think of it being that way. Not by a long shot, Brian. 7 games left. Lethal Lance says 12 wins guaranteed. Let's go. Brandon Jana, thanks for the stream, thanks for the stream, BC. Tough, but encouraging loss today, all things considered. Best post-game stream on the scene. Much love, 12s. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Brandon. I appreciate that, man. Very kind of you to say. And hell of a stream today, guys. Tough loss, but tip of the cap to my fellow Hawk Nesters here and the folks coming in the chat from other fans and other teams. Very, very cool chat today in this, and a lot of really great discussion. Cal Jewel, nothing but love back at you too as well. Thank you for all you do for the channel. Deron J, bro, go get some rest. You're the best. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Still handling business. You rock, my man. Anytime. You know how I do here, Brian. You know how I do. I can see us splitting the series, Elpers. Back in our home next. They got to beat us in our house next. Coming to our house next. As in no way I'm pinning anything on Myers. That dude was 4-4, missed the 61-yarder. This falls on the plate of Sam. Yes, sir. Mainly, this is where the onus lies. If only the Cardinals would have beat the overrated Niners. If only, man. If only. The Cardinals are down bad, though. They lost Harrison this last week. It's tough. Fortunately, it might be time to hit the reset button on Sam. He might be a player that needs perfect circumstances to win. We'll see on that, Addison. I can't toss out everything he's done this year by this game. It's a tough game. Rams might have his number, but we've got a whole rest of the season to kind of make that determination. No reason to kind of rush to it quite yet. Riverside, have a good night, everybody. Go Hawks. Catch y'all next time. Mike A. Much love, B. Good game. Sorry, got to do it. Whose house? It was the Rams' house, man. I got to admit. Rams' house today. But we get you in a couple weeks. We're going to return serve, I'm telling you. We're going to answer back on this one, I'm telling you. And look, I'm not a hot take guy. I'm a guy very much of like, let's read it, let's play it out, let's feel it. But I'm going to tell you guys this, and I feel this a bit in my heart and soul a bit with this. I got faith in Sam Darnold, and I think that this is a guy that can lead us there. I don't think that there's something inherently broken in this guy. I'm not overlooking today's game and saying that, he doesn't have his hand in this loss in a major way, and maybe as big a way as anything else, and definitely as big as anything else. But that one game does not make it the man. One game against a particular team over a 2-year stretch does not make it the player. And that I understand the rush that seems to be at play here with Sam week by week to get to a determination on him about who he is and what he is. And that there's a question in that way from a lot of fans, a question that this can still slide in both directions, either which way, to the great status or to the bad status. I think that it's a bit presumptuous to make the determination off just this game as much as it would be presumptuous to make the determination off the best game of the season that Sam Darnold had. I think you got to take this whole year into account, like you take the whole year into account with the Minnesota Vikings in order to determine really who he is and what he gets done. When it comes to, having perfect circumstances last year in Minnesota, it was not perfect circumstances. He was sacked and under pressure every bit as much as Geno Smith was last year. And while he had a good defense, that rushing attack wasn't next level. It's like 17th, 18th in the NFL, a little bit less than middle of the road at best. So it wasn't like everything was just set up for him to just, light the world on fire last year. Much the same way this year. I think he's a good quarterback. I think he's going to be a good quarterback for us for years to come. He's got to learn off this experience and he's got to grow. He's got to understand that he's a defensive-led head team. This is a defensive-led team, and the offense cannot then sink the ship off of mistakes. The offense can have days where it scuttles. The offense can have days where it struggles to find a lot of points and scoring drives. It cannot be what sinks the ship when the defense is able to perform at this high level and you have the special teams more than doing their part on the other side of that too. That's the part that's got to be corrected. That's the part that's got to be fixed. But I think it is correctable. I think it is fixable. I don't think this is inherently part of who Sam is. And that is going to be the narrative coming out of this game, is that it is who he is. That this is the guy that can't get right. That he might show you the grace, but he'll always just draw back. He'll always, when the rubber meets the road, when times get tough, he'll go back to old Jet Sammy. I think that's unfair. I think it completely just throws out everything of what he's done over the last year and a half as far as grade A tape that he has put out there. Keep the faith, my fellow Seahawks contingents. Don't lose the faith yet in him. Maybe we will come to find that Sam isn't the guy. Maybe we'll come to find that I'm wrong in my outlook of this with him. But I don't think we've got enough of that data quite yet to make that determination. I think there's a lot of this season left to go. And this is a hell of a football team that is making progress, that's getting forward bit by bit. So you keep the faith. Keep the hope. And know that the Seattle Seahawks team might just surprise you for doing so. Thank you for watching today. Hit that like button if you could for me out the door. It helps the channel, helps me grow, helps me show tremendously out on the algorithm here on YouTube for people looking for hot content. And, maybe sub up too if you get a chance. It's free. Doesn't cost you a thing. We're on the road to 30,000 here. That's the next mark I'd like to hit. And we are motoring in that direction. I thank you guys for a tremendous show today. Wasn't the results that we wanted to, but I really appreciate the discussion. It's where you get a lot of the value of this community within not just a win, but within the loss, where you get to learn a lot about where we stand as this community, and that we can have these tough discussions that you have to have after loss, and we can have them, and it's all right. And we can figure some things out, and we can even have a disagreement. And that's cool too. But I want you, above all else, please don't forget, you're 7-3. You get this Rams team down the line, down the season at some point. You got a lot of opportunity here still to make some noise. Don't lose the faith. Keep the hope. And please, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.